Have we pressed the button? We have pressed the button. It's time to go live.
There it is. Oh, okay. No. Ah!
CoCoTALK would like to thank our patrons, the real sponsors of our show. Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donahue, Brian Joyce, Brian Weasler, Christina Armstrong, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Grant Leedy, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichard, Kyle Eder, Malfunct, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Steve Bjork, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., and Tom S. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS 80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, everybody, welcome back to yet another exciting episode of CoCoTALK. This week, we bring you episode 157, where we aim to raise the barrier of entry to enjoying our program.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, everybody, we are here. We are back. We are here. We are on everyone's favorite show for the Color computer community. We're talking about nothing other than CoCoTALK. James Diffendaffer saying, what's the password? I feel like we're playing Leisure Suit Larry right now. I'll give you a clue. It has something to do with a processor involved with the color computer, James, but we're going to leave it at that. We have a panel of distinguished experts, people, and David Ladd with us here today. So how about we go around the room and say hi to everybody? How about we start from sunny Arizona? The guy who you want to have lunch with, our celebrity booking agent to the stars, none other than Ron Delvaux. Welcome to the program, Ron. We also have our backup streamer and engineer and all-around well-dressed dude in his Radio Shack t-shirt. We've got Mr. Mark Bosey with us in the house. Hello, Mark. Hello. We've got our resident Apple guy and stroker of cats. It's none other than Mark D. Overholzer. Hey, Mark.
Howdy. Glad to be here.
And we do. We got a guy who likes root beer. His name is Grant Leedy. How you doing there, Grant? He's muted, but that's how he sounds his best. You want to try that again, Grant?
I said hello, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
We've got a guy who's got more names than the average person, but we're talking about none other than R. Alan Murphy. Robert, how are you here today? Guy with many names like L. Curtis Boyle and all that, and D. Bruce Moore. We have R. Alan Murphy, and this that is becoming a prerequisite to the show to have
sophisticated
member of the panel. We've got a guy from TDP 100 land in the Tandy Shack. It's none other than Terry Steggy. Hey, Terry, how you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going?
We've got a guy with a beard that would make most men jealous. We're talking about Patrick Euland. How you doing there, Patrick?
Happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. We got a guy whose name is so nice you must say it thrice. You know who I'm talking about. It's Jason Reichert. Jason Reichert. Jason Reichert, how you doing today?
We're switching it up a bit. I'm just trying to keep my distance here.
Keep your distance. Keep it social. A guy whose name does not need to be spoken, but we shall anyways. So you know who we're talking about. I pulled a fast one on you there. Nick Marotta. Nick Marotta. Nick Marotta. How you doing?
So this is not a $5 uke, but I guess it will be today. So
all right.
Since we're swapped positions.
I'm not sure we could tell the difference if we heard them side by side, but that's good to know. All right, Nick Marotta's here. We got the guy who gets things on eBay, makes us all jealous. Brian Weasler's with us. Hey, Brian.
Hello, all. Welcome.
We've got a man who's most famous for saying things like,
"Thank you. Yes, you're too kind. And thank you.
And
it's been an incredible journey."
We're talking about none other than legendary game designer himself, Mr. Rick Adams. Welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. You are not kind enough. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We missed you last week, Brian, but he is known as the Music Man. Brian, the Music Man Shoebring. Welcome to the program, Brian. We're glad to have you.
Nightmare Highway.
All right. I wasn't sure if that was a voice decoder or creepy David Ladd there for a second, so that's good.
No, it was me. How you doing, everybody?
Well, we have a lot of nicknames for people. We've got the Apple Guy. We've got the Cocoa Man. We'll just call him that guy who made Zaxxon. Steve Bjork's with us. Hey, Steve.
Hey there. Hopefully everybody's doing well. I don't know. I'm all around all these people. I feel like I should put a mask on or something.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that to improve the looks, or is that
and that was before
for other
COVID.
reasons?
I found one advantage here in California wearing the mask. I don't have to shave.
There you go.
Nice.
There
Good
you
point.
go. We've got a guy the topic today, Alan, has been inspired by one of your mailing list comments, barrier to entry. But you're a guy who's been around this show for a while. You know a little bit about the show because you've given us great drops. You've given us things like
David Ladd
and
MC10
and let's not forget
OG Stevie Stroh.
So this guy knows a thing or two about some of the insider humor here on the show. Let's give a warm welcome to Alan Huffman, everybody.
Hey.
All right, welcome to the program.
Pleasure to be here as always.
And the thunder from down under. I'm not talking about Nicholas Marentes. I'm talking about David O'Connor.
Oh, crikey.
How you doing?
Really good. Good to see everybody again.
All right. And we got a celebrity in the house. Perhaps you heard him singing multiple national anthems last week on the first ever 29th annual virtual Coco Fest. The guy with the pipes made of gold. We're talking about DeBruce Moore. Hey, Bruce, how you doing?
Nightmare Highway.
It was me.
There's your soundbite.
No vocal processing going on there. Another Aussie in the house, another Crikey-in and Vegemite eater, Nick Marentes. Good eye.
G'day, everyone. Welcome to another show.
That's right. Just another show. Let's be clear. And we also have Mr. Dave 6809 with us. Hey, Mr. Dave, how are you?
I'm always good. How are you guys?
Good. Welcome to the program. Paul Thayer, the Slayer, creator of Timberman and many new games for the color computer. How you doing?
Fantastic. How's everybody today?
Oh, not bad, not bad, not bad.
Sweet.
We got a guy who's known for saying stuff like,
oh, I'm much happier breaking stuff.
It's none other than
David Ladd.
David, I have a quick question for you. Are you excited about being here today?
Oh, yes, Stevie. I am so excited. Is everybody ready for today's show? I am. I'm so ready. I pulled out all of my floppy drive.
Oh, wow. and also known for a couple of things. One of the things he's known for is making my head explode. The other one is for hearing sounds like this. Please welcome to the program the optimizer of many things, Mr. James Diffendaffer.
Why did I have to follow David? Hello, everyone.
All right, so that was a brief panel introduction. We've only been on the air now for 99 minutes. All right, thank you. Good night. We'll be here all day. Don't forget to tip your waiters and waitresses. They're working hard for you. All right, so we're here. We've got a show. We've got things to do. You know what we're going to do before we get into the show? We're going to make a couple of announcements for you, because if you weren't aware, CoCoTALK is all about the Coco community, and we're trying to make sure that we provide information for our community to become effective at communicating and communitying with themselves, or whatever communities do. So we're going to show some of the stuff on the show today, but we've talked about it. We don't talk about it all the time, but one of the resources we have is a map that shows where members of the world are, of the color computer community. It's called the CoCo map. I'll start showing commercials for these, and we're going to start showing segments when people join the map and stuff. And so what I've done is I've made some easy to remember links for that. So when you want to join the color computer map or view the color computer map, the new easy to remember name for that is just map.cocotalk.live, right? So I'll put that in the live chat, but it's just map.cocotalk.live, and that'll bring you to the color computer map. It is a Google map. It's got little map pins all around the planet where people have submitted their information. In order to get on the map, you're going to have to shoot us an email to say, hey, I'd like to be on that map. And then we'll put you there. Spoiler alert or disclaimer, if you give us your information, you're going to be in the public internet space. People will see your name. So don't put anything on there you don't want people to see. And starting this week and moving forward, we're going to start to mention people on the show, too, who add themselves to the map as kind of like a who are the people in your neighborhood segment. So we'll be doing that. So one of the resources we have for you to see how small or how big the Coco world is the Coco map. Another resource we have, which I sent out a little FYI video earlier this week, is our Coco Discord server. We mentioned that. It's in the link. The link is in the video. We talk about getting on Discord, but I don't think we stress it enough because it's a great tool for the community. So once again, I've created another great link for that. It's discord.cocotalk.live. That'll take you right to the Discord link to join our server and get on there. I've created a YouTube video showing you how to use Discord, showing you what the Discord server looks like, how to get into voice chat and text chat. So we really want to have people come into Discord and just join the community and get questions answered and interact and all that kind of stuff. It's a great resource, so we want to make sure you know about that. So we're going to let you know Discord is a tool. We want people to use that tool. Another thing we want to remind everybody about, I say it, but I don't say it enough, but I want you guys to know that CoCoTALK is the show for the community, and everybody is welcome to join. So you don't have to have an extensive resume to be on the panel, as proof by most of us here, right? So all you have to do is be interested in and hopefully passionate about the color computer, and we'd love to have you join it. You don't have to have owned a color computer. You don't need to own a color computer now, but if you like what we're doing here, which is spreading the joy, spreading the love, and you want to share that with us on the panel, reach out to us on Discord, and we'd be happy to work out the logistics and get you on a future show. Don't be shy. If you've got a story you want to share, we want to hear that story. So that's all I have to say. That concludes announcements. Thank you. Good night. We'll be here next week. All right. Thank you. Those are the announcements. And now our segment for the show right now, our first segment is going to be real simple. We're going to do a follow-up / wrap-up discussion on last week. Last week we had, as we say, just another show, just another ordinary episode of CoCoTALK. Nothing to see here, nothing different, but it happened to be, let's just call it a momentous occasion in the history of the color computer. We had the first ever virtual color computer Coco Fest. And if I had to pick one word to sum it up, I would have to say it was freaking awesome, right? I think that's more than one word. But on that note, we're going to pass it around the panel. We're going to pass it around the viewers, comments, questions, feedback. What did you like? What did you didn't like? We got a lot. I got to say the feedback from the mailing list and on comments on YouTube and Facebook all over the place. It was just, it was blown away, right? So I'll shut up now.
It was great. That's pretty well my summary of it.
All right,
too.
thank you. We'll see you guys next week. All right, thank you. Yeah.
like I mentioned on last week's show when Ron DeVoe originally suggested it, I kind of poo-pooed the idea because I didn't think that would be a great segment to do, and I was completely wrong. It was like as close to a fest without actually being there you could get, and all the new product announcements, the fact we had the timing nice and rigid between everybody because we had a 6-hour show as it was, and as Alan Huffman I think pointed out too, you got to see all the presentations when you're exhibitor at the show you never get to do, which is the reason I tried to introduce that, that pre-tour thing where the exhibitors could actually see each other's stuff and kind of talk about it before the show officially started. But this was actually a much better way of doing it. I want to excuse my Nitrous 9 beta beard here because I've been busy cranking out betas. So.
Love it.
I'd add one other thing to that was it's nice to be able to go back on YouTube and look at things maybe you missed, whereas live you can't do that. So I thought it was awesome. Thanks for doing that. Thanks for thinking of it, Ron.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, from the gallery. Oh, go ahead.
I'm just not sure I saw the booths, so.
But where were the tables?
Right? From the gallery, it was amazing.
You brought your own.
Yeah.
All right, let's give Robert a chance to finish his. Go ahead, Robert.
Well, that was basically it. It was from the gallery. It was amazing. There was this constant stream, and everything was just as interesting as the thing that went before.
Cool. All right, well, this is going downhill fast. All right, somebody mayday. Come on,
we're getting all kinds of feedback, and I'll provide some of my own.
Ooh, yeah.
It was really fun. I really enjoyed getting heckled.
Yeah.
That was great. That was a lot of fun.
Evan Wright had emailed me too. I'm trying to remember kind of a paraphrase of what he said, but he was basically saying, and I've said this before too, when you're at a real Coco Fest, and now I'm paraphrasing, but it almost becomes like a Sophie's Choice. You have to choose. Do I want to stay at my booth? Do I want to stay in the exhibit area, or do I want to see a presentation? It's like you pick one, right? And you always feel like no matter what you're doing, there's something you would like to have done. So as fun and as great as Coco Fests are, I think everybody says, man, it went by real fast, and man, I wish I'd still have done this or done that, And so what Evan had suggested was maybe moving forward, we're assuming the world's going to get back to normal, and it has to, right? So let's say next year we have a normal Coco Fest. He said it'd be kind of a cool idea to maybe get the people who are going to be exhibitors or speakers and do some of these lightning talks like the week before. Let everybody see the short version of what they're going to talk about to kind of whet their appetite. And then they can say, oh yeah, there was 15 people who spoke, and I want to go and see, number 4 and number 8. And who you want to go talk to and learn more from. So kind of as a appetizer for Coco Fest is this kind of little deal, and I thought that was a great idea. And obviously not everybody's going to necessarily have the time or interest in doing it, but we'll throw that out there. Yeah, Bruce.
Well, I've been to a couple of Coco Fests, and part of the vibe at a physical Coco Fest that I felt is there's a lot of energy in the air. There's a lot of stuff going on, and it's kind of go, go, go.
Mm-hmm.
And I got that same vibe out of this virtual one. Now, I wasn't having to decide where to go. But,
right.
There was a lot of, like at the fest, there's so much to see. And I got the same feeling for our virtual one. And it was let's crank through it because we don't want to, draw it out too long. And I don't know, the vibe was really, really cool.
Okay.
I really loved it.
Cool. Yeah, Ron.
Yeah, we haven't replaced it. Is it still going to happen soon? Does anybody know?
That's up to
nature,
nature and the government, right? So,
we do have the other half of the year here.
Yeah. So the plan is everybody wants Coco Fest to still happen this year, and Lord willing, it will. So yeah, and if it does, I'm still going to go to the real Coco Fest, right? So,
it was a pretty good pacifier for the real thing. I thought it opened really kind of epic. I mean, starting out with the national anthems and then the MIDI song presentation, and it kind of got you fired up. And it never really, you went from one good project to another, back to back to back, and it was pretty amazing, really.
Cool.
It's hard to imagine that we had 6 hours?
Yep.
Yeah.
That we filled up, and that was really impressive.
Right.
Kansas Fest was planning on doing a virtual meeting this year, the Apple version, and honestly, I've watched all the presentations online before, and they wouldn't have much more than we do, and they've got a much larger community.
Wow. Real quick before the next person speaks, there's something else I forgot to announce. I mentioned in the announcements, but we have a brand new segment we want to unveil this week on the show too that we're going to call Question and Answer Time. And it was brought up by Mr. Dave. And Mr. Dave says, I'm going to paraphrase again, but it's like, sometimes even when I'm on the panel and I'm with this group of people, it's hard to get a word in edgewise to ask a question because people are talking. I don't want to interrupt. And he felt there was a barrier to entry to getting his questions asked. So what we've decided to do is to create an actual segment that's called Coco Q&A. So I want to throw that out there to you guys right now. If anybody has a question you would like to ask and hopefully have answered by somebody on the panel or somebody in the audience, it could be a newbie question, it could be a tech question, but we want you to know, Alan Huffman's raising his hand, I think, that... we want to make this a new segment on the show where you can ask a question and there's enough of talking heads here. Hopefully somebody will have the answer. Alan, were you waving your hand? Are you saying hi? What's going on there? You're muted. There you go.
According to the pop-up text, that's a clap.
Oh, that's a clap. Sorry, I just saw a hand. I'm not familiar with that. Okay, was that a round of applause there? Is that
yes?
Okay.
It gives me the choice of thumbs up or clap. So
yeah. Okay. Cool. And you're a guy, Alan, who has been to a Coco Fest or two, and matter of fact, your Coco Fest chronicles are being circulated right now to mass delight. So thank you for all you have done, and you had some kind words to say about the event. So thank you for that, Mr. Huffman. You're always appreciated, and cool stuff.
I wanted to mention a few from the chat here earlier on. David Lord said the stream had a good flow, talking about Coco Fest Live.
Okay. Yeah.
Terry Steen said it was awesome. Should be a tradition for 6 months after the fest for those who cannot attend.
Okay. Yeah. In the past, I have tried to stream directly from Coco Fests, and it's hard to do. I've done the best I could do with a laptop and a webcam and a microphone and things, and so we've tried to stream and cover the Coco Fest, and I think it's good. It's a good resource. But the other challenge, which is kind of what people have mentioned, what I have felt like for many years is I felt like I was a slave to the stream, where I had to sit there and be in the booth and stream the event and not really enjoy the event. So I wanted to make sure last year I wasn't trying to, have a booth or have anything to take me away from the social part of it. Yeah, Bruce.
Well, I wasn't able to attend last year, but our music man set up a
that was great.
Way up high that cover, and so a bunch of us, Nick Marentes and me and some other people, were just kind of watching, and we saw things going on, and it was all actually quite interesting. And then we could talk to people as they walked by because there was a speaker set up. So that was pretty cool too. And that that's not quite so. Well, it didn't. He just had to set it up.
It's not quite the same as the long-term commitment of sitting there for a live stream. It's more, and that was a great thing you did, Brian. Thanks for doing that. I think you did it at VCF Midwest this year too. Had some just streaming going on, and so just the camera in the sky type thing is kind of cool. Yeah, Ron Delvaux.
Well, the auction was something I missed. That's a good part of the show. Even though we probably couldn't do it here. If our group had, $52,000 worth of money set aside, we could open up accounts on Amazon, and then we could do
or eBay or whatever.
And look what you won.
Yeah, and I think a couple of guys from the Coco crew did that on Sunday. They just kind of did an impromptu thing where they were monitoring eBay things, and they did a live stream of John and Neil kind of checking out eBay listings and bidding on stuff. So that was actually a good idea, and I'm glad they did that. That did not occur to me at the time. I was trying to get so many things crammed in, but yeah, good idea. Another one too that I missed, that another segment I want to try to implement on the show, was the trivia contest, because we have Coco Trivia at Coco Fest, and something I want to try to test is a live trivia contest on the air. we got to try it because when people are watching us in the stream, there's a delay. So I'm not sure how well that's going to work, but I was going to think about doing something using a service called Kahoot, K-A-H-O-O-T, where you can get an app on your phone and you can like buzz in your answers as they show up on the screen. It's all through a website. So if I point them to a website and they open it up in a new tab, they should be able to see it in closer to real time and buzz in their answers. But I'd love to start bringing Coco trivia to the show, especially if we ever do another Coco Fest, because the auction and the trivia were also ones. And another thing too, somebody had suggested, why don't you guys keep the cameras rolling and everybody just go eat, and then we can have the Coco supper while everybody's eating supper, because that's another thing too, the dining experience of Coco Fest. And that's a great idea, but when you've been on the air for 6 hours, you know. So yeah, that's great. And the nice thing is the more suggestions we get, then we can try to implement. This makes everything better.
Some other comments from the chat here. A couple people, Tim Lindner and Paul Fitzgerald, both mentioning, don't forget to mention Tandy Assembly, which is still a go-ahead at this point.
Okay.
Paul is asking if maybe there's a chance of tying Coco Fest and TA together this year. One space dedicated for Tandy TR City, another space dedicated for the Coco. And then there was Terry Steen's asking, will we be using the new date each year or have two within 6 months of each other if Coco Fest does go ahead later this year? Are we still going to hold it around the May timeframe next year?
Yeah, that's really a question for the event coordinators.
I personally think we should, because this year, if we can have it, this is the 40th anniversary. This is a special occasion, so I think we should still.
Yes. Yeah.
Myself,
you know,
personally.
and I know when we had one of the Glenside meetings and we're trying to think, well, what would be an ideal date to have it, and to make sure it doesn't get in the way of the handful of other retro events that may or may not take place this year, like Kansas Fest was one and VCF was another. Remember, there's multiple VCFs, right? So there's Pacific Northwest, there's West, there's East, there's Midwest, there's tons of different VCFs, there's Kansas Fest, there's Tandy Assembly. So there's a bunch of retro events, and you want to plan it ideally to where this event is not going to be too close or conflict with another one you might want to attend to. But under the current circumstances, we're going to be lucky. I would say whenever we can have it, let's just have it, you know.
Yeah.
And if you're a Coco fan, you're going to go to Coco Fest. If I had to choose between Coco Fest, VCF Midwest, and Tandy Assembly, and they were all available, and I could only choose one, I would hands down choose Coco Fest, because Coco is my priority and the 40th anniversary and everything else, you know. So we might have to make some of those tough calls on which event to attend to this year, because we don't have this ideal disbursement of events throughout the year. We're going to be lucky to cram some in by the end, if, you know, Lord willing. So,
yeah, the time space that we have for all of these events keeps getting smaller and smaller as time progresses. So it's a tough call. I mean, it's almost too far ahead in the future right now to look to see, you know, which ones of any of these are actually going to run, depending on circumstances.
Last I heard, they're thinking of Coco Fest being around September, maybe. So that's what they're looking at.
Yeah.
Which is going to be right up against VCF Midwest at that point.
Right. And the whole thing is, and I'm not trying to be a naysayer here, but I think it's great to have a plan and put something on the calendar and say this is when we'd like to have it. But I think the reality, as we're all learning, everything about this situation is beyond the controls of us citizens. You know, it's up to the government, it's up to the virus, it's up to so many circumstances that even if we want to and we plan it and we book it, there's mitigating circumstances still may get in the way, right? So let's just pray for the best, and let's hope we can have all the events that we'd like to have this year, like Coco Fest and VCF Midwest and Tandy Assembly and you name it. We'll just have to wait and see how that plays out.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to get stuck in an elevator with virtual.
It's also not safe now.
Yeah, so make sure you have a mask and you make sure you're 6 feet away from me.
It would be tough for the Coco Cat to pop out of a Coco cake.
Yeah, know? Right. Like I said, that was one of I enjoyed looking at that Coco Fest video, even though the quality wasn't great. You got a feel for what it was like to be at a at a Rainbow Fest. That was what, the 1989 or was 86?
Those were the later, smaller ones.
Yeah, 86 Rainbow Fest. So I have never been to a real Rainbow Fest. So to watch that video and get a feel for what the real shows were like was kind of cool. And hearing some of the stories from those of you who were either at that event or other event, kind of vicariously, experiencing that was kind of cool. it would be hard for me to pick my favorite segment. Obviously, the national anthem kicking things off was the absolute best way to kick off that show, and Bruce nailed it out of the park. Having Blue Monday was great. That was already in the works because Darren was on the week before, and so, but it was just so great to kick off the show with that. And then
wait, Bruce nailed it out of the park.
Yes, knocked it out of the park. Yeah.
There you go.
Knocked it out of the park. Yeah. And then somebody
Make like a tree and get out of here.
Yeah, make like a tree and get out of here. Yeah.
Bruce hit a touchdown.
He hit a touchdown. That's right. And but it just kept going. So it was awesome. And by the way, Steve, we saw some footage from you at that Rainbow Fest. So that was kind of cool to see.
The 89 one in
see
Chicago.
Steve Bjork in the suit and tie looking all corporate.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. You got to put a costume on.
He sounds thrilled.
Yeah. No Hawaiian shirt back then, huh? So.
Actually, I've been wearing Hawaiian shirts since before I was working on the Coco, but I had to go corporate.
I was
speaking.
You wear it well.
Well, you did have the hair.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah. So the opening was great. Actually, the closing was great too. How Jim Brain gave us that peek inside his laboratory and all of his scopes and equipments and how he makes things and tests things. That was really cool to get that inside.
That was very cool.
That was the perfect ending to a perfect show, I thought. So,
the music video for Nightmare Highway was also.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
So we now play more music videos than MTV.
It doesn't take much.
Sad but true.
Yes.
CoCoTALK killed the video star.
All right. Well, how about we do this? We're gonna take a break. I have some new stuff to show you guys during the break. When we come back, we can finish more reminiscing of this past virtual Coco Fest and other Coco Fest for a few minutes. When we come back, we're also going to start a new segment that we call Coco Q&A, questions and answers. So if you're watching us live and you have a question, you got questions, we got answers, right? So we're going to try to answer that question for you live and on the air. And who is this? David Croker says, I've never been to a real Coco Fest before, but wanted to attend ever since high school in the late 80s. Last Saturday's virtual Coco Fest was a great intro for me. I want to go to a real fest even more now. Thanks all to the presenters and facilitators. Well, thank you, David, for saying that. And I couldn't agree more. It was a effort, right? It was a village. It took a village to raise that idiot, and the entire village came together, and we produced a really good idiot last week. So, awesome.
I'm proud to be a tater.
I am. All right. So new segments coming up, new breaks that we're going to break to right now. All new content for you. Exciting new content here on CoCoTALK. And when we come back, a few more Coco Fest discussions and a brand new question and answer segment after the break. So get ready to ask your question. The Color Computer Map is a community tool that lets you view your fellow coconuts all around the world. You can visit the map by going to map.cocotalk.live. This week, our new neighbor hails all the way from Switzerland, and it's none other than Norbert Schneider, who also goes by Alpin Grace on Discord. Hello, neighbor. Welcome back, everybody, to everyone's favorite CoCoTALK segment, Who's New on Discord this week, where we welcome all the new members to the Discord server. JCL joins us and says, Hi, it's Joe from Sydney, Australia. I've got a couple of Coco 1 and 2 computers and an MC10 I'm trying to get up and working. Sir Spork says, Hello there, my name is Oscar and I program for various retro computers, one of the most recent being the Dragon 32, which is quite similar to the Coco. I found the link as posted by Stevie Stroh in the Dragon 32 64 Owners and Users group on Facebook. Anchorman says, Hello everyone, my name is John and I'm into many different retro systems including the Mac, Amiga, Atari, and Coco. I have a Coco 3 that I picked up from Cloud9 and I'm interested in getting into programming on it. I've really enjoyed the YouTube channel, and I'm excited to join the Discord channel. ePooch says, Hey everyone, my name is Eric. I don't have a Coco, but I'm working on a Nitrous 9 port for a 6809 computer. I mostly have Apple II computers, but after learning some assembly, I like the 6809 much better. I'm working on a retro challenge project with Nitrous 9. Mr. Sequel says, I followed a link here from the Atari Age forums. Hello everyone, I know Bryza, and I think some other folks here too. Wrote software for the Coco back in the day, and games now for the Atari 2600. TJB Chris says, hey all, I'm Chris, and while the Coco 3 is my first and favorite computer, I'm very interested in all of the Tandy Radio Shack computer lines. After all these years, I'm still exploring my Coco and learning new things. I've got a YouTube channel dedicated mostly to Tandy computers. It's great to be here. I Chase Gnome says, hey everyone, my name is Gary. I'm a big fan of retro computers, older than what I grew up with in the 90s. I've got a Coco 2 and a Commodore CBM 8032. I'm currently having issues with my newly found Coco 2 and was hoping I could find some help here. I also plan to stick around because I love learning new things about vintage computers. I haven't checked out the YouTube channel yet, but I will, as it sounds like another great resource for information. Flutterball says, hey everyone, it's Mark from Toronto. Been busy reacquiring my old setup, a Coco 2 and 3 with an SDC, Mega Mini, mouse, and joysticks. Still need a high-res joystick interface, trying to build one of those from scratch, and a sound card. Was 9 when I got my first Coco and learned BASIC with it. Was always dumbfounded by how others were able to build such crazy good programs. When I could build games in BASIC, it could never compare. While I don't have tons of free time, I have 2 young kids, 3 and 7, I'm trying to finally understand assembly. Looking forward to learning. Cheers. Patrick T76 says, hey folks, Patrick from Australia here. Coco was my first computer and I've remained interested ever since, despite having decades-long hiatus. Delved back in maybe 4 years ago. I've been a slacker for the most part, but would very much like to pull my thumb out and do something creative on the machine sooner rather than later. Wrote a handful of simple games in BASIC when I was about 7, but sadly have never completed anything since. TTU Dude 9396 says, I'm new to this platform, but figured this would be a great way to learn it. I've got a vintage Coco 1 with an MPI, Coco SDC, DriveWire, and Coco Max. Like many, I got my first Coco at age 12 for Christmas. It was a family gift, but quickly became my computer in my room. By the time I was a senior in high school, I had a Gemini 10X printer, an Amber monitor, and a single disk system. This was my gaming, programming, and word processing platform through high school. At graduation, I got a Tandy 1000 SX and started working on my engineering degree. Last spring, discovered the active community on Facebook, and I'm an active CoCoNet again. My kids think I've lost it. Welcome to the community. Cheers. All right, brand new segment / commercial break. Almost made me think about, hi, I'm Casey Kasem, and this dedication goes out to TJ Chris 69 on Discord, who says my favorite computer was a Coco.
I don't think my friends outside the community get it either.
Coast to
you're
coast.
into old computers?
Yeah. Country to country, actually, because we got Casey Kasem here in Australia too.
Oh man. Yeah, so we had a lot of people join Discord this week, and that kind of gave me the idea. Let's start giving shout outs. Since I done a video to promote how to join the Discord server, what it looks like, we want to make sure you guys have access to chatting to people, asking questions, getting information, building relationships and stuff like that. Anybody else had anything you wanted to feedback on or just comment about the last week's virtual Coco Fest or anything else?
I have one quick question. All the Discord joins we have, was that because of the fest, do you think? Because we had so many people watching
honestly,
the live stream?
Well, 1 or 2 said they saw me. I promoted it. I made a video. I promoted it on the mailing list and in a few Facebook groups. So 1 or 2 people mentioned they saw it on Facebook. So other than that, I'm not sure. We always get a few people per week, but this past week we had a decent chunk of people. So I'm hoping that number increases because Discord is just a great resource, right? It kind of fills the void of a forum, and it's a kind of a hybrid of a IRC chat, forum, and Facebook. It's not, none of them are perfect, but Discord seems to be organized fairly well enough to where you can discuss things in different compartments, as far as hardware or serial ports or programming, things like that.
It's definitely the most active Coco discussion spot.
Yeah,
that and Facebook, I would say.
Yeah,
you can kind of pick what you want to see. Like on the mailing list, you get everything. If you're not interested in, maybe, or it's overdone. But this, you just pick the channel and go. I really like Discord for that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm not technical, so 95% of what happens in Discord I don't even look at. I just have everything collapsed, And so I look at the ones that deal with CoCoTALK. So if you watched a show and you want to interact with us throughout the week, we have a room in there that's called News Topic Suggestions. And that's where if there's something you want us to talk about on the news, just drop a link and we'll cover it in the news. If you have a topic for the show, throw it in there. If you got a suggestion for the show. So that's been kind of the place I've been asking people to feed us content to cover it. We can kind of crowdsource that. Were you going to ask a question, Bruce?
Well, no, I was just going to add a comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, those channels that you collapse, those technical channels, every once in a while I pop in there and like in the assembly channel or something, and I'll toss a question out like, how exactly do you do this or that? And like the guys are so generous to help me out with that. It's so and quickly, and it's amazing how many problems that has solved, programming problems that solved for me in a quick fashion. That
every time you
really work.
Yeah, whenever you're chopping your hand down, Bruce, you're kind of making a thudding noise with your microphones. They sound like Judge Judy there. So, yeah, I mean, just to name drop, right? So if you're using the cross assembler, which is called LW Tools or LW ASM, right? So that LW stands for Lost Wizard. The Lost Wizard is none other than William Astle, and William's in there. Right, so if you have a question on how to use the LW assembler or how to use the LW tools to cross-compile assembly from your PC to your CoCo, the guy who made it is there. You get direct access to that person, right? So,
well, not only that, Stevie, but the fact he's made a compiler means he really knows this stuff, and half the time he's the first guy who answers my question. On anything, really. Yeah, he's active. It's amazing. Yeah. It's awesome.
Oh, hey, TJB, Chris, if I did that wrong, I thought I copied and pasted from Discord. I don't know if you showed up with that number in Discord. I might have to do an amendment next year. He's asking why was there a 69 after his name. I don't know. I thought that was there. Maybe that's how he showed up in Discord. It's a great resource, and we could sit here and pat ourselves on the back for how awesome Discord is, but really you just got to find it can be intimidating, right? Because there's so much information, there's so much content, it can almost be overwhelming. So hopefully to lower that barrier to entry, I've created an easy to remember link. So you go to discord.cocotalk.live. That will give you a link to join the Discord server. I've also created a YouTube video showing you how to sign into Discord and how to get on the server and what it looks like, right? So we're hoping to make that easier for people to get there. And again, it can be a tool, like Bruce says. You can ask very specific, detailed, technical questions and get those answers. It can just be a way to socialize. So it can be a resource, a tool, a social thing. You get out of it what you put into it. So we definitely want to make sure people use that.
And it allows you to both textually chat where you can get an answer like the day later when you have time for it. You can do live video and audio chats. You can demonstrate programs for other people to see. You can share files back and forth between people and pictures.
Screen sharing. Yeah. Yep. Bruce, you just acknowledging, or you're trying to say something?
No. Is Terry Steggy still on here? Where are you, Terry?
Terry.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Yeah,
Bruce helped me this last week with Phoenix IDE, and we did that. We did a live screen share, and it was awesome. Answered my question. I felt like a moron after I figured out what I was doing wrong, but I appreciated it, Bruce.
Yeah. Well, you see, what you did, you sent me a file. Hey, maybe you could look at this and all that, and I just said, well, let's just do it live, right?
We'll do it live,
right? You just throw it up on the screen, and I think 2 minutes? 2 minutes we had it figured out, so it was pretty awesome.
Yeah, the light bulb came on immediately, and I felt like an idiot.
The ability to kind of connect in real time and share information and solve problems, that's something you can't quite do on Facebook, right? So Facebook is a great place to post things and have conversations, but you can't do like a live connection and screen share via Facebook. So this is a great tool, and so we have seen when Chet Simpson was working on Digger, there were times where he would be on voice at night. We'd have like 5 people all talking. It's like, hey, you guys want to see something? And he would just show us his work in progress as he was working on Digger 3. And we kind of got to see some insider peeks of things on Discord. So you never know. But Discord's kind of like Vegas too, right? So when you're in voice chat, what happens in Discord stays in Discord, right? So sometimes depending on the hour of the evening and who's on, some
the amount of alcohol consumed,
right? So
and Discord. In Discord, you've made it into the group, and people know you and like you when they start insulting you.
That's what you keep saying, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's really well, you could look at Discord as being an extension of the show, but Discord is really a tool for the community. This show is an extension of the community, so it's all kind of self-serving, you know. But yeah, a lot of us regulars are on Discord just chatting it up, just being social, just talking in group conversations throughout the evenings, talking about God knows what, right? So
but I want to add in,
it's David, like
David is a glutton for punishment. He's on almost all the time in the chat. And he's one of our favorite guys to poke at. Especially if you get out that cloth and polishes the top of his head.
Go ahead, James.
One of the things about Discord, if you think about it, it's like a lot of the conversations that would happen at CoCoFest on the side. You know, all the people that you would meet there, you get to talk to any day,
right?
Not just one time a year.
That's true, because you can plan side projects and all kinds of things on.
Yeah, well,
there,
Rick Adams has had several side projects come to life and reach fruition through interfacing on Discord. And Discord was an evolution from a Skype, an ongoing Skype message that we had from the early days of CoCoTALK. And I just remember saying, man, this is getting out of control. There's just so much stream of consciousness conversation here. It's hard to follow. It's not a thread. Why don't we set up something a little bit more organized? And people are like, oh, I don't want to do it. It's another piece of software. I don't want to learn it. Blah, 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 blah. You know, another barrier to entry. But eventually it became the tool that everybody's using, and it's a valuable resource to the community. And it's like everything else. Things just kind of happen and they get better over time. Yeah, Mark D.
Hey, I was going to say Discord has been great in that, let's see, we've been doing it 3 years. We started the beginning of April of 2017. And I've only met David Ladd in person twice, CoCoFest last year and the year before. I've met Mikey, both those CoCoFests. I met him down in California twice at VCF West. So, 4 times there. But chatting with David and Mikey here, I get to know them really well. I know about their lives, about their families, what they're interested in, where they work. And so...
It's a good thing? Just want to make sure.
Well, maybe not with Ladd.
Well, and plus, don't forget, you also enjoyed the time in the elevator with us, too.
That is true. But I've gotten to know David really well. I mean, I know him as well as a lot of other people I know in real life that I meet regularly in real life, and that's just spending, maybe a few evenings a week chatting on Discord,
I've probably talked to David more than I've talked to friends that live 5 blocks away.
Well, why don't we put
about your friends?
Why don't we put this to the test? Let's put this to the test right now. We're gonna debut a brand new segment of live questions and answers. So we're gonna let the viewers at home and the panel get ready to ask a question and see if we can get an answer for you. So here we go. Cue new infographic, because this is a professional show, folks. It's time for everyone's favorite news segment on CoCoTALK, Coco Q&A. That's where you get to ask us questions, and hopefully we'll have an answer for you. Got a question? We've got answers. All right. It don't get no better than that, folks. I spent hours and hours and hours working on that for you.
It needs another hour.
It's not done. Put it back.
Or two. Needs more cowbell.
All right. So this, Jim Brains has a question. How quickly will the show end?
We're trying to beat last week's record.
So here's our community Q&A. Right now, if you got a question, submit your question either on the panel or in the audience, and then hopefully somebody here will have an answer. Anybody on the panel have a question right now?
I have one quick one.
Go ahead, Curtis.
How many total views do we have on last week's live CoCoFest?
That's a great question, Curtis. I'm going to go to my producer in the booth. Let's see here. Episode 156. 29th annual virtual CoCoFest, somewhere around 630 views on the YouTube replay. I have not looked at Facebook views or podcast downloads, and I also know that we peaked at somewhere around almost 90 live viewers, which is on par for an in-person event. Tandy Assembly CoCoFest usually have between 80 to 120 people, so we were in that ballpark for a virtual event. So I'd say not bad.
Cool.
Terry Steen has question number 1, and his question is,
Tell me why did Tandy do that?
yeah, but that's a little too inside, a little insider there, kind of a barrier to entry on that one, Terry. So you might want to rephrase that question in the form of an answer. Explore VR says, "Hey, CoCoTALK, question: how are we all doing today?" Yes,
Tired in my case.
Retro Innovation says, "I've always said, you've got questions, we've got blank stares." All right, so
did you guys see what I posted back in '84? There was talk about Tandy picking up the Dragon.
Yes, I saw that. I actually put that in the newsroom for Curtis to possibly pick up on it. I don't know if that's in Curtis's thing.
I don't know if I got that one or not. I was trying to blurtily go through them all here, and I might have missed that one.
Yeah. So frame it for us again, Ron. What was the setup there?
Back in the day, Tandy had thought about picking up the Dragon because it was floundering. It was talk that was centered somewhere around in, I guess, in UK.
When you say Tandy at that point, would that have been like Intertan or the European Tandy versus the American Radio Shack Tandy to pick
They
it
never
up?
said.
Okay.
They never said. It was in that, that book that was published before the other one.
Not the Boise book, but the other one. The
other one. It was in that.
Okay.
In the 1984 section.
Okay.
In the PDF, I was just looking through it, and it said there were rumors that Tandy was going to pick up the Dragon because they weren't doing well. And I thought, gosh, there's a thought, that could conjure up some questions or thoughts about what exactly Tandy would have done to the case or to the product itself, or would it have been like the TDP, another iteration?
What could have been interesting? Yeah, I don't remember that particular publication, but that would be interesting. The basic was almost the same, licensed through Microsoft. The hardware was almost identical. So I hear Terry Steen says, okay, here's a real question. How many people use real hardware? Some may never have used a PC or Raspberry solution. So on the panel, who's using real Coco hardware? Sound it off. Okay. We have Marco, we have L. Curtis, Robert Allen, Jason the Coco Man, Brian Schubing, Rick Adams, Terry Steggy. It looks like almost everybody on the panel, right? D. Bruce Moore, Patrick Euland.
I have the real hardware, but I develop mostly through a cross-platform PC thing. But I do end up on the hardware, so yeah.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah.
Same here.
Al Hartman saying I do.
And in fact, keeping up a CoCoFest tradition, I blew up 2 separate pieces of real hardware last week.
I never became a hardware guy. It scares me.
Yeah.
For doing that, you're going to do some serious jail time.
Well, I fixed them both, so we're good now.
Okay.
Mandelio 420 says me. I have real hardware. Canadian Retro Thing says real hardware, if at all possible. Yeah, and that might be that's a kind of a good subject to really broach on. Is there a wrong way to Coco? My answer would be no. I mean, Coco, you do Coco. Mandelio says I use VCC for testing. I think a lot of people are using emulators for cross development or testing purposes. Real hardware, if you got it. Seems like the panel has an overwhelming majority of real hardware owners here. It doesn't make you any less of a Coco nut if you don't have the machine, right? But if you are, to me, my barrier to entry in using real hardware is the space, right? Just the logistical, where am I going to put the Coco? What am I going to connect it to? How much room do I need on my desk? And the plugs and the video outputs and inputs. And it's a whole plethora of accoutrements to integrate your Coco into your PC world. So sometimes that is a challenge too, when not just not having the hardware, but how do I hook it up? David,
exploding VGA connectors.
Yeah, Dave's raising his hands. Mr. Dave 6809.
Yeah, I have a question that would be directed to Steve Bjork. We were speaking last week, and you said when you were developing your games, you had an engine available to help you kind of put the game together. Could you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, over the years, I created a game engine. I kept adding to it, but it was basically, it was a core. It was an operating system for games. And then I just keep adding and adding a little bit here, a little bit there. Rampage was definitely in a time when the engine was really came to its own, didn't have to do much work to it. And I was able to do Rampage in 30 days.
Wow.
Yeah, Tandy was having a lot of software come in late. So they started putting a bonus in the contract. If you could get it done by some realistic date, they paid you extra. I was the only one to ever collect that bonus.
Unrealistic. That's a very Tandy thing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's just like, well, if you get it done 30 days.
Okay, I have a question. I see a diagram behind David O'Connor there. I have no idea what in Sam Hill that is there. So yeah,
that's the whiteboard version of my original composite Coco 1 mod.
I think it's great though that Mr. Dave is able to ask a question of Steve Bjork. He's here in the community and he can tell us, what he did back in the day. We have Rick Adams. So the great thing about the community is it's a cross section of, some of the pioneers as well as some of the people. We're all over the place. Some of us are just fanboys or consumers or whatever, but we all love this machine and the fact that there's a diverse group of us with various skill sets and interests and experiences. It all comes together to make this melting pot just so much more awesome,
It actually sounds like Mr. Dave is following up on something that happened in one of our Discord chats one evening.
Ah.
I will mention too on the hardware versus emulator thing too. I mean, especially nowadays that the cost of getting a Coco 3 and even finding one is getting rare and much more expensive. And even the Coco 1s and 2s are going up in prices that some people just can't afford them right now. So they get back into the hobby maybe from when they were kids or whatever now, or even, people that are just started in retro collecting and stuff and are just getting, knowledge of all these new old machines. And they'll go into the emulators first, and then eventually when they can afford it or find one, they'll pick up the actual hardware. But I've been seeing, like, especially on the Amigos Discord server where they're, doing Spectrums and all kinds of stuff, they're doing the same thing, where a lot of the newer people coming to their community are running on the emulators because that's all they can find at the moment or can afford at the moment.
And the other thing too is we have people developing parts and like that. And essentially, you're going to be able to put together a real Coco with the stuff that's coming up.
Yeah,
definitely. The other thing too with the emulators versus the hardware. I mean, I've always programmed on the hardware because it's all I had up until recently. But now, learning about emulators and having emulators on my phone and emulators on my laptop and whatnot. Being able to actually move the cursor around on the screen to edit when you're actually, when you're coding, that's a real time saver, for me. Although I have to say, I'm about to get into Basic 09, so I do believe, Curtis, that you can actually move the cursor around on the screen.
Like a full screen editor, you mean?
No, like say if you want to edit line 250 or something like that. You can't remember which line exactly it was, so you do list minus 300, then you go way back and go, oh yeah, it was line 250. Whereas in an emulator or something like that, you can just move your cursor up and down the screen directly. You don't have to type in edit 250 and then go through and edit the line manually.
Mm-hmm.
So emulators are really useful for that.
Right, but was your question to Curtis, does Basic 09 have a full screen editor like you'd have on a PC?
The question there was
scrolling.
With Basic, moving your cursor
up and down. Yeah,
moving your cursor on the screen directly to go to the point that you want to edit without having to type in an edit command.
WYSIWYG.
Yeah, I just use like VED or another text or another window and just do my editing there, and it's just reload the program in Basic 09. So.
Yeah. I think maybe I haven't rephrased the question that right, but on the real hardware, if you're running ECB or DECB or whatever, if you typed in your program, you're working in Basic, and you realize you've made a mistake, you can't just use the arrow keys to move.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. You don't have that in real Basic, right?
Right, and Basic 09 not only doesn't have line numbers, but you can just scroll up and down. It's very much what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, plus you got in Basic 09, you've got searches too. So if you're searching for a variable, you can put / and then the name of the variable, and it'll just hunt the next one. You just keep searching through to find it too. You don't even have to know where in the code it is.
Yeah, cool.
Well, you got to remember with all these systems, even the color computers, line editing for Basic, and the assembler like that, they were all designed to output control codes to a terminal to move it around on the screen. That's why they've got the weird commands. And if you're familiar with mainframes, no problem using those commands. It's what you use all the time. Now, when I was started on some of the early games, I found a way to take the assembler, it's outputting that routine that outputs to the screen. It would also send it to RS-232 port on the back, the bitbanger port. That was connected up to a 80 column terminal. So while I was programming, I had 80 by 24 screen, and it did everything perfectly up there.
Interesting. We have a question from Facebook coming from Cristiano Gionco. Is there a new project about adventure games on the Coco? Is anybody aware of a current or future adventure game for the Coco?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, what I would say,
unless Bruce is it that new game you're working on? Is that an adventure or is it something different?
Well, my stuff is always kind of doesn't quite fit in the box, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing I'm working on does definitely have adventure game elements.
Okay. Yeah. And what I would also say, Cristiano, is that if you're familiar with Jim Gary and the MC10 group, Jim Gary ports, a couple dozen games per day to the MC10 and Coco, and those cross a plethora of genres. So I'm sure Jim Gary has continuously adding text adventure type games and dungeon crawl type games on his channel. So I would say check out the MC10 group on Facebook. And
There's actually a ton of questions going through the YouTube chat. Or do you want to?
Yeah, please, by all means, please.
All right, first one from Retro Innovations. This is going back a little bit. Though the Apple II was much more expensive, and the TI got a bad reputation, I think Atari and Commodore were cheaper than the Coco options, and I think we were all dirt poor back in the day. Of those options, the Coco definitely lacked a bit in the video and audio department, and more games seemed to be released for the Atari and the Commodores. Thus, of those who bought Cocos back in the day, why? Was it because a family member decided computers should come from an electronics store, or was there other reasons for getting one?
Great question. Why did you choose the Coco? All right.
Yeah.
Anybody want to give their answer to that?
Mine was incredibly simple. I was a Commodore user and was learning how to do all these things on my VIC-20, and I wandered into a Radio Shack while my grandmother was shopping next door and played on that really crappy gray computer with the stupid keyboard, and it was okay. But I made friends with them because I was there pretty much every weekend that my grandmother went next door, and they called me and said, "Hey, we've got something called Extended Basic you need to come see." And it had magical commands that would draw circles and lines and boxes and play music. So even though I gave up all these colors and programmable graphics, I had a computer that I could sit there and type a couple of lines and actually do something with. So it's kind of like having a great sports car, but you can't ride it on the roads. I gave up my sports car for something I could actually use and do things with.
Oh, that's a great analogy. Right. That is awesome.
Yeah. And that's exactly the reason I got it too, because I tried the basic commands in the Radio Shack store in 1981, and I'd used the Apple II at school before that, where you could draw dots, you could clear the screen, or you could draw lines, and that was pretty well it for graphics commands. So same experience.
And the other thing about it was, they were at these Radio Shack stores, which were everywhere. And I remember looking on their wall at the 10 programs they sold, thinking, "Oh, this is where I need to be writing software. There's absolutely no software for this. I could be a millionaire."
Like
and
Rick
then I
Adams.
found out about Rainbow Magazine.
Well, that's the point. The Coco was a better computer. It didn't have the sprites, but it did have Extended Basic, where the Commodore had a pile of pokes, and it had Disk Basic, where the Commodore had a standalone computer that pretended to be a disk drive. And I just fell into the Coco because it was a better computer, and that's what I wanted. I didn't need a video game machine.
Yeah, and I should have gotten a Commodore 64, but it was $600 at the time, and I got my Coco for $300. So there was just a huge financial barrier for me moving up with Commodore, and most of the people I know that got Commodore 64s got them later and did not pay $600 for them.
Sure.
Two of the reasons Two of the reasons for
Go ahead,
two of the
Dave.
reasons I ended
I
up.
wanted to get an MC.
Okay, let David O'Connor go.
Oh,
and
sorry,
then,
David.
That's okay. David O'Connor, go ahead.
Two of the reasons I got my original Coco one was before that. I was working on strictly monochrome computers. I was working on the Dick Smith System 80, which was a Z80 based a clone of the original TRS 80, and then the Microbeat, which was also a monochrome computer. And a friend of mine had a VIC 20 at the time, and it had color, and it was like, yeah, you had to type in and poke that to get it to do anything, but you could get color on the screen and reasonable sound and all the rest of it. And I discovered the CoCo. I thought, hey, this thing's got color too. And being a hardware guy as well, it's got plenty of I/O options. You can pack together mods and hardware things and get, as was mentioned earlier, you can get the thing to actually do things reasonably easily compared to some of the other computers around at the time. It was quite an efficient, quick computer to program.
Interesting, right?
What Ellen said reminded me of when Dale and I originally looked at what was available for the color computer, and we took a look at Dino Wars, and we said, I think we can probably do a little bit better than this.
You were right.
Mine's really simple. That's what they bought us for Christmas, and we liked it.
Things still going, yeah, yeah.
I've got there's a comment from James Jones responding to this question as well, and he says, for me, it was an inexpensive way to get a computer up that I could run OS 9 on. Performance was obnoxious, but I couldn't afford the good hardware.
Interesting. For me, it was, part of it was I hung out at my local Radio Shack, so it was in a strip mall. It was next to our big grocery store, which was Publix in South Florida. That was also my first part-time job, was working at Publix. Unfortunately, not the one close to me. But so I would, walk home or walking around the neighborhood riding my bike. I would go to Radio Shack ever since I was a kid, because even before computers, Radio Shack had stereos and cassette tapes and speakers and all the stuff a technophile would be interested in. So I was kind of like the Radio Shack groupie anyways, as the annoying kid. And the neat thing about Radio Shack was that the store managers and sales guys, they kind of let you just hang out. They didn't say, hey, go away, kid, you bother me, right? So you could kind of hang out at Radio Shack. I don't know that you could have done that at Sears. You couldn't have just hung out at Sears all day and played on the Atari 800 that was on display there. There wasn't an Apple store at the time and they hang out somewhere and play with this Apple and learn how to use it. So I was already a Radio Shack groupie. The TRS-80, before it was called the Model 1, came out, and watching Dancing Devil, and I'm like, oh, this is so cool. So I got into the computers there. So it was just like where I was and what I saw, and the fact they would let me play with these things for literally years before I could afford to buy one. I put mine on layaway because I finally got a part-time job when I was 14, and I was making, weekly payments on my CoCo till I could pay it off. And so it was just a perfect storm of location, opportunity, and access and interest in that supporting, nurturing environment. I was already programming before I owned a computer because I was messing around with the CoCo in the store, and it was a cool environment to do that in. So that's how I ended up CoCoing,
Hey, did anybody ever put a 6502 cartridge in a CoCo so they could program on it?
But why?
I know.
Nobody would ever
the other way around,
do
though,
that,
didn't
Ron.
they?
Yeah.
Nobody would ever do that.
Yeah, you might as well just shoot yourself in the foot. It's about the same.
That would be a viable alternative.
Yeah. So, great question.
Like
great
taking
question.
a Volkswagen engine and sticking in a Porsche.
Yeah, exactly.
Like how it looks.
Right. Well, go ahead.
I have a question.
Grant Leedy, ladies and gentlemen.
So I was trying to play Double Back yesterday. Is there something out there that because I have an original CM8 that will allow us to play color on these older games that show up black and white on a CM8?
Yes.
The Switcheroo is one of them.
Henry Reitfeld's published it's basically the old Spectral Associates RGB patch program, which basically it looks through the program and then modifies it to run in P mode 3 or P mode 1 or something, and then changes the palette to match fairly closely, so you can get the basic colors back on.
I tried to use that on Donkey King. It didn't work.
It doesn't work and everything. If the game's too big, it can't fit it in at the same time its little modifier program's running. Those you have to patch manually.
Yeah, a matter of fact, when we were doing the Game On Challenge, Henry Reitveld and a lot of people were playing the Coco 3 patch version of Double Back, and it had different alternate palettes where there was a yellow color on the screen and a few things like that. It actually looked kind of cool. So, so Grant, you're basically saying, how do you take a game that uses artifacts and make it show colors on an RGB screen?
Right.
If you're using an actual CM8, not the switcheroo. So, yeah, it would have to be patched. Right, and there was
the old Spectral Associates program called RGB Patch was a little runtime thing, a TSR basically. You load it in the background, then you load the other game. It slows down the load because it's hunting for where it's writing to the VDG. And the code changes the mode, changes the palettes, and then runs it. Doesn't work on everything, but it probably works on like 70-80% of the games.
All right,
Doesn't it
Where do you
drop
find that?
Also, Tandy had a standard that if you held down the clear key, it's supposed to go into a mode that will work in Europe on PAL, which will then, of course, work on the CM8.
Yeah, and if you set your palettes ahead of time on a Coco 3, you can actually change them to the proper artifact colors in those cases.
Right, you use the palette command, so you could kind of self-patch it through BASIC if you run the palette statements. And so some people have made basically. I know Jason, the Coco Man, had sent me a disk image where he created his own loader that would take Temple of Rom and set the palettes where I could hit the factory version of Temple of Rom, where I could then hit the clear key and it would then be pre-palletized in P mode, 3 mode, or whatever it was. Pete Willard in the live chat on YouTube is saying, when the Coco came out, I was working for DEC. That's Digital Equipment Corporation, for those who don't know. DEC used to take over old mall stores, so we had a Radio Shack 2 doors down. So I would take breaks at the Radio Shack and loved messing around. Was going to get a TRS-80 Beast, and then the Coco just made more sense. Saved up 6 months for it. Yeah, that's probably what I spent saving up for my Coco.
Yeah, same here, actually.
Yeah. Well, I'd say this for our first time doing this segment, I'd say this was good, right? So, I mean, obviously we're a live show, and at any time anybody can ask a question, but we're not always in a position to see it and answer it if we're in the middle of a segment or whatever, stream of consciousness. So, yeah, we'll try to do this more often, and we'll try to promote this now, where if you got a question, save it up for next week, and we'll try to get to it on the air.
Yeah, there's a few others I did see there that actually they're discussing in the chat that we can save for next week, or we can do
go
right
ahead,
now.
Curtis. If the people are here, let's answer. This is the people's show. Let's let the people speak.
Okay, this was a question from Mikey, and he says, serious question. How many people use DriveWire? If not, why? What are the barriers to entry, and how can they be lowered?
Good question. DriveWire. DriveWire is the thing we love to pretend that we hate. Ron Delvaux, you have an answer to the question or a comment? You're muted, Ron.
I use it.
So Ron Delvaux uses it?
Yeah, I have SDCs in the house, and out in my observatory, I have DriveWire hooked up to a PC out there, so I don't have to keep taking my SDC back there.
So, Ron, would you label yourself as a tech-savvy user? Or would you say you're a casual user?
He's tech-savvy.
I use mine every day.
But as far as your skill level on using things like DriveWire, would you say you're a super technical person?
No, not really. I just, when it first came out, it was DriveWire 3, and I got it working then, which I thought was fabulous, because when you get something going, it's like, I don't know, it just makes you real confident that you could do just about anything,
Yeah,
So when 4 came out, I thought, oh, cool, this has neat new features, and now Mikey has his stuff, which I'd kind of like to get into.
Right. Well,
ASCII stuff.
Yeah, I was just kind of setting you up because if you were able to do it and you didn't have a steep learning curve and you were able to get it going, that should be encouragement for other people who, you don't want to have this stigma of you have to be a Linux user, assembly coder, hacker to get this thing up and running. So if somebody like you or me could get it going, then hopefully anybody could, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Nick Marotta.
I guess I have more of a follow-up question. So how does that complement? I know the SDC supports it. How does it complement the SDC? What benefits do you get adding DriveWire to your setup?
I think I've got a bit of a potential answer to that question.
Go ahead, David O'Connor.
Yeah, I've got 4 Cocos. So I've got 2 Coco 3s and 2 Coco 1s, and I've only got 2 Coco SDCs. And I haven't yet set up DriveWire, but I do intend once I've finished all the studio reconfiguration working on the new album.
Thank you.
I want to
yes,
do
you're
at
too
least.
kind, and thank you.
I want to use at least on at least one or two songs, use all 4 computers running at once, connected up to the synthesizers to do all sorts of pretty fancy stuff. So I've got 2 options basically with 2 STCs and 4 CoCos. I can either use the STCs in 2 of them and the other 2 use tape or disc or something. I don't have any disc drives. So if I've got a program, say I've got a program for all 4 computers on one SD card, I can then, I believe I can actually then link up all the computers with DriveWire and take, one of the programs I might have on one of the SD cards, I can put that on DriveWire instead and send it to the other computers as well. So I don't have to then have 4.
Almost sounds like you're talking about Coco networking here.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. David, Mr. Dave, are you raising your hand because you want to chime in?
Yeah. I was going to talk to Mikey about the DriveWire. Now, I put a Raspberry Pi on my Coco 2, and I was communicating using the Bitbanger port internally just by some soldered wires. But I should definitely probably upgrade to DriveWire and have. I mean, there's a lot of empty space in the Coco. I mean, you could put half a dozen Raspberry Pis or single board computers. So I should really get on the DriveWire train and.
Yeah. I'll give you my 2 cents on what. And so for me, DriveWire is that thing I love to make fun of. And so Mikey says, Mikey said there's a lot of DriveWire hate on the show, and nobody hates DriveWire. There's just things we love to make fun of, like the MC10. We don't hate the MC10. We just love to make fun of it, right? So DriveWire is one of those things we love to make fun of, and OS 9, right? Because it's just they're over the head of the average casual Coco user, right? So it's easy to poo-poo the things that you don't understand, right? And it's fun, right? But for me, and I'm not even a serious developer. I'm just doing it basic. But this is kind of touching on what David O'Connor's saying, and other people, the benefits of using real hardware or not. When you can type your code in on your computer using a real keyboard and on a screen where you can read what you're doing and scroll through what you're doing, there's tremendous value to doing that, right? And as a matter of fact, I think I got a soundbite for that. I think it's
with rising entertainment cost, that's a real bargain.
That's right. So and so to be able to tie that into your computer, one way to do it is through DriveWire, right? So Rick Adams is doing cross assembly where he's typing in his code on a text-based editor and then building that over to run either on an emulator or on a real PC. So Nick Marotta, you're saying, well, how does it complement, or how is it different, or what's the difference between the Coco SDC and DriveWire? Coco SDC requires the SD card to physically be in the Coco, and sometimes we need to pull the SD card out and copy things to it from our PC and back and forth in that whole SD card shuffle. You can still boot to your Coco SDC, not have an SD card, mount a DriveWire disk that's on your computer, and then you can access that disk from a PC editor and your Coco. And so you could update your code on your PC, press a button, and then boom, run your code on your real hardware over DriveWire and never have to swap SD cards. And that's kind of where I'm at now. I have a hybrid solution where I actually set up a Wi-Fi SD card that I could update contents on through my PC, but it's still a little bit hacky, and there are some inconveniences to it. And so I'm looking for the holy grail where I can type on my computer, I can edit my code on my computer and still test it and run it on real hardware. And I think DriveWire is going to do that for me. And I'm actually in the process right now. I ran out of time, but I'm actually testing the current Pi DriveWire on my computer. I've got the serial cable, I've got the USB RS-232 TTL DriveWire setup going on right now. And hopefully in the next day or two, I'll be able to do that. And then we'll be able to bring that to the show and show how it works, right? So
I was just going to bring that up. Like the Wi-Fi based SD cards to me is kind of a similar solution. I mean, DriveWire offers a bunch of other things too. You can print through it, you can run MIDI through it, and you can go through the internet through it.
Get on bulletin board systems.
Yeah.
Right.
But I was going to ask you, Steve, since you're actually fiddling with it, is there issues with the Wi-Fi SD cards that DriveWire solves, or are they basically equal, just two different methods of doing it?
So the quote-unquote issue with the Wi-Fi SD card is the minute I touch it on my PC, it becomes read-only on the CoCo. So let's just say I needed to make a real quick change on line 10. Instead of saying x equals 5, I want to say x equals 6. And I edit 10 and I say x equals 6. Well, that's great. But if I want to save that back to the disk from my CoCo, I can't because my PC touched the card. The CoCo is now in read-only mode. I get an I/O error. So I would have to go back, edit on my PC, and save it and push it down to the SD card. Not the end of the world, but sometimes I want to do a quick fix on my CoCo and write back to the same disk image, and I can't. So it becomes a tug of war. So small problem, but still, if you're looking for the holy grail, I'm thinking DriveWire is going to end up becoming my holy grail once I know how to use it properly.
Okay.
So.
Is that a Windows issue or is that an SD card Wi-Fi
I'm
issue?
not exactly sure. David Ladd might know. I don't know if it's a limitation of the Wi-Fi SD card firmware or if it's a Windows file lock issue. I'm not sure.
Because I know, like, when I'm running VCC and doing stuff with emulators here, if I'm doing it in Windows, then yeah, it locks the thing out and I can't write to it, at the same time from the Windows side as I can from the CoCo side on the emulator. But if I do it on the Mac, I can't. I can write to it while I'm running it at the same time and literally do changes immediately. So
unfortunately, I don't know the actual culprit, but it is a small barrier that I would love to have two-way real-time read-write access to a disk image on my computer and my CoCo at the same time. Ron Delvaux, go ahead.
Yeah, there's something else that's neat about DriveWire. It has multiple drives. So if I throw disk program to view files, like if I wanted to show a bunch of files, I can put them on all different disks, in different drives and run the program and go to the next drive, and have a slideshow of all kinds of you can't do that on the SDC. Every time you show something on the SDC, you're stuck with drive 1. That's it.
No, SDC has, the SDC
you'd have to press a button.
0 and 1.
You'd have to press the button to switch disks. But
so where does one get more information on the DriveWire? Because I've been doing the SDC swap or the SD card swap for 3 years, and I did it while I was developing Timberman, and it sucks.
Well, I would say hopefully. Well, number one, to go all the way back, Discord is one place to go, right? There should be a DriveWire under the communications category. That's one place to have chats. You have Ron Klein and Mikey Furman who are working on PyDriveWire. So Mikey's developing it. Ron Klein is the one who's extensive tester and the integrator into the CoCoPi image. Those are two great resources. And myself, I'm hoping to take the idiot abroad version to this, where if I can learn how to use it, then any idiot can. So I ran out of time this weekend, but hopefully by next week, I hope to be able to show off a video on how I got PyDriveWire up and running and how I can cross develop from my CoCo to my PC. Curtis.
Just wondering, is there any disadvantages to DriveWire? Because I do remember reading, and I haven't really used it myself, so I can't verify this or not, but I had read that there's some incompatibility with certain programs that they won't work across.
Anything that does direct access with sectors, a lot of machine language
copy protection
programs. Yep.
Oh, copy protection or non-standard access to disks.
Yep. So VIP library, anything that has its own routines for writing to the disk utilities, most of that will not work with DriveWire unless it does just the ROMs, disk calls, and basic.
Okay.
And I'm certainly not the expert. I haven't crossed the threshold yet. So, but we
Yeah,
have
but
people
pretty
here.
much 100% under OS 9.
Yeah, and Brian Schubring, you've used DriveWire in the past, haven't you? Do you use it now?
Yeah, I use it occasionally, not too much at the moment. Most it's just on real hardware. With the DriveWire, you can actually run multiple instances of it, so that you can be having your emulator running on your PC, and then you have your other instance of it connected to your computer, and then you can just read the same disk image. The only thing is that sometimes you get a file lock issue when you're trying to do things underneath OS 9, and sometimes you get into some interesting things like not being able to read or write because of the other instances connected to the same disk image. You have to eject it temporarily, and it's a whole lot easier just to do a software eject.
So there's some collision avoidance detection intervention that takes place on occasion.
Right.
Now, would you say that would happen to the average user, or only, like you say, in OS 9 in some certain more heavy lifting scenarios?
Well, I don't do a lot in RS-DOS. It's
Okay.
mostly all OS9 that I deal with, so I don't have a good answer for on the other, but
okay.
That.
Stevie, on that topic, a similar related question there. You were talking about your issues with writing to the DriveWire file on your PC from your Coco and vice versa, and the various problems you had with it. If you open up a file on your PC and then you try and edit it on the Coco and then it's locked, what do you have to do to unlock it? Is it just a matter of closing the file on the PC?
So I would have to close out all of my editing tools on my computer and then press reset on the Coco, a soft reset.
Okay.
And I think that fixes it. And on certain occasions, I've had to cold boot the Coco to get it, and it really depended, And again, this was not a complete deal breaker, and this is literally like I'm complaining about a first world problem here. My fancy way of developing my Coco has got a little bit of an inconvenience. But when I first started doing Kabam, I was, like Paul was saying, I was literally doing the SD card shuffle where I had to go back and forth, edit my code on the SD card, save it, pop it out, put it on my Coco, boot it up, load it, try it, and even though they're 2 feet away, it is a first world problem to complain about having to do that SD shuffle, right? So the Wi-Fi SD cut down on the shuffling. I never physically have to touch the card, but every now and then I have to massage one side of the communication chain sometimes, So yeah, Nick Marotta.
We have a question in chat as to where to get cables for DriveWire, either Bitbanger to DB9 or Bitbanger to USB. So we had an answer already from Al saying Cloud9 sells them.
That's where I got mine a few years ago. Yeah, I don't know if that's a Coco Man product.
Provides them or makes them? Is that
Jason, any chance you're going to make a Coco serial cable?
Me make a cable? That just sounds preposterous. I can make 4-pin to DB9 DriveWire cables. I've made some for myself, but it could be a product.
Okay.
And then do you get a DB9? Then you would get a DB9 to USB for connected to a modern computer. Is that what we would do?
I was just going to ask that question.
No, and David Ladd, and so just so we know, David Ladd, you'll be next. He has his little blue hand raised, but it's hard to see. There's so much going on here. So the question is, who else besides Cloud9 has DriveWire cables? Jason from CocoMan.biz says this could be a product.
Yeah, I could I do custom work, so someone could contact me through my website, and I could whip one up if needed.
Okay.
But as far as a USB converter, that's probably someone like David Ladd would be better suited to answer that question.
Yeah, I've got one. I've got a cheap one, $9 one, and it works.
Is it off Amazon or something?
Yeah, Amazon. You just want to make sure it says it supports Windows 10 if you have Windows 10, because I know I had a whole bunch of different ones in the past that were older chipsets that there were no Windows 10 drivers, so I just had to buy the cheapest one I could buy that says Windows 10 support. Yeah, and mine works.
Is there an Australian name handy?
Is there an Australian name handy for a serial cable? That's
be the crikey cable. I don't know.
Thank you. Yes, you're too kind, and thank you.
Mikey says it's not a Coco Man product, but it could be. But in the meantime, yes, Marco.
I was just going to say I've been working with USB to serial cables for 20 years because where I work we have a product, we use one.
Okay.
And my total advice is don't buy the cheapest ones unless you want it to be a short-term thing, because a lot of times the cheapest ones are clones, and eventually the chip manufacturers find ways of disabling them. And so you want to buy brand name ones preferably.
You're talking about the USB to serial adapter itself.
USB to serial adapter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of clones, especially the prolific chipset, and they're, like I said, they might work for a while and then they stop working because the manufacturer figures out people are cloning it, and they make it so it doesn't work with their drivers anymore. So.
Okay. All right.
Don't
David,
buy
your hand's probably getting tired. So what was your comment?
Yeah, let's let David Ladd be the final question. We'll take a break and then we'll move on to news. But this was good. Go ahead, David Ladd.
All right. So back to 10 comments ago. So basically on the DriveWire, as far as with the SDC, since it uses the drive 0 through drive 3 options, you can mount DriveWire with any of those drive numbers, and you can mount with the DriveWire server running. You have, especially with the DriveWire Java version, you have disk images. You can mount 256 different disk images. And then using the SDC, you can mount 256 virtual drives within each of those disk images. So basically, you just use the drive command, drive space, the drive number, comma, pound, the slot number for the disk image that you're trying to access, comma, the virtual disk image within that disk image.
Sounds like a simple two-step process. But the short answer is you can mount more than the available slots that are directly available on the Coco SDC side. Correct, David?
Right. And if you were, let's say, developing a piece of software that you need more than a single disk, you could either mount separate disks and do the whole drive wire thing across each one, or if you're specifically gearing for the SDC, then you could use the drive command and just change, well, you're in drive 0, but now you need the next disk. So let's change drive 0 from, the drive 0, comma, pound 0, comma 0 to drive 0, comma, pound 0, comma 1. So now you're on the next disk image, you can load more data. And then you just keep chaining until you get all the data you need.
Okay, and I know you know what you're saying. I think some people will be able to follow. This is kind of hard to follow as a verbal thing, so we should probably focus on creating a DriveWire specific presentation on a future episode. We definitely have enough people here with the knowledge. I think something like this, we kind of need to bring it down to some bullet points and some PowerPoints and some examples of what this looks like, some videos. We kind of want to distill this and be able to spoon feed it to the average consumer like myself who knows enough to be dangerous. But I'm thankful for you, David, and your knowledge of this, and we'll definitely compile this together and we'll bring you there's no better time, right? And so as I'm the idiot learning it, I'll be able to share my idiot experiences, and then we have some really smart expert people who use it all the time that can add to that, and hopefully raise awareness on DriveWire. And I'm still going to make fun of it. Even when I use it, I will still make fun of it, just so you know. That won't change, but I will be a converted. All right, we're going to take a commercial break, and then we're going to come back with some Coco news. So this was great. This was completely impromptu question and answer segment. Lots of questions were asked. Lots of answers were provided. So I would say great segment. We'll continue to do these on future shows. So we'll be back after these words. Ron Delvaux, if you need to go potty, now is your time. You have permission. I'm going to do the same, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, boys and girls.
And now, these messages. It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please.
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2. On sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages. It's expandable and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2, sale priced for Christmas, only at Radio Shack.
Hi, I'm Kieran Anscombe, author of XRAW, and your brain is resolving sensory input into CoCoTALK.
At GSoft, we make games for the TRS-80 Color Computer, TRS-80 MC10, and Dragon computers. Our basic games cover the range of genres from arcade, to text adventures, to simulations, to 3D dungeon crawls. This is our latest puzzle game from Japan, Fruit Panic. So come on and drop by our website and download our latest games.
Tired of switching your joystick between the left and right port? Want to change between different controllers? Well, Joey has got you covered. The Joey Controller Switch. Take control of your controllers with the flip of 2 switches. Order today at cocoman.biz. And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gynes. Legend says, when the moon is full, if you go out in the country by the lake and whisper the name of Nick Marotta...
I just screwed up and accidentally cut off the commercial as I was trying to scroll. I clicked. Oh, don't you hate it when that happens? When you try to scroll and you click? I think we can all relate to that. All right, well, we're back prematurely from commercial break. I don't know if Ron Delvaux might still be taking care of some biological needs, so we'll give him a minute to do that. But our next segment coming up, and we've got a lot to cover, is news, right? So we were a little short on news for a week or two, especially since we had our virtual CoCo Fest last weekend.
I don't know. I wouldn't call it short on news. I mean, a lot of the fest was news.
That's
just
true.
Presented by the people that did it. You know.
Very true. World premiering type stuff. So on that note, we're going to do our professional intro here to the news segment, and then L. Curtis Boyle will take it away. So here we go.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
All right. So L. Curtis Boyle is going to bring us the news. What's been happening?
I love being called a Muppet.
All right.
Hey, the number one story, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard about if you've been on Discord or the list or Facebook, is that Ed Snyder did an official announcement for the Gimme X. So I will just read his press release while you guys drool over the circuit board being shown on screen right now. So Gimme X beta release. I am now taking names and contact info for the beta release of the Gimme X. The beta program consists of 15 units distributed to people who are willing to give feedback on their experience using the Gimme X and information on problems that they may encounter. Things to be aware of on this release. This is a beta release. Though we have achieved a pretty high level of compatibility with current CoCo software, there will be issues found that will need fixing. We'd like to invite you to help us find these problems so we can fix them. And I think he mentioned actually in the docs that Rampage is one that actually has issues with it. Number 2, there will be updates as issues are resolved. You will need to be willing and able to download the Altera Quartus software package, free version, and reprogram the board with supplied update files as fixes are made. If anyone is familiar with updating firmware on the CoCo VGA, the cable software and procedure are exactly the same. Number 3, one simple hardware modification is required on the CoCo 3 motherboard. A decoupling capacitor must be removed and replaced with a low-profile version for board clearance. A replacement cap will be included with the Gimme X. And then number 4, an existing issue about Rampage, which I already mentioned. The cost is $95 plus shipping and will include the Gimme X, the output button board, drill template, and optional external mounting box for the button board, VGA cable, and programming cable adapter.
Interesting.
I am waiting for USB blaster clones and PLC pullers to arrive from China to include with the beta shipments, which I hope doesn't hold things up. If you already happen to have these items, that would be helpful. I'd like to ship these 1 to 2 weeks from now.
Excellent, excellent.
So after all the wait, and he's published a preliminary version of the manual, which is what we're looking at the first page of here, that actually goes with like some of the new graphics modes, the new 3 megahertz speed, 2 meg DAT supports built on, blah blah blah.
I know as he's been posting pictures of like the CoCo 2 and the new MC10, people are like, yeah, well that's great, but what about our damn Gimme X, Ed? Right? So it's nice to make a new MC10, but how about that Gimme X? Well, here's your answer, people. It is
yeah.
Oh yeah, probably the most anticipated thing. So what are my favorite things besides the CoCo? CoCo SDC has got to be in that list. If you own a CoCo VGA, I mean, if you own a CoCo 1 or 2, I love my CoCo VGA now, and now this for the CoCo 3, the Gimme X. Oh, it gives you everything you had and more. It's kind of what the CoCo VGA does, right? All that and more.
And here's a nice little summary. Like he gives a summary of what's changed and what's on there. So it's got VGA, S-Video, composite, and RGB out. It supports artifact colors on the RGB out as well. It supports that new system speed that's over megahertz faster than the fastest CoCo 3 speed. Okay. Direct memory access is kind of a DMA port that you don't have to fiddle with the MMU to write to large blocks of memory or read from. Okay. So if you're doing sound samples and stuff, that makes it better. The extended MMU, but basically the DAT boards you're getting now with the Boomerang E2 and the Triad Plus is built right on, so you don't need that separate board.
Okay.
All the old semi-graphics modes are now supported that were missing on the CoCo 3.
Oh, nice, right?
Including the semi-graphics 6, which is actually, I didn't know that one was being supported because that's kind of a weird, wonky one.
Okay.
And then, of course, the new high-res graphics modes. You get a 512 color palette. You have these new modes like 640 by 225 16 color, 320 by 225 256 color, 640 by 112 256 color. There's some other ones too. And actually, I'm trying to get some details from Ed on some of those because there's a few that I want to support right out the gate on the
nice
on
9-bit RGB. That's nice, huh?
Yeah, 512 colors to choose from instead of 64. So
nice.
And the way he made it implemented actually is a nice way to do it that's backwards compatible somewhat, so that it should be pretty easy to write code to extend the palette. That'll be another thing we'll be supporting.
So the way you kind of calculate the RGB values now for the 6-bit DAC is going to translate over to this 9-bit thing?
Yeah, basically you write the palette register twice. The first one you write the same way you do now. You do the 6 bits and you leave the upper 2 bits alone.
Noise.
On the next write to that same palette register, if the high bit is set, like if you make it plus 128 basically,
yeah,
then it just takes the middle 3 bits and adds another level of RG and beyond to that. So now you've got 3 levels on each instead of just 2 bits. Okay. So basically 2 writes to a single palette register with that high bit set on the second write will enable it as a 512 color selection.
That reminds me of one of my favorite Beach Boy songs, 2 bits for everyone. All right, so
yeah, installation instructions,
lots of documentation. Oh,
the button board, which has got some pretty cool features on it too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's anybody who owns a Coco 3 who doesn't want one of these. I want one. I was sure I would love to be on the beta, but I figured there's so many people who want. I'm not even going to try to get in the way of the needs of the many. When the needs of the many outweigh the few and the one. So, but absolutely, I will be buying one. I actually have the cable now too, because Brendan has sent me one of those flash cable kits for my Coco VGA that I haven't messed with yet. So I could even, if one becomes available, have one and test it and not need to wait on that kit. That's cool.
Keep in mind too, if you do get the Gimme X, you need to have a modern SRAM based RAM setup, basically for the speed increase.
Yeah.
And those 2 little jumper pins there in the bottom left hand corner, that's where the DAC connector would go. If you have the 2
I believe
meg
so.
RAM.
Yeah. That's the extra 2 bits for the MMU.
Okay.
It also occurs to me that since this replaces the Gimme, this will bring back to life all those 3s that have the dead Gimmes in them.
Yes. That will open up a secondary market of replacement Gimmes for people who maybe need them. All right.
Yep. Or just a resurrected Coco 3 that has a dead Gimme that currently is just parts, and now you can actually make it a full computer again with improvements.
Yeah. Neat. Cool.
This is the most anticipated thing out of all the news for me. That's why I threw it on the top.
Absolutely.
There, so. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And speaking of updates, our friend who runs the Color Computer Archive has officially released version 1 of the SDC Explorer, which jumped from, what was the last one? 0.51 or 0.52?
0.51, I think. Yeah, 5.2 would have been.
Yeah. So this one adds the ability to load and save, I believe, or load ASCII-based basic programs. Haven't had a chance to try it yet. I don't know if anybody in the panel has.
Yes, Paul and Ron there. You guys want to tell the story? Because this really came after Ron was demoing Coco Max 3 last week on the show, saying I can't run it from the SDC, and Paul knew how to fix it. Anyone?
Paul or Ron?
Paul Thayer, Ron Delvaux. Okay.
Hey, I'm sorry. My daughter was in here talking to me.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Question?
Yeah, so we're the update to the Coco SDC Explorer is a direct result of Ron Delvaux saying last week, I can't get Coco Max 3 to run off the SDC, and you're like, hold my beer. Let me show you how it's done. And that, so you want to tell that story?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I just, I wanted to help Ron out because he seemed rather frustrated by the situation. And I don't know, I think he not necessarily shared his screen on Zoom, but he had a camera running with his Coco in the background, and he was telling me about it. And so I popped in the CM3 disc because I had never had any issues with it before, but I just got SDC Explorer recently. So as he was going through it, he's like, I can run the boot program, but whenever I hit enter on CM3, it doesn't do anything. So I noticed that the boot program had a B in the second column in the directory, which means it's binary, and then the CM3 file that you'd normally use to boot it had an A. And so I was like, well, I wonder if it's just fails to boot ASCII type BAS files, which is what the problem was. So what we did to fix it in the meantime was I had Ron load the program in, kill the one on the directory, and then resave it, and then it saved it as binary basic, and then it worked from that point on. So then I was telling Steve the story, and he's like, you should reach out to Guam. Is that his name?
Guillaume. Yeah.
Guillaume. And tell him about it. And so I did. And then he fixed it. And he's got a new release.
Boom. Community in action right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's one of the most popular programs.
Helping Ron, too, by the way. So,
yeah,
sorry.
I've got a question about Explorer.
Okay.
Is there a way for Explorer to read DriveWire disks through the Bitbanger port?
Coco SDC. Can the Coco SDC read through DriveWire? Is that your question?
Correct, because I know with the Coco SDC, it has the DriveWire pieces built into it, so you can, and that. So why I was wondering if Explorer would ever have that ability to read DriveWire disks, be able to mount them and whatnot.
Does anybody know? Has anybody tried mounting a DriveWire image through the SDC Explorer?
That'd be really handy if it can be done.
I have not. I mean, if I remember, the DriveWire ones on SDC are drives 2 and 3 only, right? Or can they be any drive?
2 and 3, as far as I know.
No, that'd be reach out to Guillaume. Go to the Color Computer Archive and contact Guillaume and find out.
Okay.
Here comes David Ladd. Okay.
Yep, David Ladd, the rescue.
As I stated about 20 minutes ago, drive 0 through drive 3 can be remapped to DriveWire.
Can you dial back on the condescension there as you respond there, David? Okay, drive 0 through drive 3 can be mounted to DriveWire. Now, so does that mean if they are mounted now? But is this directly through the SDC Explorer? Is what Brian is asking.
The SDC Explorer, you'll have to check the manual. If Guillaume did not program it to do anything with DriveWire, then I'd have to assume no.
Okay,
it's probably just for the SD cards only.
All right, so thanks for nothing. Okay, so we don't know, Brian.
Because there's SD, whatever it's called, SBD DOS, whatever it's called, has commands to remap.
HDB DOS or something? HGB?
No, the SD.
Oh, SDC DOS.
SDC DOS.
Right.
Has extended commands to remap.
Okay, so we have a question that will hopefully get answered for you, Brian Schubring. Can you mount and run disk images through the SDC Explorer that live on the other side of a DriveWire? We'll find out. And so if somebody knows, chip in later on and let us know. And if not, we'll reach out to Guillaume and find out. Okay.
Somebody just try it.
Okay. All right.
Who has it? Who can try
next
it?
News topic.
Hey, next up. Henry Reitfeld has a YouTube video demoing his program for the SDC that will auto-patch most Coco 1 and 2 games to plain color on an RGB monitor, which is what Grant Leedy was asking.
Oh, there you go, Grant Leedy.
So he goes, it's a 4-minute video. I don't think I'll play the whole thing here, but Grant, you want to grab this link from when Mark posted in the chat there. That should...
I see Henry's reflection there in the CM8.
Yep. And his Matrix demo on the right there.
Right. But... Okay, there's something. All right.
Here he demoed it on Download, for example.
Download. So. Perfect. Okay.
So I'm not going to bother playing it because it kind of gets in the details there. And
okay. Another great resource.
But Grant, there you go.
And Henry is on Discord as Adam, A-D-A-M, Tandy Guy, because he likes 2 systems. He likes the Coleco Adam systems, and he likes Tandy systems. So if you want to reach out to Henry Reitveld on our Discord server, look for Adam, Tandy Guy.
Thanks for clarifying that, because I just thought he had a multiple personality disorder or something. So. Okay, next up, and this is for the hardcore geeks here.
Ooh, that's me.
David Weens, who actually did the original SDisk 3 disk driver for OS9 back in the 80s. This was able to read, different sized sector disks, not just PC ones, but like 1024 sector and 128 sector and single density and everything under the sun, basically, because it was meant to read, really old 6800 bus systems and everything else. Has uploaded a disk image that includes TSC's version of Flex. There were several versions of Flex, which is another operating system for the Coco and other 6809 systems, and actually uses the SDisk 3 floppy driver so you can natively read Flex disks and actually run them from Nitrous 9 itself. So he's basically got a Flex emulator that actually can read the physical raw disks in whatever format you got from the original Flex machines back in the day. I haven't had a chance to try this yet, but that's pretty cool because that was the 2 main quote-unquote business operating systems for the Coco back in the day. Flex was probably more popular during the Coco 1 and 2 days because it ran quite comfortably with 64K, did not multitask, but it gave you quote unquote, real operating system functionality and power. and then OS 9, of course, itself. And now this kind of merges the two worlds together. So if you're a hardcore geek, that's probably a fun project to play on. I'll probably play with that a little bit myself in the future. Next up, Chris Burke of Burke and Burke fame is working on porting VCC's user interface to WX widgets, and then VCC to run in Linux using that. And I haven't had a chance to follow it lately, so I'm not sure exactly how far he's got. And there's some talk about other efforts like OVCC and stuff. I don't know if anybody on the panel has had a chance to kind of follow this conversation closer than I've been able to. Add some color to it.
Scroll down to where Joel Reese is asking him, "Are you aware of OVCC X?" You just passed it, okay, right there, and see what Chris Burke says. Nope. so yeah, and this came up in Discord too, and I think it was on the list. So the question is, okay, he's taking VCC and doing something to make it more cross-platform, which is very similar to what OVC is doing. He was not necessarily fully aware of OVCC, and he might be taking a different path, but that's kind of the good thing and bad thing about having these things out there in open source. People can pick it up and do what they want, and he's definitely scratching his itch right now. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think sometimes you might have all these efforts going on different directions when they could be combined, and that's hard to coordinate.
That's been a hot topic in the CoCo community and every retro community.
And listen, we live in a free world, so if he wants to do his project, he can do his project. Nothing wrong with that. But sometimes you have projects happening that are working on essentially a similar or same thing, and they're not combining you're not getting the combined efforts of these.
I think it kind of depends on why you're doing the project. If you're doing it as a learning opportunity for yourself, then by all means, you don't have to use somebody else's base. If you're trying to make something that you're planning on releasing for other people to use, then you should at least try to collaborate if possible, or at least be aware of the other ones, make something that's compatible with it so that everybody can learn it once and run if there's multiple versions of it.
Right. But at the same time, let's say, I was aware of OVCC. But the person who's been driving that, well, he's kind of in park right now, and the project hasn't moved, and I want to do something. So rather than mess with his baby, I'm going to make my own child and start fresh. So there's no crimes being happened here, but sometimes there are some disadvantages to time and energy being spent and not being kind of combined, But yeah, it's cool. I mean, a lot of people like VCC, and the one challenge with VCC, if you don't run Windows, is you got to put a wrapper around it somehow to get it to go. The original VCC anyways, right? So this is
and there's some bugs in VCC too.
Right. So David Lord says projects happen. Project happens, right? So it's neat though. It's neat. And listen, we're all in quarantine right now, so you want to do something. Scratch the itch, as they say. So
and just seeing Chris active back in the CoCo community, actually doing an actual project. I mean, that's great because he did some of the best hardware and software back in the late 80s, early 90s. So
yeah,
including the first affordable hard drive controller the CoCo had.
Yeah, there's no wrong way to CoCo.
And Alan Huffman, as usual, has been blogging his butt off. So this one here, he said it was an article he wrote for his BBS from way back in 1987. So like the year after the CoCo 3 came out, explaining how the MMU in the CoCo 3 works. And Alan, if you want to comment on this, I think you kind of looked at it and you didn't realize you even knew this that early, or?
No, it was just some file. I must have read something in Rainbow and tried to explain how you could do pokes to move those blocks of memory in and out. And I use an example of saving out the CoCo 3 picture screen, which was very common back. You turn on a high-res graphic screen and draw to it, and then you could run this little program that would save it out. So I looked at that to figure out how it worked, and it would take the 8K blocks that made up the screen, and it would do a poke. Then it would move that block down where BASIC could touch it. Then you just save out that 8K chunk. To do another poke, it would save out the next 8K chunk, and so on. So it was really simplistic, but I think some folks have looked at this, and there's at least a typo in there and maybe some other things, but I have no idea how it works.
So let's just throw it up on the internet.
Yeah.
Have at her, folks.
I do
remember that because that was pretty standard. The HR 0, 1, 2, 3 type thing, or 1 to 4, depending on, was saving each 8K MMU chunk, and then you load it back in.
Yeah, it was my partner at Subetha Software who really knew how this worked, because he wrote a program that lets you get more memory out of BASIC. That had a pretty spectacular way that it worked. So he understood this.
Cool.
This is what my next Breaking Basic article had in it too. Was this part of it, like manipulating the MMUs within BASIC itself. But anyway,
yeah, without self-destructing your BASIC program.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a good point. You brought that up. I forgot to put that in the news because of all the CoCoFest stuff we did last week. But Stevie actually released the new Glenside newsletter within the last couple of weeks. So, and Stevie, do you want to mention what's all in there? Because I didn't put in the news. I totally forgot about
I would just say I don't want to give it away. Go to glensideccc.com. That is the website to the Glenside Color Computer Club. Click on documents, and then from there you can peruse the newsletters. Obviously, the newest one's on top, but the entire back catalog is there. And one of the submissions was from Paul Thayer, an article he calls Breaking Basic that he had originally submitted to the potential new Rainbow Magazine project. But since that has been on hiatus, he goes, hey, would you mind? I actually reached out to Paul saying, hey, could I use it for the newsletter? Because quite frankly, I had not done a lot on my own, so I needed something. So and so that was a great little piece to add. So thanks for that, Paul. And hopefully that will show up again if the new Rainbow ever gets moved forward. And in the meantime, if Paul has more updates to that column, we'll add it to future CoCo 123 newsletters.
Well, one last thought on that column. Actually, if there's anybody out there in the community that has some sort of basic challenge that they would like me to try and figure out for the column, it's basically trying to manipulate the either the RAM that stores the basic commands and whatever to do some more advanced features or something like that. If you have some sort of challenge, CoCo 3 related, I might add, that's where my experience has been. Just let me know. I'd like to actually do that and write the article about that. So
cool.
It's all good, man.
Yeah,
Stevie, how often are you planning on making the newsletter? Is that a quarterly thing now?
The newsletter is supposed to come out quarterly, and I have been, ever since the newsletter has been handed over to me, it has been consistently late each and every quarter. So,
well, it's just like our show, so I mean, everybody's used to that.
Completely screwing up a legacy here, but yeah, between getting ready for the pandemic and CoCoFest, this and that and the other, so there have been some other extenuating circumstances, but to own it, yeah, it's on me. I was not as diligent as I should, but yeah, it's supposed to be quarterly, seasonally. So, whenever spring, summer, fall, winter, all those things happen with each season, there's supposed to be a new newsletter. One of the things I do want to try to promote on this show, another commercial I want to create and run, is to remind people that, hey, this newsletter exists. The CoCo 123 is a Glenside publication that's been around since 1985. And so the Rainbow is not here anymore, but we've got a CoCo newsletter that is here, and it's still happening. And so, number one, check it out and read it. Number two, we'd love to hear from you and have some submissions, because we don't get a lot of submissions. So I'd love more people to submit articles and columns, or just suggestions or questions or content for the newsletter as just another resource for the community.
Type in programs.
Yeah, we can do that too.
Hey, at least you published one for every quarter, unlike some of the rest of us.
Self-burn. Yes, good one, Mark.
Explain to me. No, I'll be working with Paul. We'll get something out.
Okay, cool. But yeah, it's a good. I've been getting the Glenside one actually since '86 when I first went to my first Rainbow Fest. So I've read them quite a bit over the years, and there's always a lot of good information. I mean, it's not a timely, with the internet now and the weekly show we have here, it's not a place to get your latest news anymore. But for having columns or general stuff that's not time sensitive, I think it's a great thing. And now that it's been upgraded to be in full color and stuff, I mean, if you want to put photos or screenshots in, it's actually
I will tell you, we did have some pretty timely things in it. For example, we were going to promote the fact that CoCoFest was going to happen, but I was waiting on approvals. But it would have come out, the day before the Glenside meeting. We would have promoted the meeting, promoted the virtual CoCoFest. But every time I make a change, I have to submit it to the officers for approval and proofing and stuff. And it was not nearly as real time. But a lot of the submissions in the news review were very current, like Paul Fiscarelli's joystick adapter and keyboard adapter were mentioned in there. So everything we talked about, or not everything, but a lot of things that we talked about as new things last week are in the newsletter's news review, because we had some pretty late entries. We mentioned Nitrous 9 Beta 5s working on coming out and all kinds of stuff. So it won't be 3-month-old information, you know.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, because Ed's not busy enough doing the Gimme X, he decided to put in some 3D printed cases for the MC10 that actually look pretty darn close to the real thing. There's one of his mock-ups with the MCX 128 plugged in the back.
Come on, Ed. Come on and talk about this.
There it is next to the real thing. It's definitely whiter. Is anybody here like have an MC10 case that they plan on replacing because it's either too yellowed or cracked or something?
I was confused on this too, because I wasn't sure, is because he's talking about building a new MC10.
With a 68.
We'll call it the MC11, right? So it's like an MC10 Plus. So I was wondering, was this the case for the new MC10 project, or is this just a generic case you can put your current MC10 in? That's where I'm not even confused. Yeah. So
could be both, actually.
Yeah. So I wasn't sure if this was for the MC11 project, as I'm calling it. I don't know what it's supposed to be called. Or if this is just
to 11.
Turn this one up to 11, right? This one goes to 11. I like the way it looks, though.
Yeah, I mean the ports in the back seem to line up, so, your peripheral should still work. And
I'm assuming at this point this is either a replacement / upgrade for a real MC10, or maybe this is the new MC11, whatever he's going to call it, is going to look almost identical to an MC10 anyways.
Yeah, and this particular photo here we're showing now, on the left side, you can actually see like the ports and even the card edge connector for the RAM is actually in there. So I don't know if that's his new board, or if he just took an existing MC10 board.
Yeah,
so.
I'm not sure.
Ed, we were in the chat earlier, so if you're still around, you can pipe up and let us know.
Much like David Ladd, it sure is pretty.
On his YouTube video, he talks about putting an existing board into the new case.
Ah.
Okay, so this is a stock MC10 motherboard in this case then?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, did he give any hints as to whether this new case design is going to work with the new board too, or?
I don't recall. I don't believe there was, but I might not be recalling all.
Okay.
So.
Always love seeing what Ed Snyder's up to, though.
He's a busy boy, that boy.
Nitrogen shock system in it for when doors or windows slam on it.
This one includes crimple zones and airbags.
And coronavirus masks.
Next up, Eric Sperano, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, has posted a video and link to source code of a program he has written while learning the Gimme, including how to get 225 line modes and changing the spacing between lines on the text characters, and asking why were they not built into BASIC. Having the 28 line text mode and stuff here. I won't play the video in its entirety, but basically he goes through and shows the different modes and you changing palettes and stuff like that. Like I said, it was a self-learning thing about the Gimme. Mm-hmm. I can kind of give you a spoiler alert on why they didn't enable the 225 line / 28 line text on the original CoCo 3. And that's because a lot of people were still running them through TVs, and they would actually cut the bottom and the top off so you couldn't read some of those lines. And I'm pretty sure that's why Tandy did not have that enabled by default, because it made it unreadable, basically. And I think they wanted, so if you went into that mode, you'd be able to see what you're typing and get out of it. Anybody else have any comments on that? Or nope. Okay. And also, just to mention, also that some people were asking about patching BASIC to run these extra modes, and Nick Marentes actually has a post on his website that actually explains how to patch BASIC to get the 28 line mode. I think even Nick, did you patch the graphics modes too? Is Nick still here?
Nick muted, maybe?
Nick Marentes?
I think his mouth is stuck because he's eating Vegemite. He can't get it open right now. So
I'm just standing on my head so I can see what's on the screen, guys. What are you talking about? Sorry, I fell asleep. What were you talking about?
Well, after we rudely awaken you from your slumber, no, we were talking about you did some patches for BASIC for the 28 line text mode, and I think the 225 line graphics modes, that supports all the graphics commands and the text stuff.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Okay, can I go back to sleep now?
Oh, actually, Nick, before you nod off, I would like you to post the link to that specific page into the YouTube chat.
I think they did it in Discord too, because when this was posted in the news channel in Discord, I think Robert Murphy or somebody posted that link. But yeah, it's on your blog too, right? NickMarentis.com, Project Archives.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
But if you can throw it in the YouTube chat, then it'll be saved as part of the show.
If somebody could grab that and plug it into the live YouTube chat, that would be great. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you have any problems with it, of course, ask Nick and don't talk to the rest of us.
Yeah.
But
Just
make sure
don't
he's
wake me
awake.
up.
No, yeah, come on. Don't.
Sweet dreams there, Nick.
Sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
It's early morning over here.
I know.
Just put your head back down. Just put your head back down on your MC10. Everything will be fine. So.
Yeah,
I'm awake now.
We'll call you if we need you again.
We can get David to talk about floppies. Okay.
So which sector do you want me to start on, Stevie?
Okay, Nick Marenti. Okay, so Mark Overholzer just posted that. Thank you, Marco. Okay, Guillaume Major. Here we go.
Now he posted a question on Facebook, which is actually an interesting and a decent one. He was asking, he wants a list of the software that takes advantage of the newer T1 VDG chip, which allowed the full border, true lowercase, inverse video, and a few other things. And he had a few that he listed so far: Color File 2, Color Scripts at 2, and the Scott Adams Adventure games have been patched for it. I mentioned that OS 9 Level 1 version 2 had support for it, though it wasn't really documented. It was kind of a hidden feature. And that the terminal programs, Mikey Term, which is a CoCo 1 and 2 exclusive design, and Greggy Term by Greg Miller, which actually had some CoCo 3 stuff too, but it actually did enable the lowercase mode on the CoCo 1 and 2 as well. So I added those. Wondering if anybody else knows of any other ones that supported that mode back in the day. And if anybody does, they can put them into this Facebook chat here for Gwim. I'm assuming he's planning on labeling these programs on the Color Computer Archive. So those people that have CoCo 2Bs with the lowercase will know what software has been written to specifically support it.
Now, these programs basically embedded into their software, they turn on the modes that enable the lowercase in there. Like, because I know I've done that in BASIC. I've done the poke to change the border color and lower it. So all those pokes are built into the software, so you're getting hardware-based lowercase without having to do it as a graphical font.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a great question. I don't know the answer to all that, but it would be interesting to see that list, that master list. And then for grins and giggles, for those of you who have that, go ahead and try out the software and take advantage of one of those features.
Yeah. Greg Eterm, I know, supported it right off the bat when Greg Miller released that, because that was after the CoCo 3 came out. And the CoCo 3, of course, supported the same modes. It was compatible with the T1 chip. Mikey Term was done by Mike Ward, I think it was, a year or two earlier. So about 85, 86 is when he came out with that one. I think it was 4.7 was the version that enabled using the true lowercase. That was for logging to BBSs and stuff. Of course, you're hitting all these PC BBSs at the time that had lowercase. So it made the screen a lot more readable than all that inverse video on-off stuff like the older CoCo 1 and 2s did.
So I'm not sure how valuable this suggestion is, but if you own a CoCo VGA, you can enable custom fonts, and the lower kit fonts and other fonts are some of those options. You could pre-boot your CoCo through the CoCo SDC to enable lowercase and then launch these same programs on your CoCo VGA if you did not have a CoCo 2B.
Yeah.
So.
And the CoCo VGA has this mode as an enable thing too. You can do the inverse video standard stuff, or you can switch it to T1 mode to make it compatible with these programs as well.
It's a simple two-step process to do this. Be happy to talk about that offline with you.
We'll let David Ladd write the manual for that.
So, okay.
Oh yeah, this is kind of directly relinked to our show last week, because Paul Fiscarelli was kind of giving us a demo of the boards and stuff here for doing this CoCo Key to USB kit. At the time, he didn't have the link was not up on the store yet for actually ordering it. It has since gone up here. You can see it's $18 US and $25.37 Canadian, probably about $28 Australian, I'm guessing, plus shipping. But they're actually available to order now. And this is the one he demoed with us last week on the Virtual CoCo Fest.
Somebody on Facebook posted they got their kit already too, so that was kind of cool to see that whole thing come full circle from the show to the real world.
Yeah, I received my kit just a few days ago here. I haven't had a chance to solder it up, but he packages it nice with some nice documentation.
So, cool.
Yep.
He could teach me a thing or two for the ease of use then, because I bundled it with crappy documentation. As some of you beta testers know. Okay, next up. Okay. Go ahead, Mark.
You're just a software guy, and we don't expect you to write good documentation.
Yeah, English is like a strange language for me, as evidenced by the news. Next up, Derek Green said a thank you to Ed and Boys in Technology. So Ed, of course, is Zipster's own Ed Snyder, creator of every board under the sun. These are remarkable products. Christmas early this year. Really looking forward to long-awaited upgrades. And he has a picture of his Coco 3, and he's got an SDC. He's got the mini MPI, and chip upgrades and all kinds of stuff. So it is like Christmas. That's exactly what Christmas should be like. Michael Pitsley posted an amusing screenshot that a program he found exits with, and I think he said it was some sort of a risque program. Shall I put it that way?
Mm-hmm.
And at first glance, I just took a quick look, and I thought, well, it's the same normal boot screen, but if you look carefully, it obviously is not. It's sophomoric, isn't that the right term, Stevie?
I would say this was extremely juvenile and sophomoric. Yes, maybe a little bit.
So
edgy
it's perfectly
too.
placed on our show.
Yes,
I think that's
yes.
great.
Guys, my granddaughter watches the show.
Yeah, yes.
I had to try that on my Coco 3. If you scroll down into the comments there's actually a picture of my Model 4 Coco 3 displaying the same screen.
Oh, okay, bring that up.
He had to try it.
Dink Extended Color Basic, copy wrong by Candy, under license from Micro Hard, which is the opposite of Micro Soft, right? Okay. So
thanks for explaining that.
yes. Okay. Yeah, for those of you at home who need translations like you Canadians. So
thank you, Captain Obvious.
Well, they did spell color wrong. So.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
This was an interesting post in the Dragon Facebook group. Tony Jewell's been trying to fix up a Dragon here, and he's asking, what might be up with my Dragon 64? And you switch it on, you get the horizontal at stripes. If I push reset, I do get an OK prompt with a flashing cursor, but the keyboard is unresponsive. And there's been a long 60 comment thing of them going through and trying to debug it. So if you have a Dragon or some hardware problems, and this might relate to the Coco 2 if it's VDG related, I haven't had a chance to read through it lately to see what came up with, but this is one of the great things about our communities is if you do pick up one of these things at an auction or on eBay or something, and it's not quite working, there's a lot of resources in the community on Discord, on Facebook, on the list to get, guidance as to what to look for, what to check, what to swap out to try to get it fixed.
Did they get this fixed?
I haven't actually had a chance to read it since I originally put this in my notes like literally a week ago, so I'm not sure.
Weren't the @ signs nulls or something like that?
Yeah, it's character string 0. Like normally when you see something blown up, it usually prints the same character all the way through. So having it actually doing these alternate ones and the OK prompt still comes up is a little bit odd.
It's more like a bad bit. Yeah, see, one address line or one bit that's bad, so it's always 0.
Yeah.
Man, I think this Dragon did not practice social distancing. That's what had happened to it. So.
Did you notice the drill he has there?
On the right-hand side?
Oh, I thought that was something else I'm not going to mention on the show, but okay.
Yeah, okay. Is that a drill? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a hand drill.
Hand drill, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, hopefully there's a happy ending to that story. And we're trying to consciously be more inclusive of information that takes place in the world of Dragon and MC10. So even though the show is called CoCoTALK, if you're in the Coco family, Dragon MC10 clones, we want to try to cover you, and we invite all you guys to join us on the show and in the panel and in the live chat too. So,
yeah. Next up, also from the Dragon group, and actually Stevie's one who pointed me to this one here because I'd missed it earlier in his new suggestions here. And I think we should go through all these because these are things that I think most of us have never seen. These are ads, commercial ads on paper for the Dragon in Europe, not just the UK. So you're going to get some foreign language ones like Spanish and stuff too. But some of the ads are quite fascinating.
In Spain, I believe it was referred to as El Dragon, wasn't it?
Yeah, they refer to me as El Curtis. So.
Como cazar un dragon? Como? My Spanish is not that fluent.
Isn't como
I like the cute little robot hanging off the corner of the computer on this one. Yeah.
That's neat. Okay, Dragon 32.
I'm thinking it's How to Tame a Dragon. But...
Okay.
And I'm assuming is PTS the currency in Spain or something? I'm not sure what that 68.500 points. I
thought that was post-traumatic stress disorder or something. Okay, but that's maybe something
How
different.
to Train Your Dragon.
How to Train Your Dragon. Okay, thank you, Google Translate.
It was me. What are you talking about?
Well, I know, but you Googled it. It's like you knew it.
I'm insulted.
Yes.
Fluent in Spanish.
You're
just to
Canadian.
know.
You can't even speak American.
Sorry.
Got it wrong. Yeah.
Sorry, y'all.
Sorry.
We're sorry.
So what does El to deuterino mean?
El
quick, Nick. That's your cue to Google.
Deuterino.
You
And I'll leave the
you got a
rest of the
Torino and you've got
exercise
something
to
to
you.
do with it.
But you notice this is for the Dragon 200, which is one of the systems that was quite rare.
That
The
looks kind of
Android
Apple
club,
II-ish.
It does, doesn't
The
it?
presentation does, yeah.
Yeah.
It's El Dragon Breath.
El Dragon Breath. That's my nickname for my wife too, by the way, is Dragon Breath. So.
And there's
Where
the
are you
couch
sleeping
again for tonight.
Oh, she doesn't listen to the show. Are you kidding?
Oh, look, some of these are for Australians. They're already upside down. Look at that. So.
Yes. Yeah, Nick, can you read that one on the top there first?
Oh, James Jones says that's all terrain.
It's on the bottom, not the top.
How to hunt a dragon. It maybe sound better than how to trap a dragon. Okay, these are neat. So that's like something that would have folded up, I guess, or something, right? So it's a little pamphlet or something. El Dragon. El Micro. Español. Mas. Main Habel.
And this is back to the Dragon 32, the earlier version too. So
We need Erico Montero here.
Yeah, we need Erico.
That's the computer for tomorrow.
It's something about the family. Tu familia, for that's your family. Oh yeah, your family computer in your house, right? So
A dragon in your house.
dragon in your house, yes.
And this is Dancing with the Dino Wars cartridge or something, I
There
think.
you
I'm
go.
not sure what that is. So.
Although those legs look kind of goose-steppy to me, if you ask me. So. Yes, dragon, 999.
Monty Python.
Yeah,
And this is a very Apple-esque ad to me, where they do the whole hype and split it on multiple pages, etc.
There's only one thing harder than building a great computer. Yes.
One last thing.
That is very Apple looking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Obviously thought it was effective.
The eye dragon.
Some new
coming
hoops
soon.
for the dragon to jump through. Oh, that's cool.
Eye dragon. Love it.
Now, this is one thing I wish Tandy had done. This is showing a lot of software that's not made by Dragon Data.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot of third-party stuff. So,
Yeah.
And that's one thing I wish Tandy had done.
Okay, we have a translation from Retro Eng in the live chat saying, "Surprise your family with a dragon in the house." That actually sounds better than what I fudged. So yeah, okay.
But just as an example on here, if you take a look on the bottom, on just off left of center is Attacks by Spectral, which was a third-party company out of Washington State, and they're advertising it in the Dragon magazine and stuff. And Tandy would never even let you know that existed.
No.
It's that little circular thing with all the cartridges. That reminds me of the those. Remember those? What was it, ViewMaster? I think they had. You had the little thing
the
you held up to
ViewMaster.
your-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
you
with the
held
little
up
pinwheels, and you click it down, and you have the 3D views.
Yeah.
God World.
Getting back to the third party stuff for Tandy.
Yeah.
They did advertise a lot of third party that they sold.
Yes.
It wasn't true sold. That's the thing is Tandy manufactured the products for Radio Shack. They were concerned about moving products from Radio Shack to Tandy. If they are buying a product from somebody else and shipping to the stores, they don't make near the money.
Yeah, no, I understand the financial reasons they did it. I think
Yeah.
they could have expanded the market a lot more if they'd been a bit more
They
open-minded.
could have sold more Cocos.
Or push hardware, yeah.
Yeah, but they wanted to sell their
hindsight's 2020,
software.
right?
I mean, believe it or not, Zaxxon, it took us 6 months to get it into Radio Shack. And that was after one of the big wigs was at Comdex, saw it at the booth, saw the game, and says, "We sell this, right?" And Barry Thompson says, "No, we'll get it."
All right. I like this one here. Feed your dragon, right? Just again showing you all the software, because software is what moves hardware. Why did people?
Once again,
buy...
a lot of third-party stuff. Lunar
Yeah.
Road Patrol is by Spectral. Shaft is by Prickly Pear Software.
What it's hard to imagine for people who weren't there at the time was you needed a really good reason to buy a computer because they were stupidly crazy expensive. So there had to be a killer app to get somebody to pony up that money. So in the days of TRS-80, it was something like VisiCalc in a spreadsheet. The
that's your budget.
the minute you had something that could justify the need for the computer and provide value, that would sell the machine. So software definitely relates to hardware sales, and showing off an impressive software library can help you sell more computers.
Well, Dandy's
as well as
philosophy,
exclusive.
Dandy's philosophy was, well, get the housewife involved. We'll make some sort of cooking program.
Well, VIP desktop was great for
like that worked well.
That ad makes me think of Columbia House, their ads.
Oh yeah, like the Tape of the Month Club or something.
One
right?
penny for 30 tapes.
Yeah.
Honey, please help me with that budget.
Cool. All right, let's see the next picture. This is cool. I like this.
Well, I did. I just brought it up here. This is there's one game you should play with a home computer before you buy it. 20 questions. And how to compare the Dragon with the other machines out of the time. Like, is the basic price reasonable? Say under 180 pounds. Does it work with a monitor as well as an ordinary UHF TV? Does it include a basic training manual that doesn't require a science degree to understand? Does it have color and sound and take cassettes and cartridges, et cetera, et cetera? So it's one of those, and I think that this happened more on the Dragon market too, where they do comparison ads, maybe not calling out the literal, other machine, but Tandy basically sold, just based on their own merits. They didn't, say compared to the Apple II or compared to the Commodore type thing. They didn't do much comparison.
Right.
Dick Smith Electronics did that same thing over here when they were pushing some of their lines. They had a computer called the Cat Computer, and one of the ads was "My cat eats apples," and they had all the comparisons about what's better about the Cat Computer and vice versa. So.
Here's a conversation between him and her, right?
Yeah, this is hilarious.
I decided to buy a computer. What the F?
F off.
Yeah, right.
Yes, I know we could do with the new washing machine, but the new Dragon 32 computer is much more important. It's the first computer actually designed for all the family, and it costs under 200 pounds. Fortune. No, I'm not being selfish. This just struck too close to real life to me.
Oh yeah, especially now in the retro hobby, right? Yeah. Sure, the kids need shoes for school and groceries, but damn it, eBay had another Coco 3.
I know food's expensive, but you can dye it. I have to buy a Gimme X. Come on.
Yeah.
To your
That's
wife,
part 2
right?
the same ad there. So.
Oh, these are so dated though when you think about it. We could have used a new washing machine. We're talking about appliances and domestic life and all this kind of stuff. It's so wow.
That's one of the.
And I like their specifications box. I don't know if you read this closely, Steve, but it's not just giving you the specs. Like it says 6809 microprocessor, PET, Apple, Atari 400, BBC Micro VIC 20 still have the less powerful 6502. So blam, there's that comparison again.
Boom. Mine's bigger than yours.
Yeah. Extended Microsoft Basic as standard, featuring advanced graphics in all capitals, including set line, circle, paint.
Wow. They're really this is aggressive marketing.
Yeah. And I wish Tandy had done some of that too, because they just kind of said, we've got 6,000 stores, we're an island to ourselves, we don't need to talk about the other guys.
Yeah. More language. Look at that. The very hardly ever seen Dragon floppy, huh?
Yep, and they're advertising like Pascal and C.
And I love that's kind of almost like a platinum color, like the Apple IIe Platinum series. That's a real silvery white, Snow White looking dragon.
There's a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, which it could be either Dynacalc and graphics mode, or that could be VIP Calc, or we got a few Elite Calc. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
So did I hear that the adoption for the floppy was low for Dragon because it was so expensive?
Yeah, because it was a barrier to entry financially. So
it was actually a better system because they actually did it sector based, and they used the DOS actually allowed 40-track drives and double-sided and stuff right off the bat, which Tandy never did update their disk ROM to handle any of that. It was 35-track single-sided by default. You had to patch it.
Now, I'm not sure what Dragon we're looking at here, but this looks like a real low-profile one, too. This almost looks like the Atari 800 XL line, where they kind of did a reform factor cost reduction thing, where it's super low profile. This looks like that from that angle on that top picture. I'm not sure if that's just...
I don't know if they just cut the picture off or not.
If it got cropped
I never saw a Dragon look like that.
Yeah, that very much looks like an Atari XL C128 type form factor.
And their joystick, of course, which is quite unique.
The Dragon stick. Yeah, I've got those are neat. Un micro dragon. That's the small dragon, the micro dragon. For those of you who don't. Neat picture. Okay. Again, getting
not
into
quite as combative.
Yeah.
But
Lay dragon. This one must be in French. Lay dragon. That and that means the dragon in French.
And what's the number in French there, Stevie?
That would be lay 32.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
32.
Does anybody in the panel read French? Like Dave, do you speak French?
Yeah, I speak French.
Is this French?
Yes, it is French.
You want to translate it a little bit, just for?
I already did. It says the Dragon 32.
No, I meant the actual main part of the article.
Can you
Like,
make
is this
it...
a review or what exactly is
Curtis,
it?
I know you never get asked this, but can you make it bigger?
It's a microcomputer, compact, commercialized, with a price that doesn't pass 3,000 francs. Blah, blah, blah. Something.
It does look a little low profile there because you see the cartridge slot. It looks, like not quite as tall.
It says this system has a clean impression of a deja vu, kind of an older style of the Tandy color computer. Dragon used same microprocessor, same version of BASIC, and the cartridges and the games work perfectly on the Dragon.
Oh, so
they're actually retooting the compatibility between the two. That's cool.
Wow. Neat. Lay Dragon.
Yep.
For all your lay computing needs.
That's part of the same article, so that's just
Okay.
getting more.
Okay,
This must be a
getting
review
to
in a magazine.
The hardware specs and stuff and prices. Okay. Neat. Now we're getting under the hood.
It mentions who made it and where.
Looking a little Apple II-ish here to me. That deep chassis as it kind of goes back.
I still love their keyboard though. That was
absolutely. Yeah. Ooh, there's the floppy again. The seldomly seen Dragon floppy.
No, I've seen more ads with the Dragon floppy that are foreign to the UK, like in France or Spain or whatever. Was it that they didn't come up with it until very late in the UK Dragon's life and they started selling them more in Europe?
They were also very expensive. When I asked, Steve Bamford, I think it was, he said they were very expensive. Not many people got them, but maybe later on they were more reasonably priced. And so by the time the Dragon had moved to Spain, maybe there was a lot more of them available.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to talk to some of our, European friends to see if maybe that was a bigger thing in Europe than it ever was in the UK.
I do know that in the UK, tape was very well entrenched from the Specky and things like that, and they didn't use disk drives for anything until the PCs came out.
Okay,
it's just kind of common across all the micros.
So it's more of a cultural thing, what we're used to, huh?
Because the floppies weren't exactly cheap in Canada either. They were $500.
Yeah, $800 for the first.
Now here, this one
I'm
going to go ahead and translate for it. This one says it's a Dragon 32 and 64. All right.
Wow.
You have such a big brain, Stevie. I'm impressed.
They were bragging about using the print using statement and the if then else statements.
Wow.
Yeah.
So advertisements are really bragging on the basic commands?
Yeah, they're bragging how they wasted all their ROM with the print using command.
Oh, wow.
I like this one because it mentions OS 9. That's the only part I could pick out of this.
Lay OS 9, though, right? Because it's in French.
The exploitation OS 9.
OS 9.
It exploits OS 9.
Exploitive.
Or you get exploited because you're using it. I'm not sure what they're saying there. But...
Neat.
And this one, we've seen that one before, but
that
it's
one's
small.
great. It's, super small. Okay. So this one, you can actually see the reflection of it. So it's still, it does look low profile-ish, but I have a feeling some of those other pictures were cropping the Dragon. Here it is.
Plus, the Dragon had this edge on the left and right sides. It overlapped, like the top part was wider than the bottom.
Hey, Chris Poacher just joined us from the UK. He's in the Dragon group. He's in there.
So where do you put that cassette?
There's a slot loading cassette port on the other side. It just goes right in. It's a side mounted cassette slot loader. Now you would have to.
How do you take it out?
Yeah.
Al Hartman was saying it looked like in the picture it was just the top of the Dragon.
Yeah, I think it was the top,
yes.
top part of the shell.
Yeah.
Should have had an 8-track.
Okay, so this
There's
is their
drive
floppy
again,
drive.
of course.
Yeah.
Would that last cartridge have been a backup tape for the
go
like
back
a drive for that tape?
Or could have been. That looks like it's got an edge connector. So that's an actual.
Yeah, a cartridge is on the right, and then there's a plain cassette on the left there.
Yeah, but are you asking if that cartridge a tape loader cartridge?
Yeah.
No, I think they just had a standard or cassette port like we did.
Use a cassette port like we did.
I was thinking like maybe a backup tape or something.
I don't know.
Actually, the Tano Dragons come with a cassette tape with like their software, like their word processor and that sort of stuff, and it comes with a cable for a standard cassette deck.
Okay.
Yeah, it was basically the same as ours, from what I remember.
All right.
Yeah, except I don't know if they shipped I don't think they shipped the Cocos with a cassette tape with stuff on it. But
so this one comes with a musical instrument too. It comes with lay fiddle.
I thought I was talking about Castro. Thanks for correcting me.
So yeah. Oh, lay fiddle, huh? What is lay fiddle? I don't even know, what does that mean. Who can translate that for us?
It's a Californian violin.
Mr. Dave, what's the fiddle?
I like the graphics they got on this one, whatever that is. It's, it's like a James Diffendorfer tribute or something.
Right.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't have someone who speaks French on the panel.
Yeah,
it's a shame.
Hey, half of us can't even speak English properly.
Right.
Z and Z. I mean, come on. There's one with the spreadsheet and the drive again. The drive must have been more popular in Europe.
Power. The first one was like the fidelity. This is the power, la puissance.
Oh, okay, that's why they're showing the spreadsheet. It's a serious computer now.
So fidelity meaning what? Like visual or audio fidelity?
Like both, I guess.
Okay. So we have fidelity and we have power.
But I notice a lot of these European foreign language ads have the drive prominently featured, so it must have been more popular.
Yeah. So it's kind of like David Ladd. It's not only pretty, but it's smart too. Okay, so all right.
All these backhanded compliments.
Yeah, the new Dragon 32, so well designed, you'll even understand this ad. All right, I'm confused.
There you go.
We like well-designed things.
Yes.
Kind of like this show.
Yeah.
That's a fake screenshot.
A fake screenshot.
Since the master.
Oh, you don't remember the high-res VDG mode with the red background and white foreground? It's just that's P mode 5. It's like all the Tandy ads with Polaris having like sky blue colors and all these colors that don't even exist on the Coco 3 are showing up on Coco 1 games, and yeah.
I like that bottom quote on the first column there, though. The Dragon 32 is so user-friendly it practically licks your hand.
Oh wow. So Chris Poacher is saying on the Dragon promo artwork, the original badge for the Dragon 64 was actually vinyl. Here in the UK, we had paper stickers, but when Euro Hard bought them and they actually produced the original vinyl stickers that were really good quality. Okay, so we went from a paper sticker to like a vinyl, like maybe the Tandy badge with the kind of bubble or something. I'm not sure. Okay. So there was a difference even in the badges from the European from the UK Dragon to the the European Dragon. Neat. Cool.
There's one of your comparison charts once again.
Comparison
prices
charts
back then. Actually, a comparison chart pricing of the Dragon against the VIC-20 and the TI-99 and the BBC Micro.
Wow.
And the Acorn.
Wow. It's aggressive. Okay. Yeah, it's a beauty looking machine though. It does to me have some Apple II-ish looks to it. The depth of the chassis, the nicer keyboard, and the way they're presenting it on some of these adverts with the monitor and everything.
Yeah, and the Dragon 64 was halfway to deluxe because they included the real RS-232 port and as well as the real keyboard, which was
and a parallel port.
Yep.
Yeah, the Dragon's built really nice.
Okay, cool. That was cool. That was a neat little diversion looking at some of these pictures from around the world. Most of us Coco folk are not quite as Dragon familiar, so it's nice to see some representation.
Well, Dragon had such a limited, like when Tano bought it out or brought it over in mid '83, they had plans of selling it like crazy, and that's exactly when Dragon went belly up in the UK. The exact same time, like they literally had it for a couple months, and then all of a sudden the parent company was gone. and negotiating, selling it to your heart, etc. So it was just terrible timing. They had gotten some traction. They were advertising in Rainbow. They were advertising in Color Computer News, Color Computer Magazine. And there was a lot of people interested in it because the built-in serial port, the built-in parallel port, like it was an advanced version of the Coco, but just bad timing, because that's exactly when the UK, parent company went under.
Neat. Well, we definitely give the Dragon some quality airtime today. Ooh.
And this is one that Terry had mentioned earlier of getting the Phoenix IDE running. I'm not going to run the whole video here, but Terry, did you want to make some comments on it, or do you want me to run it with the sound muted for a little bit, or is there a certain part you want to show? Or
I didn't even actually add sound to it. It's pretty self-explanatory. I just was having Roger and Bruce help me. I was having a real issue trying to get the basic text to convert over to the virtual disk, and like I said, using Discord and all that, it just came together. So I thought, well, I'll go ahead and kind of show a very quick, down and dirty, easy way to make a basic file go, and how it dumps over to VCC. So I thought maybe it'd help other people trying to get started with it.
You're using Bandicam to record this? I noticed a little
splash, I was, yep.
Little splash things when you click and stuff. Yeah.
So now that you've had a chance to use it, I know Bruce has used it in the past too. Like, how do you find it compared to any of the other solutions you've seen?
I like it. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out some of the bin stuff, and I know Stevie, you've done some work with this. I believe I was reading.
I tried it, and again, part of it is just my own. I'm not a developer. I don't use real development tools in my normal daily life, so. To me, this was a huge barrier to entry to understand, because I don't come from an IDE. And by the way, IDE has so many different, the acronyms use many different ways. In this case here, IDE, unlike the hard drive, stands for Integrated Development Environment. I don't use IDEs. I never have. So I found it to be overwhelming. And I did get things to work. The things I found were that when you create your source code, and again, I'm a basic programmer. If you were doing this in assembly, you'd probably not have the same problems I did, but I found the basic code, when it exported to a disk image in VCC, it was always being created as an ASCII, and that made it load slower. And so my ability to get things going and get things up and running, it didn't seem to be as efficient as other methods I already have. I was looking for a whole. Now see, this one here says B, so yours is binary. When I did mine, it was coming out as an ASCII file, and I just
there's a setting you can change.
Okay.
And that's exactly what I was doing as well.
Okay, so that, and again, a lot of it probably had to do with the fact I didn't know what the hell I was doing, and it's a robust tool set.
I agree.
It's a robust tool set, but there is, there's things you got to figure out. And like I say, people are available and you can reach out to them, but I also have very limited patience. And so if I can't get it working and I can't get an answer or whatever, I'm just like, screw it, on to the next thing. So I'm not going to diss it at all, but I'm just saying when I tried to use it, it didn't get me what I needed, but it's a great tool and it's out there. And here we go. Now Terry's got it working. And how long is your video? Like 6 minutes?
About 6 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what probably took me a couple of days of before I rage quit, you figured out in 6 minutes. And so again, a lot of that's on me. So
no, it was Bruce that helped me get it going. But what I was originally wanting to use this for is it's another project I'm working on with Glenn's site, is I'm trying to convert all their old newsletters. So I thought I'll use OCR when I scan them. Then I could import them, just copy and paste that text into this and create basic disk, or I guess disk images for maybe the Glenn site archive, and then you don't have to type all that. You just have the basic file. So that's kind of what I'm using it for, wanting to use it for.
Right, and some of what I'm doing as well might not be completely cut and dry, but I was trying to use this for Cosmic Aliens, and Cosmic Aliens has a binary file on it that loads the graphics. So I load the graphics up and I get and put them from a bin file, and I was having a hard time getting that object to go from to the disk image that pops up in the emulator. So to be able to pre-populate a disk image with content was, again, and just because I couldn't figure it out, I said screw it and I moved on. Yeah. But I would have the same.
I figured out how to do that.
You figured that out?
I had that problem
problem initially too.
Okay, so same thing with the Coco VGA. I've got a bunch of other programs and stuff I need to load before I load my program. So for me to use something like this, or even like the LW ASMs and stuff, I would need a tool that could not only make a disk with my source code, but with what I would call companion files. And since I don't know how to do that myself, I have avoided using other tools because I don't know how to inject things outside of my source code into the disk image that is needed.
I think Bruce would be a great resource.
Oh,
there.
that would be good. That would be good. So maybe we can revisit this. And
yeah, I had to figure that out, but once I got it, I'm doing it all the time.
Okay.
Good.
I'm this might be like if we get another one of our programming shows, some night type thing, like we did a couple last year.
Like a coding at night, coding after dark or something.
I'm game. I've got that also, but I've never been able to get it to work right.
Okay. Well, there is a channel for it in Discord as well. So in addition to the YouTube channel, you can also reach out to a YouTube video. You can reach out to Discord, and we can compare.
Maybe we need a coding show every quarter or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, eventually I'd like to do a Basic 9 series at some point, but that takes a lot of prep work first. So
I hope to make on my channel, just the developer side. I'd like to, as I learn these little pieces with it or other apps, I'll just have little short videos. I don't like my voice, so I normally don't have any sound hooked to it, but that's the plan in the future anyway.
Okay.
You can just send a script to David, and he'll read it with such exuberance and enthusiasm.
He done the night before Christmas that he did was amazing. So yeah.
Oh, thank you, Stevie. You're so heartwarming.
My YouTube channel is generic as far as children as well, so I'd have to consider that too.
So David has to put on his less creepy persona.
So a lot of traction on this post. I commented a few times. Originally, I thought the guy was just asking what kind of cable do I need to get my Coco to show up on my TV, but it's looking like not only was it just getting it on the TV, but maybe there were other issues with his VDG chip or RAM or something else. But this was a pretty active thread this week.
Well, when he says modern TV, does it have analog channel 3N anymore?
It sounds like it does, and it sounds like he did resolve. He is getting a picture now.
Yeah, I've got TVs I've bought in the past 5 years that I'd consider to be modern, and they can still get RF to show up on them and tune in.
Yeah, because he was having real problems before, and I think he's still getting a pretty crappy picture, but he is actually getting to see the basic screen, so the computer's working. It's just trying to clean up the video signal.
Did he mention in there what the problem was and the solution?
Stevie, have you kept up with it? I haven't had a chance to.
No.
I didn't see it either. Just that he was.
So I did. Again, sometimes it's maybe what you interpret what the person's asking, but it seemed like first he was saying, "What kind of cables do I need?" I chimed in on that, talking about the RF to RCA adapters and then stuff like that. But yeah,
looks like he has one.
And then later on, he posted a picture saying, "I could get it to come up, but it's still kind of dirty." So, but I'm not sure if this is just a cable noise problem or if there's still problems with this Coco, like having RAM issues or something else.
Well, notice there's no top on his RF can.
It looks like an RF. I was going to say it looks like an RF converter issue.
Okay.
So yeah, go back to the Coco. There's no top on his.
Okay, so he's getting
that's
some
going to
RF
pull in all
interference.
kinds of noise.
You mean the covering of the RF here?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's probably why he's getting noise then, huh?
Doesn't help.
All right.
Well, one of you guys that knows this kind of stuff can go post that to hit this Facebook link here that he can you get some advice from you guys.
I don't know.
I had a very similar Coco. Well, it's the exact same model. I even sent him an EEPROM, and mine had a bad screen when I bought it. And I put in a new capacitor, and I pulled out the video chip and resocketed it, a little WD-40. Did a good cleanup on the board. And my video cleaned up pretty good.
Okay.
Hopefully he gets it solved because he's got a nice one. It's only got regular basic right now, but I know there's some people in the community that offer the extended basic ROMs.
Yeah.
So I mailed it to him.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
That's the problem you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. More Alan.
Hey,
Huffman.
no, we got Alan. I hope you're still on here because there's a few of yours in a row here. So I'll let you kind of take away the comments here. The first one is about the basic crunching program by Carl England, who also did the defeater that we featured 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, did he talk about this utility?
I don't think we've ever spoken to him.
No, we haven't.
Well, this was something that was invaluable back when I was releasing programs in BASIC. What it does is it creates lines you could not physically type on a color computer, but are allowed by the interpreter. It'll do things like if you say print, quote, hello, quote, well, that quote at the end, if it's the last thing on a line, it doesn't need to be there. So all those can be removed. You save a byte each time. It'll get rid of remark statements. And if there was a go-to to the line that said rim, it will change the go-to to be the next line after it. It will remove all unnecessary spaces, including ones that are impossible to type. Normally, if you have an if statement, if you say, if A equals 10, then whatever, that's fine. No space is needed. But if it's a variable, if A equals B, then the tokenizer doesn't know if you're talking about if A equals BT as a variable or BTH as a variable. So you have to put a space there when you type it. But this program removes them. So as long as you don't edit the line afterwards, it can remove those impossible spaces that you always have to type as a human. So it does a lot of things like that. And then it combines lines to be as long as the tokenizer can handle, which is like 249 bytes. So it'll take a huge program. This stupid example I wrote was 519 bytes. And then it crunches it down into something that's really tiny, that is 214 bytes.
Wow.
So literally cut it more than in half.
Right. Now, of course, I was padding the lines. Every line number takes up an extra 5 bytes. Every go-to to a long number takes up a byte for each digit. There's all these little tricks. So if you crunch your program and then renumber by ones, you can get the smallest representation of your program, but it's uneditable. And if you list it, it does bad things. So when
copy protection.
Yeah, when we released mini banners, I knew I couldn't get by selling a basic program. So I crunched it with his code, and then I had a scrambler program that converted the basic program into gibberish and then had a loader at the beginning. So you'd actually load my basic program and type exec. Then it would descramble it, copy it to where it started, and jump to run. You know, we'd disable break and do little tricks to make the screen display really fast. And it looked like it was an assembly language program. And it was a lot smaller than it would have been if I wrote it in BASIC. So if you want to have fun, Stevie, take any one of your programs, run it through Crunch, and then see if it makes a difference. It'll definitely make it smaller. One of the greatest BASIC utilities ever, and it's available in the archive on his Defeater copy protection disk.
Neat. Neat.
Yeah, Carl was a genius. Or is a genius, I shouldn't say was.
Okay.
That's really cool.
So this thing is basically hacking your BASIC file and then basically almost compressing it, not quite compressing it, but condensing it down to the lowest common denominator that the interpreter can handle.
Exactly.
Which saves every single wasted byte of space, which frees up RAM. And when you're dealing in BASIC, when you have a maximum of about 24K for program code and variables and everything else, it's real easy to run out of space. So every byte counts.
Yep. Next up from Alan, he actually released, it was a nice gesture because it used to charge for this, if I remember correctly, the CoCoFest Chronicles, which is the tales of you going to Atlanta CoCoFest and Chicago CoCoFest. And you always had these entertaining stories about what happened even on the drive there, which in your case, always something happened. It was never just a nice straight through drive.
Especially to Chicago. Yeah, so this book was put together. It was going to be a multiple volume one, which I never followed up on. And not only is it the old Fest reports that I used to post online after each show, but it had insider information explaining some of the things that were running gags, some of the things that at the time could not be put into the Fest report for various reasons. We had a prank booth at one of the shows because we were having fun with a guy named Nick Johnson. I sold some of his software through Subetha for a while. And he had locked on to the word klystron. Please do not urinate on the klystron was the saying. And so at the next fest, we actually registered a booth with a company called Klystronics. And they didn't show up. They had some apology letters printed out on the table explaining why they couldn't be there. And it had a secret message encoded into the paper. And he actually said, there's a company here named Klystronics. And he was very intrigued and suspicious. So that got explained years later when this book came out. It's filled with a lot of things like that, and apparently stuff I don't even remember writing because people keep commenting on stuff that I didn't even know was in there. There's a lot of contributions. There's a history of MIDI and music on the color computer that was submitted. A lot of the people that wrote or organized the festivals all wrote forwards explaining how they got involved. So it's a lot more in it than just my fest reports.
And Alan, you weren't at the meeting, but we had a Glenside meeting before CoCoFest was postponed, and we were tossing out who would we like to have be a speaker at the fest. And I mentioned your name for this very reason, because you've got so much history and knowledge, and not only that, but you're kind of a compelling person and communicator that you would be able to share these stories in a way that people would really gravitate towards. So if we ever get to the point where we are going to have a real CoCoFest, I would still like to put your name in the hat to be a speaker at a CoCoFest to share these stories firsthand. If you're
even the keynote speaker itself, that's what I was kind of
I'm sure I could put together a short presentation that would have some of the hilarious tells of things that happened along the way.
Yeah, and you still have my vote for that. So
yeah, the couch incident with Terry was not the first car related issue going to a CoCoFest by far.
Wow.
Anyway, it's a free download. I think you put it on the archive too, didn't you?
Yes, it was uploaded to the archive, and it's on my site. There is a print edition, but thanks to Tim Lindner, he has recreated my cover, which I cannot find the original artwork for that cover. And Tim sent me a recreation he made just off of this picture. So I'm going to have it added to the online version of the book, and you'll be able to buy a really nice bound version for like $11. I ordered one years ago. I was going to bring this book back and update it, and I ordered a sample, a fraction of the cost of how we had these printed back then, and it looks fantastic. So
wow.
So that'll be available for people who want a print copy.
What's the blue lettering say?
A History of the Post Rainbow CoCoFest by Alan C. Huffman, Volume 1. Is that what you're asking?
No, there must be a different book behind.
It's probably setting on the banner that was on the table.
The banner.
Blue letters behind. Oh, off to the left. Yeah. I see. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't remember what. Oh, this must have been the Pennsylvania CoCoFest. This picture was taken from. It's the only picture I could find of the book.
Neat.
And speaking of CoCoFest, Alan put up a whole bunch of you used to have a separate site on a separate subpage of your Disney sites, I think, that had all the CoCoFest pictures. Is this kind of where you're keeping them all now, or?
But it didn't have these. These were negatives that I found a few years ago, and I had them scanned. But I have a book that has all the pictures from 1990 on up, and I used to always take this photo album, and it would sit on our desk at Sub-Ethosoft or on our table. And I'm going to go in and eventually scan those. I do have photos from 1990 and 1991. These were just the ones that I found the negatives to a few years ago. Some of them are very bad scans, but I thought it might be a good time to. I'm just trying to put CoCoFest stuff out there since we lost our chance to go so far this year.
Now, you have a ton of pictures on here. We definitely don't have time to go through them all. Is there any specific ones that you may want to point out? Like these two here with Mark, and I think we'll show those, and you can kind of comment on that.
Yep, that's two of the three names that are in the hidden Color Computer 3 picture. That's Mark Hawkins, and he did show up at a CoCoFest and talk about it. That's him autographing a shirt that had that the hidden picture in the Coco 3 on it, and we auctioned it off at one of the festivals. And he worked
for those that don't know who he is, explain.
Mark Hawkins, Todd Earls, and a third guy were the ones that were hired or that did the work that Microware did for Radio Shack on the Color Computer 3 enhancements to BASIC. So their photograph is in the Color Computer 3. They were the guys that worked on Super BASIC.
And they worked at OS9 too.
And that picture is known as the Three Muggeteers, right? Because of the mug shots. Right?
Yeah, they had a different name for it, but I forget what it is. And this guy, Todd Earls, he has passed away, but both Mark Hawkins and Todd Earls still worked at Microware during the years I started, and they were nice enough to sign this. The third guy had already left Microware by the time I started, and they were still active. Mark Hawkins did a lot of the OS9 68000 maintenance, and Todd Earls was the guy that was doing all the graphic environments for the digital set-top boxes that Microware was doing at the time.
And James Jones mentioned the third person was Tim Harris. That's the one that left.
That's the name. Yep. So there's pictures like this. There's also a lot of celebrities that are no longer active, but there's somewhere in there, there's a picture of Kevin Darling, who did a lot of the OS9 6809 third-party work. Yep, there he is. And a lot of faces that I can't remember the names, but you can see the people that brought out the MM1 computer and a lot of stuff that was huge news at the time. And I'm looking back now going, who the heck were most of these people?
What the heck's an MM1?
There's James Jones.
Right?
Who are these people?
Who are these people? Yeah. Hey, James.
And these were staged photos because somebody started having the Fest shirt signed. They had a fabric pin. And so everybody was signing everybody's shirts. So I started taking pictures. These were going to be for a graphical adventure game. We brought out a OS9 based adventure simulation of this fest where you could go from table to table and see digitized versions of these pictures. So I was just having people take silly pictures that could be incorporated into the little adventure game.
Did that ever get completed?
The actual game version did not. The simulation was released, and then there was a follow-up, which was the full layout, but it didn't have the pictures in it. And I'm going to recover those and get those updated and posted, because the simulation was neat because you could walk around to different locations. It would have descriptions, and there was at least one puzzle element, like you had to figure out how to even get into the festival. But it wasn't a full game. It was more of a proof of concept demo.
So you guys were doing virtual fests here back in the 90s before we even thought of doing our one here last week.
Well, sort of. And Roger Taylor did a couple of virtual Coco Fests online about a decade or so ago, but I don't know what they were. I never got to see one. But he was doing these all day online things of some kind.
Okay. Neat.
Hey, there's a ton of cool pictures there, and I didn't realize they were all new ones too. So there's, I mean, I'll have to finish going through them there. And of course, there's Jolt Cola, which is
I was
very
gonna say
important.
it's not Diet Dr Pepper and water now, is it? So
No, this is far better.
Okay.
This
Yes.
is,
The good stuff.
And thanks again, Alan, for bringing me a 6-pack at the fest a couple years back.
Oh yeah, I'm worried now. Last time I went by Dollar General, they didn't have any of them left, and there was a clearance tag, so we may be out of Jolt again soon.
That sucks.
All right.
Oh, and incidentally, the guy in the blue shirt back there, wasn't that Dave Myers?
Coco Pro? Yeah, I think it was.
Yep, he was the guy that is responsible for launching the post-Rainbow Coco Fests when he decided to have the one in Atlanta. And so because of him, he did a couple, and then Glenside took over and kept on doing them. But it was Dave Myers that kind of...
Dave and Nancy Myers who ran Coco Pro.
Yep.
Right, and from what I understand, hearing Tony Pedraza talk about this, because Coco Pro, the Pro was in all caps, and they sponsored the first Coco Fest. That's why Coco Fest has Fest in all caps, is kind of following that format from Coco Pro.
Yep. And here, Alan, you've got the STG net. I didn't realize they had a little GIF graphic of the actual, who
It's
was
almost
where.
like the Coco map, huh?
You want to explain what STG net was and who did it?
A guy named Scott Grappentag wrote this BBS package for OS9, and it had some really unique features. I didn't know it at the time because I'd never seen the internet, but it had basically a clone of what news groups were, where you might have comp, sys, OS9, rec, arts, Disney, divided by dots on the internet. They were subdirectories with slashes, but it was just like Usenet, news groups. And it had email, like the system was called Delta, the one I ran in Texas. And so I was sysop at Delta. Well, you could link these systems together. Every night, my BBS would call in to the one above me, and we would do a bidirectional transfer. It would send and receive at the same time. It was so much faster than FidoNet. And it would transmit messages and the message bases and private email and files and everything. And it would just propagate through this entire network. So you could call into one, jump into the OS9 forum or the games forum, post a message. Within a few days, it had bubbled across the network to all these other systems.
Wow.
It was kind of like a Coco only competitor to FidoNet. These are all Coco OS9 systems. Like I remember Kzin, that was West Scales up in Vancouver.
Is it on the map?
Yeah, up in the upper left there.
It's kind of small here. On
the
our
generic
screen.
Canada
Yeah,
thing.
click on that. Does it get any larger? That was a very small GIF back then.
Yeah, it is a small GIF. That's as big as it gets.
I wasted lots of money dialing into Sanvi in Chicago from Milwaukee. Yeah.
Oh yeah, wasn't that Paul Dracatis?
It was. It
Yes.
was.
Yeah.
And Chai Coco was the actual Glenside one, wasn't it?
I don't even remember.
Think so?
I remember Jim Vestal was on there. I haven't heard from him in years. There's a whole bunch of names that were just everywhere back then that have just vanished. And at some point, I'm going to stalk them and see where they ended up.
Yeah, we can bring them on the show for interviews. That'd be kind of fun, or even get them back into the Coco community if they're not aware of everything that's going on now. So,
Mikey in the live chat says at one point we had a Coco Nitrous 9 UUCP network.
Yeah, Rick Adams might have been involved with that.
I ran that for a while when I moved up here and had dial-in access to the internet through microware.
Neat. So,
that's a cool bit of Coco history there.
It's yeah, and the cool thing, and now, so while the Coco world has become more connected because we're using the internet outside of our Coco to connect, it would be neat to see the actual Cocos get a little bit more connected too. And this kind of goes all the way back to DriveWire, right? So if we can get all these telnet things running through our Cocos and things like DW terms and your Plato terms and other stuff, it would be kind of cool to have some type of online collaborative platform that we could interface with on real Cocos in real time using the internet as our backbone. And I don't think that's too far from a realm of possibility.
I know there's one guy, Phil Taylor, I think, on the list. He's been trying to figure out how to get Ribs running again, which was our FidoNet compatible EBS system, which was also linked all over. We had some in Saskatoon here, for example.
All right.
So yeah, it'd be kind of cool. The technology is definitely there to do it, especially with all these Wi-Fi modems and stuff these days.
Yeah, neat.
Hey, Alan
Huffman.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Did you know Larry Greenfield?
Oh yeah, I definitely know the name. Was he the MIDI guy?
I'm not sure, but I remember. I think he lived in Toledo, Ohio, where I lived. I never met him, but I did talk to him a whole lot about on CompuServe.
Yeah, I totally remember that name. I don't remember what he was connected to, but I totally remember Larry Greenfield.
He was on CompuServe and he was on FidoNet.
Oh, okay.
I talked with him on FidoNet quite a bit back in the day.
All right.
Okay, next up, Roger Voss has been following Roger Taylor's instructions for building your own Mr. Coco, and kind of goes through the fact that he's actually managed to build one here. And then, with this, and then, Barry will respond with some stuff of using MAME and VCC's alternatives, but
which is
those
completely off topic. Here's a hardware project. Oh, well, here's a software project. Okay, thanks. You put chocolate in my peanut butter. Yeah, so that's one of the many hardware emulated platforms. So one of Roger Taylor's first one ended up being called the Matchbox Coco. Then he had the Mist, Mr. Coco.
And the Mister's a popular one with the retro computer in general. Like a lot of machines are emulated or running on the Mister. So.
And then of course one of the earlier projects was the Coco 3 FPGA, which was started by Gary Becker.
Is an inspiration for the Gimme X. Some of the stuff that's on there is actually coming to the real Cocos.
I like all these things, and again, there's a hashtag that should be there's no wrong way to Coco, but these have not appealed to me. Because they're not Cocos, even like the Coco Pi. I have the Coco Pi and it's neat, but I'm one way or the other. I'm either running the real Coco or I'm just running a software-based emulator on my PC. These are two sides that my brain can handle and that work for me. There's no wrong way to Coco, but the hardware, the non-Coco hardware things have not motivated me to put money into,
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. Though I do know, like Bill, he's got a Matchbox. He loves using it because he uses the 80 by 50 text and 8 megahertz and all that stuff. But
okay, that's neat. So somebody's jumping on that.
Next up is Henry Reitfeld has a video showing how to use a modified DC modem pack to connect to the net. I spelled next for some reason, using a Wi-Fi modem, which I won't bother playing, but you can definitely check that out. It actually shows you how he got it all hooked up and running. So he's real Coco's logging onto the net.
Okay, neat.
This one here, the Coco Collector, this is the first official episode besides the original episode 0. This is Boise's page where he's kind of going through his Coco collection. So in this case here, he's going through a Coco 1 with an HGL keyboard.
Okay.
So he goes through cleaning it a bit, and then he takes it apart to show you the insides, etc. I think this one was an E-board, if I remember correctly. Very well done, well produced.
The case looks later than an E-board. Looks like an F-board case.
Well, because
I'd have to take a look. Maybe I'm remembering that
centered,
wrong
yeah.
too. No, it wasn't E. Yeah, because somebody had wrote that on a sticker in the bottom. Now, the thing that intrigued me is he mentions he's got other Cocos he's going to be doing near the end of the show. If I can find... Let's going to move something out of the way here.
What?
These are all the other Cocos in his collection he's planning on going through during this series, all boxed up, the ones he doesn't have original boxes for.
Wow.
So if everybody's wondering where all the Cocos have gone that people are trying to find and buy on eBay and stuff, I think Boise's got them all.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow.
And it's kind of hard to read in the screen here, but like this middle one here says Color Computer 3 Marty Goodman. So that's one of the heavily hacked ones, I'm assuming, that because Marty gave away his entire collection at one point. So there's some pretty historic stuff in here. I'm assuming the deluxe is probably in here that he's actually got, the motherboard of, and maybe the Coco 4 case we know he has too. So I'm really looking forward to this series because he's got a lot of unique hardware and unique Cocos that I would really like to see.
Neat.
Okay, this one here, video showing his PAL MC10 with 8K internal RAM added, so now you can use P Mode 4 properly, because the way it's currently wired, if you have external RAM, you can't use that for graphics. So he added the 8K internal, so now you can use a full P Mode 4, plus he's got the MC128X, plus he's got the equivalent of drive wire on the MC10, which I'm trying to remember the name of it.
MC. It's the MC server.
MC server? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he kind of demonstrates running it here. So he's going to load an actual P Mode 4 image. And he's using the MC server here to do it in real time.
And this is MC10 sound.
I was going to say, pretty impressive chip in there. Sound chip in there.
That's a picture of David Ladd.
Normally the MC10 can't even do P Mode 4 because it's only got 4K RAM to work with them, and the mode itself takes 6K. So,
but it had an awesome sound chip.
It did. I think this is
it's playing WAV files, obviously.
It's a 7-bit DAC.
And this is the MCX Basic, which basically adds extended basic functionality to the MC10 with the high-res mode.
Pretty quick too.
Yeah, I mean, this is only P Mode 1 in this case here, but it's
still pretty quick.
Yeah. I'm sure James Diffenaffer can give us details if it's faster or slower than the equivalent Coco one.
Yeah, I saw this and I thought we got it. This is the Flappy Bird. This is one I think we should make as a game on one time, Nick Marotta. If you've never seen this. This is called Flag on Bird by
It's an exercise in frustration, but that's just the game design. It's not the port.
Yeah, our high score would be 5.
Wow, you do that well? I don't. This is where Jason Reigard would have a lot of competition for lowest score.
Yeah, it's neat. So we're showing MC10 some love here on CoCoTALK. There's no MC10 hate here. Multi-pack interface for Coco 1, 2, 3 for sale in Melbourne, Australia. Crikey.
Yeah, now, his YouTube username is Re1974, but I'm not sure who it is. It might be somebody that's in the Discord for all I know. But he's testing a multi-pack in his Coco that was modified by the previous owner. So it actually has a power LED light on it, and it was on sale. I'm not sure if he sold it already by this point, but he was just basically doing this video to show that it is functionally working.
Oh, it's for sale, you mean?
One, if you're looking for it, you can find it on eBay.
He's basically showing you that it's working, that the slot selector switch will go through them. There's the power on
there's
light.
the LED. Yeah.
Previous owners put a power LED there.
And showing that, each of the slots is being correctly selected, etc. So
Slot
anybody in
1.
Australia is looking for multi-pack, it may be too late now, but if you're lucky, maybe it's still up for sale.
I have a message for Ed Snyder.
Yeah.
MC10 multi-pack.
Okay, this next one here is John Holmes posted a video on YouTube of running his TP10 printer from his Coco 2. So this is like 2 retro things running at once. And he actually does a dump of the screen that you see up there. So let me just fast forward to the printer's actually going.
Oh, look at that. High speed.
Oh, that takes me back.
And it prints out the semi-graphics properly. And it even prints lowercase.
Heats up and cools.
Yeah, we did a
program supported it.
make the dark part.
I know we used this for our newsletter here for the first little bit. I think it was either this one or the CGP 115 where you did the 2 columns and then you just taped them on paper and then Xerox that to get the newspaper formatted look.
If anybody has one, you can go to the archive and get the TP10 dump program. It'll take a P mode 4 screen, dump it out to this. It prints out as 3 little strips you tape together. There you go. You're welcome.
Oh, wow.
Don't tape over the print.
My father used to do, type up documents for his work, and that's what he would do. He would print them out on the TP10 and paste them in columns, and then run them off on the Xerox machine.
Yep, that's how we did our newsletter.
You'll go far, Fletcher.
I used to save listings this way, and I found if you tape over the printout, when you tape your papers onto a backing sheet, it erases under the tape.
Oh.
So I had to recreate a bunch of programs with 3 lines missing every page or so from where I taped them into a book.
It's like a chemical reaction or something.
Exactly.
I bought some fax. I bought some fax paper with the long tubes, of fax paper.
Yeah.
And I cut them in half. I've got would be 16 now rolls for TP10.
What did you cut them with?
Perfect.
You can use it as toilet paper. That's why it's.
I used a saber saw.
Okay, I remember when I was a kid, my dad tried that with fax paper with like a radial arm saw. So then we had these rolls of paper that had this big mark on the side of them from the heat of the radial arm saw.
Yeah.
Didn't work out that well.
Well, it turned black on the edge there.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the heat, I would imagine.
So what?
Thermal paper, so. Next up, we got 2 posts, pictures from John Kwong, who's a new member on the Facebook group. Is he a new member on Discord too, Stevie?
I don't know. It's sometimes hard to cross-reference. I don't remember him being one of the people I introduced. If he did, he didn't mention his name.
Anyway, though, he got a Coco 2 haul here, so he basically posted a picture showing all the stuff he got in one shot, and I think he had some questions on getting cassette recorders.
Nice. That's a nice starter Coco, right? You got your cassette player there. You got your game
Joysticks.
libraries.
New box of Black Beauties.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pair of Black Beauties. Yeah, great Coco. Cassettes, graphics packs, you name it.
Wires.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good start.
It's a great
And then he posted
Coco.
another. This is actually the 3rd Coco. He's now got the complete set, Coco 1, 2, and 3. So he showed a picture of the family
Nice.
photo there
with the cassette player.
Now he
Wow,
needs a
look how much.
TDP.
I forgot how much deeper the Coco 1 was compared to the 2 and 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's even
the
got one of the
monitor
keyboard
better.
overlays on the Coco 1. You'll notice too for one of the programs, that little plastic sheet you put over top the keys, which you can no longer do on the 2 and the 3. For special function keys, you can see the little arrows and stuff.
Yes.
What I'm amazed as a Coco computer geek, I've never seen a Coco user's floor look that clean. So there should be papers and cables and all kinds of crap all over.
So you're saying it's highly suspicious and probably staged.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Another Black
Yeah, it's freshly
Beauty.
mowed. You can tell it's been vacuumed for hours.
Were the motherboards really that much bigger in the Coco 1 then? Like, were they?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was part of the reason of the Coco 2 is this cost reduction, right? Let's get the
board
PCB
size
down and everything else. Yeah.
Less plastic to make the cases, so the case price went down.
The PC boards are done in panels. There's multiple ones, and so the 2 and the 3 can get a lot more circuit boards for a computer on the panel. Therefore, it's a cost reduction.
Mm-hmm.
They also moved the motherboard more underneath the keyboard in the 2 and 3 as well to make
that's
them
true
shorter.
too. Next up, Catherine Trudell, hope I'm pronouncing her last name right, is trying to get her cassette player to work more reliably on the Coco. Any suggestions from the panel? And she shows her Coco and Coco SDC. I'm assuming she's trying to transfer files. Then we're talking about tone settings and volume settings. And
Aren't there parts that need to be replaced in older cassette players because they dry out, like belts and like the little rubber belts and things? Like maybe the
Caps are going to be iffy by now. Yeah, there's all kinds of.
Yeah, the pinch rollers and belts are the 2 main things that wear in idler wheels. But those CCR 81s and 82s were genuinely pretty reliable.
Techmoan has a lot of videos where he's replacing belts and things in older machines like that because they dry out and crack.
Use your phone with WAV files.
Yeah, but if she's
right, but if it's your
she's
own,
trying to
if it's your own
convert her
personal
sets,
content,
I think over.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, you could read it into the phone, I guess, but then you're losing a bit of quality at that point, and then trying to play it again through. Yeah, it might work. Yeah, I guess you'd have to play with it and see.
Interesting. Yeah. So
Only two more.
The other option would be to get a hold of another tape drive too. That's more reliable. So.
Yep.
If it's
Al
static
Hartman.
noise, it could be a ground, eh? Could be a bad ground wire somewhere.
Yeah, it could be. Inducing hum over the top of it will stop it reading properly.
Look at all these
This
buttons.
is kind of following along with what Alan did with all of his old Coco Fest pictures here. This is actually Al Hartman put up some of the paraphernalia from being an exhibitor at the original Rainbow Fest back in the early 80s. So he's got, I didn't realize they had picture badges at one point there.
Yeah, that's neat.
Like even had like matchbooks, and there's a Dennis Kitts, I'll teach you a lesson pin on the bottom.
Yeah,
left.
that's neat. Rainbow Fest Spectrum Projects exhibitor. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Great little slices of history there.
Yeah. And last one up, Ben Drake. So you just posted this, I think today actually. The 10-line programming contest is over, and he scored 8th place with his divide by 0 one here. Now it's 1:21. Do you want me to play the whole thing, or?
Fast forward to where the program's actually running. Is this an actual program?
I believe so. Oh yeah, here we go.
You're not helping, Kat.
Patching ROM, removing division safeguards. So is he really patching ROM, or is this just a program saying that?
I think it's just a program.
Overwriting ROM.
Okay. Even 0. Okay. I am a support AI. You may now divide any two numbers by 0. 8 and 4. What happens if you put in 0? Result is 0. You want to split a value into equal sized fractions. So if you divide 1 into all the halves is in 3. If you divide
Is
2,
this serious? I don't know.
Okay. If there are no fractions, none of the values is there. What was that last comment? I fear that division 0 is going to allow reality to implode. Is that fear?
Yeah, could make reality implode.
Division could make reality implode is just.
We've already divided by 0 on CoCoTALK every week.
And that ends the news.
All right. Good job, Curtis. Lots of news, lots to cover.
Well, 2 weeks again, and now that everybody's in isolation too, I mean, everybody's got free time to work on projects.
Things to do. And we're trying. Yeah, we're trying to be more inclusive and make sure we're not forgetting things outside the Coco Facebook group. So we're making sure we look at the Dragon group and the MC10 group. And I want to remind everybody, if you want us to cover things, there's 2 ways you can do it. You can go into Coco Discord server, and we have a channel that's called News Topic Suggestions, where you can drop in things to cover for news, topics you'd like us to talk about, or suggestions for the show. You can also send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live. We are going to take a commercial break, and then we're going to be back with Game On, one of my favorite segments of the show. Nick Marotta, will you be ready for Game On when we come back?
Yes. Yes.
And Nick, did you want to do the challenge first, or do you want to do the news bit first?
Let's do the.
I think the challenge should go first myself.
Let's do the challenge first. Yes.
I can wind things down so people are falling asleep by the end of the show.
Exactly. Nick Marenti's already there, so we can join him in Slumber Land after the.
I've been following in Nick's footsteps on and off, but.
All right. Well,
because I'm also in Australia.
We are going to go ahead and run a commercial break, and we will be back in a couple of minutes with some Game On.
CoCoTALK will return after these messages.
CoCo2, c'est le coq champignon, des micros il donne le pion. Pour le jeu, il est pas bavard, les études, c'est pas bizarre. L'expansion, il envoie ça, les commandes, tu vas voir ça. Notre Coco est programmable, pour tes cours, c'est bien serviable. CoCo2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac.
Un ordinateur couleur qui a de la personnalité. Le CoCo2 de Radio Shack. On solde pour Noël à partir de 149,95.
CoCo2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac. C'est toi et CoCo2.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. If you're using your color computer in Quebec and it stops working, is it now a Coco won't do?
Hi, Ron Delvaux, Timberman, Coco Fest, CoCoTALK. In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
Hey, have you got your Coco 3 yet? Hi, this is Rick Adams, author of Temple of Ram and Shanghai, and you've tuned into CoCoTALK, the nation's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer.
What's going on, everybody? Original Gamer Stevie Stroh here, and if you're a fan of vintage computing and retro gaming, then you're going to love our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. There you will find custom designs by Instagram artist Joel M. Adams. You can get I'm a Coconut, CoCoTALK, and other cool video game images on a t-shirt, coffee mug, or mouse pad. So if you love retro, then head on over to the retro swag shop at 8bit256.com today. Tell them the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh sent you.
Radio Shack's store-wide manager's red tag sale is on now. We've slashed prices 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%. Save on famous Radio Shack hi-fi, car stereo, radios, toys, TV games, calculators, walkie-talkies, and CB radios. Look for the big red tag. Save like never before on these and literally hundreds of red tag specials. Hurry into Radio Shack today.
Hi, this is Randy Kindig of the Floppy Days podcast. I just love me some Coco, and nobody covers it better than Steve Strobridge. You're listening to CoCoTALK.
Whoops, hold on. There we go. All right, everybody. It's time for everyone's segment of CoCoTALK that we like to call Game On. All right, and so I had wrong soundboard button there. Anyways, we're here with Nick Marotta and Game On.
You'll go far, Fletcher.
Oh my
You'll
freaking
go far.
God, with my freaking OBS right now. Hold on. All right, technical difficulties here. Sorry about that. Too many things to click on now in my OBS, man. It's getting overwhelming running the show here.
Lots of buttons.
Yeah, lots of buttons. Nick Marotta. This is one of my favorite. I'm actually going to wake up now for the show because we're going to be talking about games. So, Nick Marotta, where the hell are you? I'm looking for you on my screen here. I can't find you. You getting ready to share? Oh, there you are. I see you. Okay, too many faces on the panel, too. It's like Discord. There's too many people on the panel. There's too many channels in Discord. There's just too much information here. I can't handle it. All right, so...
Too many people on the planet.
Yes.
Okay, so our game of the week was Nightmare Highway, and it was a really good turnout. We had 17 people. And I'm going to go, the reveal's a little bit different this week, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and show the reveal. Can you guys see that?
Not yet.
I see you.
Oh, hold on. I always do that.
You look like you're concentrating intensely, though, Nick. There we go.
There we go.
Nightmare
You ready for the reveal?
Yes.
Sure, I love my Sailor Man and Firefall. Go on a rampage for some super pitfall. Shanghai,
Here we go. Here come the results. They're in the wrong order. I apologize. So we had the winner was Tom C with 27,910. Then Buck Owens with 25,317. Canadian Retro Things 21,479. Brett Lady 17,602. Riza with 14,473. Ken Regard 12,099. Ben Drake 11,889. Rogelio 11,615. Mr. Dave 10,831. David Ladd 10,188. Ken's Daughter 9946. Me 9396. Alkengrice 8067, Steven 7611, Mark B 4378, Alan 3766, and Jason with 988. And thank you to all our participants for being listed. And it was a fantastic week. And thank you all.
Grabber and Cashman used to be my thing. Megabug, Buzzard Bait, Sea Dragon 2.
And let me kill the music here.
Me much as you do. Nightmare.
So yes, that was our game of the week.
Mikey's asking where he was.
Where's Mikey? I didn't see a score for Mikey.
Okay.
Mikey, if I missed you, I apologize. What was the score?
He says you completely forgot about him. Well, at this point, we're just going to have to roll with it.
I went through the list and I didn't see it. So, Mikey, what was your score? Who were telling you this? And
yeah. Well, in the meantime, keep going with your presentation. We'll wait for him to respond via chat. You're still screen sharing, just so you know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll turn it off for now, and I'll take it back when I go to reveal the next game.
All right. So the game was Nightmare Highway. How many people played Nightmare Highway this week? I know I did.
We had 17 people play. I can't turn off sharing. Oh yes, I can. There we go. We had 17 people play, which I thought was a great turnout, and it was a mix of the CoCoFest edition and the regular edition. And as a point of interest, the top 3 scores were all CoCoFest edition.
Okay.
So proof that the CoCoFest edition does increase your score. So if you're looking to increase your do better in Nightmare Highway, then CoCoFest edition is your choice. So yeah, I thought it was a really great game. Does anybody have any comments about it or anything like what levels? I don't know what levels people made it to. I made it past level 1 once, and that was a big accomplishment.
Yeah, I could make it I could make it to my way to the 3rd CoCoFest, but not make it to the 3rd. I could make it to the 2nd, but never make it to the 3rd.
There was more than one level.
I tell you, because I played the CoCoFest edition, I really learned how to spell Terry very well. I was like, all right, because you're like looking for those letters. Give me a T, give me an E, give me an R, give me an R, give me a Y. So I was definitely looking for the power of Terry and then cranking it up to 4th gear to drive fast for those few seconds of empty street to, milk a few points and stuff.
That's right.
Curtis says he can't unmute.
Curtis says he can't unmute. I will unmute everybody. There was a little bit of noise before. Okay, everybody's unmuted. Go ahead.
So I have a question for Nick.
Yes.
How many did you delete this week?
You were there.
No, you always say you're going to fix the list and delete them.
I meant to. I forgot somehow.
So that's what happened. So that's what happened to Mikey. You deleted Mikey.
Your score, yeah, exactly.
Mikey said his score was 10,831.
I'm so sorry, Mikey. So there you go.
And Steve Rasmussen says 25,317 was the number of times that he rage quit.
my score was not 988. It was not that high. It was like 18.
You wanted your 5 score in, or
oh no, I had 18. I had 18 was my highest.
Where did I get 988 from?
I have no idea, unless that was a built-in high score somewhere.
Jeez, I thought you did really well. Okay, I guess I didn't do so well to capturing scores this week. Sorry, guys.
I apologize. I didn't get a chance to play it at all. I was hoping to, but I just had too much Nitrous 9 Beta 5 stuff going on. So
no bathroom breaks this week, Curtis. You couldn't.
No, I literally was up till 4 a.m, 4 nights in a row this week trying to cram out the test 3. So
I enjoyed playing it. It's challenging. It is definitely a challenging game, but also it's very colorful. I find semi-graphics to be very charming because it's a combination of low resolution, pixely, but without having a Coco 3, that is the most colorful way you can use your Coco, is to use that 9-color mode. Yeah.
It's I don't want to say it's the word cute, but it's a cute mode. Like it's a quaint, cool mode.
Yeah,
it's very retro.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
We have other games coming out in the future that'll be using that, which I'm pretty excited about. So
I think that the nostalgia for me in it is that when you first got your Coco, especially of us around in the early Coco 1 days, when extended basic was too expensive to get, that was what you found in the manual, and that's what you programmed in first. So all your first games when you had a 416K Coco was in that mode. So
right.
that
Right.
it
'Cause you
held a
didn't
lot
have
of
access
nostalgia.
to graphics from BASIC. Yeah.
So, any
I'm
other?
still writing stuff.
Is there any tips or tricks for this one, since I didn't actually get a chance to play it, to do better, besides buy the Fest version, because apparently you can score higher?
There's no safe areas. You're pretty much having to dodge left and right all the time. Look out for the greens. They're important. The fuel. Because I've run out of
Stick to third gear.
Third gear is good.
Yeah, third gear is good.
And when you get the Power of Terry, make sure you up at the fourth gear to get more points.
Milk the points, yeah.
So for a joke game, it was very good.
Yeah, it's very well made. It's visually, it's nice. It plays good. The engine noises, the explosions, the the high score table, the title screen, it has all the pieces you would expect from a commercial piece of software. So it is, to me, it's a complete package. Not only that, but I was copying in all the bonus content from the CD to my SD card, and there's a lot of software on there, including one of them where if you read the notes, he says, look, this one is my 4th entry to the Rainbow Adventure contest, and this one is not on my website. So there is, when he talks about an alleged bonus, there is a game on that CD that you can't get anywhere else. And I've copied all of the Ken Reichert software to my SD card in a Ken folder. I look forward to experiencing them all as my time permits. It's I would have to say that I have a sound bite here I'd like to run for that goes a little bit. So I need to share so you guys can hear it too real quick. But you guys know what I'm going to do here.
With rising entertainment cost, that's a real bargain.
Right. So so for $10, you get a lot of good stuff in there. So good job, Ken Reichert.
And a $5 digital download if you don't care about the extras. You still get the extra enhanced game, and you're supporting software development, which is awesome.
Absolutely.
So,
Terry Steen says, joke game? This is my life.
It's a special thank you for Terry, who we turned your trauma into over a year-long running gag.
Now if we get Ken to make an elevator game, that would be awesome.
Yes.
What elevator in action?
So thank you, Ken, for giving us that game, and for turning lemons into lemonade for sure.
Absolutely.
So if we are, and of course all the jokes about it being not a very good game were obviously in jest. So anyway, if we're ready to talk about next week's game.
Yes, please. The suspense is killing me.
Especially for Dave.
That's right.
I've been waiting for this.
Okay, so next week's game is going to be Xenix, a Coco 3 game. It's time for a Coco 3 game. So this is one I haven't played, but I played it for a bit, obviously, to check it out for this week, and it is really cool.
Very
one
fast.
of the best Coco 3 games ever made,
yeah.
especially for the 120K machine.
And so this game has been released to the wild, so there's no problems. The URL is https://ghostsub.com/coco, where you can pick up your copy, and it's also on the SDC, and that'll be our week. And there's a little bonus thrown in, courtesy of Erico Montero. The top 3 scores for Xenix will receive a complimentary key to the Windows port of the Outhouse.
Ah, nice. Hey,
I will mention 2 other things about Xenix just quickly. Jeremy Spiller, the author, has released the source code for it. It's on his site as well. So if you want to learn how he did this game, and it's one of the most impressive ones. So there's that. And then 2, there's a lot of bonus aliens. The solid colored ones that come down slowly after you shoot an alien once. Sometimes they change color to a solid, and those are power-ups. You should grab the manual off the Color Computer Archive to know what the power-ups do, because that makes a huge difference of whether, because those power-ups you can shoot and destroy them, so you don't get the power-up. You have to collect them. So definitely read the manual, find out what the different colors do, and that'll greatly help your score and playing in the game.
Excellent. I want to say a quick hello to a friend of mine out there in the live chat, Chris West. How you doing, Chris? No, it's great. It's a fast-paced game. Background music, sound effects, explosions, laser fire, pallets going off, the rocket's red glare, you name it, the bombs bursting in air. It's
actually has an end too.
Yeah.
You can win the game.
Is the Crystal City a possibility in the future?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They'll be down the road. When you go on his website, you'll see there are 2 games, Xenix and Crystal City. And
I just posted it.
Crystal City will definitely be down the road as well. So, because we want to cover both the Coco 2, which really is all you need, but we'll throw the Coco 3 in too for those who like that machine as well. So.
Yeah.
If
takes all kinds.
I've got it running in the background on my camera right now. The demo of it.
Look at that on the Model 4.
On the Model 4, yeah.
And I guess that about does it for Game On segment.
All right.
Well, no, just for the challenge segment. There's more.
My Game On challenge segment. Yes. For my portion of this, what I meant to say of the Game On segment.
Now, with one bit of news here. Nick Nimrenti sent me a private note here in the chat that I hadn't noticed until after news was done. And it's basically Ian Maverick, whom we know from Trash Talkers and stuff, is actually now offering 639 upgrade services in Australia. So if you're an Australian who wants to get the 639 upgrade, don't have soldering skills, don't have anybody that can do it, Ian will do that service for you. And you can reach him via his email, which is ianmianm@trs-80.com.
And he's in Melbourne, yeah? He's
Melbourne
based?
Melbourne.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So I know we have a lot of Australian listeners, and if any of them have soldering skills like Nick Moroder or I, this is definitely a service you will use.
And if you had to mailing it in country is still going to be faster than cheaper than getting it outside of Australia, right? As far as using the post.
Yeah.
If anybody in Adelaide wants, or near me wants anything done too, I'm more than happy to help them out as well with the same thing. So.
Then you can play Gunstar.
Gunstar.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's make sure we keep Grant Leedy awake, so we have to keep the show moving. Okay. So.
Okay, Stuart, do you want me to do the Game On news?
Yes, please. More games.
Okay. Let me just make sure I got my window up and ready to go. Now, this first one I'm going to play because I feel bad about this because I kept missing it the last couple of weeks. Well, we didn't have time to do it the last week, but the week previous was totally my own fault. So first up, and this is the one that's 2 weeks late, they are doing a promotion for Gunstar on the Coco show, and it started at the beginning of the month when they did Double Back. So this is like the episode they did 2 weeks ago, and I was supposed to announce it on the Game On News that day, and I totally forgot because that was our big catch-up episode where we had like 3 or 4 weeks worth of news to catch up on.
Yeah.
And it's time sensitive, which makes me feel real bad because that was just stupid to me. And then the following week we had the virtual Coco Fest, and it just wasn't time. I could have added on to the 6 hours, I guess, but. I will play the part of the show that explains how the contest works. It's to get an actual CD full version of Gunstar, not just the digital download version.
Okay.
So let me know if the volume's okay on this or if we need to turn up or down.
Around, doing the same tinkery crap they did in the 80s. They outlived Radio Shack, and so did the computer. That's just a theory. It's probably crap, but that's my guess.
This is where they were discussing why we had so many tinkerers in the Coco community compared to some of the other 8-bit
we should do this more often. Everything off the cuff from now on.
Theories to beat the band, Boat.
All right, Aaron. Well, it's time to talk about a very special event in the world of the Coco show.
That's right, Boat.
So, Aaron, why don't you tell our listeners what you've got in your hot little hands right now?
What I've got in my hot little hands a few weeks ago, maybe less than a month, and it happened at, of course, the worst time because this whole disease thing went down. A game was released for the color computer, and we talked this a while back, and the game I've got it here in my hot little hand, Boat, Gunstar, The Battle for Earth by Nicholas Marentes. Nick. And this is a game that came out for the color computer. Now, this is a game that requires a Tandy Color Computer 3, 512K memory, and the 6309 CPU upgrade, all right, which is a pretty simple upgrade you can do for practically no money for your Coco. Now, what do you get for your money?
As long as you know how to desolder and socket a CPU.
I'd say I would go on a limb
which he does, but
action shooter on the Coco, without doubt, without fail. This game is top shelf, and I was lucky enough to have gotten to play some of the pre-releases for it. And I knew right away, I was like, this thing's going to be awesome. And it is. It's great. And we are going to be giving away this particular copy right here on this show. And Boat's going to get into the details momentarily. You can also purchase this game at Nick's store. Boat, you want to shoot that up there?
Yeah. So Nick's store is over at nickmarentes.com. You can go there, and if you just look at his project archive, you can see the page for Gunstar. It is right here. You can purchase this game for a $10 digital download, or you can get it for $20, the physical CD media.
Now, I will say, if you buy the CD, and this, of course, will be on the disc we're giving away, you get not only do you get this game, but you get a bunch of other games that Nick did, including an updated version of Donut Dilemma. You also you get to have a look at Cosmic Ambush, Gatecrasher, a bunch of his other games. The game is it's a beautiful disc here, and this is a heck of a bargain, Boat. I bought this thing straight away. I wasn't screwing around because I knew our people
rising entertainment
would be
costs.
interested in having it. Now, Boat, click on that bottom thing.
There's a nice little surprise here with Aaron too.
Click on that. Scrolling down. These are also available. The Gunstar shirts.
Who is that tool that's modeling the shirt, by the way?
Okay.
You can see right here, bam, Gunstar shirt.
You're wearing
Great shirt. They're awesome looking. So I also recommend getting some shirt action, Boat. This won't be given away. That's for Daddy. But we will be giving this away.
Yeah.
And Boat, tell the people at home how any one of them could get this so easily.
So any one of you are eligible for this prize. Doesn't matter where you live, anywhere around the world.
Yes.
We're going to run a little contest to give this bad boy away. All you have to do is leave us a review on iTunes. Find the Coco Show page on iTunes. Leave us a review on there, and we will select at random a review that is left. It doesn't have to be, of course, we'd prefer it to be a positive review, but we will select one at random, and you will win the prize. Make sure.
That's right.
And we will announce that. We'll announce the winner next month on the Coco Show. So we're going to have another episode between now and then. But all you have to do is leave us a review. iTunes reviews are very important because still the vast majority of people that listen to the Coco Show still listen through iTunes, and other podcast aggregators use the iTunes review engine for recommendations and other things like that.
Well, I guess
so
we
even
should
if
be
you're
plugging
not an
that
Apple
too.
guy, even if you don't have an iPhone or whatever, it still remains the most important platform for us to get the word out about the Coco Show.
Right on. Now, by the way, I did a sort of an introductory playthrough
So we
of this
heard it.
game.
Hey, it's not bad for
about
50
3
bucks,
months
eh?
ago, so if you
Not at all.
our channel, you'll see it up
If I remember
there.
correctly, it comes
If
up
you
pretty
wanna
quick
have
here. I don't know
a
if we want
look
to play it or
at
not, but
what the
Aaron
game looks
actually
like.
suddenly caught his name's on the
Again,
credits.
this is a factory
He didn't
sealed
know that.
copy right here, but never opened by me. Good to go. So whether you're a collector of sort of unusual items,
Credits for
or
what?
you are a heavy-duty
Sorry, what's that?
Coco 3 fan who wants
Using
to take
credits
this bad boy
for
home,
what?
As a tester.
go drop a
Oh,
review
nice.
for us, easy as peasy. We'll pick a
The funny
random
thing
one
is, he's
out.
had
We'll
the game in
ship
his
this to your
possession for like a
house.
week or two, and he had no
This can
idea.
get
He hadn't
you
read
through
the
the rest
full
of
cover.
the dark days. Get you a little Gunstar.
Yeah.
I highly recommend it. Great game. And we'll get back to that in a couple weeks, Bo.
Now,
When did you discover that?
I'll tell you what else can get you through
Maybe
some
that's
dark
on the
days,
pre-show.
Aaron.
I can't
What's that,
remember.
Bo?
That's this week's game, Double Back.
Anyway, Double Back is the
Back.
game for the last show just 2 weeks
Yeah.
ago, and they just
Yeah, yeah,
recorded the new one. So the one that's getting released on Wednesday is for Speed Racer. So that's
So, a question regarding the iTunes reviews. What about those who are not running Mac?
He just said you don't have to. At iTunes, you can just go to the website. So if you go to iTunes or
right,
Apple
right, gotcha.
Podcasts online and search for them,
Yeah, okay.
and leave the review there. Yeah.
So, yeah, okay. So it's just iTunes in a browser. You don't have to have the iTunes app.
Yeah. No, that's a great. See, I didn't even realize that what he was saying about kind of the metadata and the search engine. This is kind of like the equivalent of what they call SEO, right? Search engine optimization for websites. So in order to get preferential discovery from other pod pullers, I guess they look to iTunes as the gold standard, right? So if you have iTunes reviews, that's going to bump your search rankings and possibly allow you to be picked up by other podcast things, because pretty much all the other thousands of podcast sources, they all pull from somewhere. And, iTunes is one of the biggest ones since that's where podcasts started, right? So That's good to know. We should probably be promoting that too. So let's do that now. while you're going to iTunes and giving a review for the Coco Show, how about do it for CoCoTALK as well? Please and thank you. Cool.
And then Aaron just piped up because he's not the biggest Apple fan. And he goes, for your information, this is not an endorsement for Apple.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm sure there's some on the panel that agree with that. So.
Yeah, it's a good question, right? If I don't have an iPhone and I don't use iTunes, how do I do it? Use your browser.
Yep. Cool.
Yeah. And like I said, the one they're going to be releasing on Wednesday is Speed Racer.
Oh, and Mikey's offering a prize. Mikey's saying for everybody who gives CoCoTalk a review on iTunes, he'll give a free copy of Pi Drivewire.
Oh, cool. Is that discounted? I can't tell.
Yes. So, thank you, Mikey, one of our sponsors. All right.
And just for those that are wondering what it looks like on the web, this is what the Apple Podcasts preview and where you can drop your reviews off looks like. But you
Okay.
can just do it in the browser, like you mentioned. And
Okay.
I think Mark already posted the link.
Post a link in the browser. Yeah, that's
And
great.
then find, like you said, find the CoCoTalk show too.
Yeah, look for CoCoTalk, and there's a link to that on our website, cocotalk.live. Ooh, Lancer with pallet hacks. What the hell is going on here? Or is this?
That's the F1 key thing.
Okay.
Now this here, Stevie, you mentioned that you really like the side-by-side review that John Schaller had done previously on the
Yes.
Donkey Kong versus Atari.
Yeah.
So in this case, I guess he's been following me and Nick Monroda for too long or something here and got bored. He decided to put Lancer against Buzzard Bait side
Okay.
by side.
As long as we don't throw in any type of reference to an Apple version or an Atari version being superior, I'm.
Oh,
okay. So no. Oh wow, this looks really good. I don't know
I really
why.
like this format. We should do something like this too if we.
Yeah. I don't know
some
why.
vendor,
but
or hire John. One of the two.
Somehow, this looks brownish to me. Maybe it's just the tint of something, but.
Well, he's
somehow-
recording off real hardware here on a composite capture. So.
Yeah.
Now, I will mention the other thing, nice thing he does too, is that because they have vastly different sound effects, that he actually has a little icon for a speaker
the
underneath
speaker.
the
Yeah,
one.
I did like that feature where it kind of moves from side to side, so you know where the sound's coming from.
Yeah, so you know which each individual game sounds like,
Yeah.
as opposed to just a hodgepodge mess like I've seen some other websites do.
Yeah. All right. So.
And there was a lot of discussion on Facebook on this. There was like dozens, and there was other, even on the YouTube pages, like lots of comments and back and forth. And surprisingly, it's been pretty even. There's quite a few people like Buzzard Bait. There's quite a few people like Lancer. So this is one of those games that I think you don't lose either way. To be
All right.
honest. I'm just being nice to Nick right now.
Yeah.
It's fun to fight about it though.
Yeah, no, I do. I like this side by side format. That's a really good way to edit things together.
Yeah. So props to John for coming up with that concept and actually doing a few videos here, because it works really well.
Yeah, man.
Next up, Michael Pitsley, whom we mentioned in the earlier news, did a complete playthrough of the educational game Math Adventures with Mickey. And this is, from 1983, 84, I think. And this is multimedia on cassette. So there's actually, the cassette will pause and it'll play some audio from the cassette.
Just real quick question. Is this more or less fun than having a blast with the new math tutor?
I think more fun because
Okay.
Mickey's in it.
All right. Hi, boys and girls.
So I'll just fast forward a little
All
bit
right.
here.
So, Disney.
Disney lawyers are on the
look at
line,
that.
Stevie.
Oh, Disney lawyers are on the line? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is 09.
No, this is cassette.
See, I like this. And again, I'm not sure how this is working, but this is definitely the green thing, but we still have artifacts.
Well, the green mode does have artifacts. They're just kind of dimmed down
They're
compared
muted,
to the regular
yeah,
ones.
yeah.
Yeah. Now this one, I'll play a little segment so you can hear the audio that plays while you're playing the game too.
This must be the place. Larry is the only castle in town.
I hope Mickey knows what he's getting into. You see, Mickey has been hired to manage the old Castle Hotel.
I mean, it gives you a bit of a flavor, but basically you loaded the game off cassette.
Right.
And then use motor off to pause it, and then we'd do the graphics, and then it would play a little bit like it was pre-recorded, and they exactly timed when things would happen. And the narrative with actually the Mickey voice and everything else is going while all these graphics are going. So it's actually an early multimedia presentation.
Yeah. And
I like Teddy Ruxpin.
just a little bit better than the speech sound pack, right?
So they're basically just using audio on the cassette, using the audio on and motor on.
Yep.
Yeah.
But done quite well, and I think it was
right.
It should have been used more often, to be honest.
And the artwork is very good. So obviously this is coming from Disney. So if a Disney product or the Children's Computer Workshop, which was the Sesame Street software division, they put some really good production value into the artwork, into the content, and things like that. So they produce some really high quality Coco entertainment products, and you can tell here just by looking at this. This is really good. I mean, think about what we consider the high res screen on the Coco, 256 by 192. You know what I mean? You've got icons on your desktop with more fidelity than that. So, and what they're doing here looks really good. So hats off, right? So.
Yeah, and Disney did a bunch of these. We showed a Goofy and the Goofy, was it the Goofy government one or whatever it was last time? There was a series of these on cassette in the 83, 84 time range, and then the disc 64K ones like Donald Duck's Playground and stuff came out later. So they kept going, and and they eventually went to disc-based, so they lost the multimedia component, which was too bad. But no, I was quite impressed with these. I didn't realize, I saw these in the store, and of course, my educational game, what the heck do I want with that? I didn't realize they were multimedia. I didn't know they had all this audio stuff. That was kind of a surprise when I first started seeing these videos pop up. So I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the series too.
So quick question comes to mind. Can you emulate this? If you had the WAV file.
You should be able to, because if you can tell the player to pause, and, turn the audio on off at specific spots and turn the motor on off, you should be able to, but.
So you would have to basically load it from a digital virtual cassette file, right, on an emulator. And then hopefully the emulator is able to control that digital audio that's on there too and pause it and do all the things that hardware can do.
Well, we did see that one. We saw that one Dragon demo that actually did do that a few weeks ago. If you remember that one that did the fancy semi-graphics, but it was playing SID sound in the background. That was off the cassette image WAV file. So.
All right. That'd be a curious little project to see if we can emulate the whole multimedia audio thing through an emulator.
Okay, this one here is kind of a public request by Brian Palmer. He's actually got in contact with Robert Offerman, who actually did a couple of games and programs back in the late 80s for the Coco 3. And the guy says he's lost all of his discs. He doesn't have the code, he doesn't have the actual executables, he has none of it. So he's trying to find out, and he said, basically he's willing to release it to the public if somebody can find it so they can get it back. So he's got numerous things there that even Alan Huffman had mentioned during his CocoFest reports. He saw ads for it on the guy's table. So he's trying to find his game. What the heck was it called here? He did Revelation, which I think is more of a utility. Then he did Blackjack 3, which was a 512K Coco 3 only blackjack with full detailed drawn cards and the whole bit. And then he had an arcade game called Slake Freeman and the Invasion of the Mutant Linoleum Miners, which ranks up with some of the Dragon games for longest titles ever for a game. So if anybody has them, and he said he did sell some, he did have some ordered, and I think somebody even mentioned they'd seen a copy in Australia at one point. Back in the day, so we're hoping we can find these and get them up in the archive. But if any of you have any tracks, or you have them yourselves, or you know somebody that does, please get in contact with Brian or Robert Offerman, and put them on the archive so we can all share them. Is Rick Adams still on the call?
I don't see him in the panel, but there's a lot of people here. Yeah.
Okay, because I was hoping you'd still be around to talk about his update to the Temple of Rom level builder, which is an online thing where you can design your own maps using the Photoshop that he demoed last week. But he's actually had a few people, do some tests and do some mini mazes and stuff to go through, which actually are working. Alan Huffman, I believe you said you had tried it too and it worked. So do you have any details on what's involved and how it works? Or is he still on the call too?
Problem is, I'm looking at the panel list and the names keep moving around too. Oh yeah, Alan's here.
Well, I did a level for it.
Well, you did too? Okay. Anybody who did, I'd like to just hear the feedback.
So it's pretty straightforward. You get the kit and it has a Photoshop file, which you can also use in GIMP. And then you open it up, you follow the lines and just make sure that your lines line up on the grid. Then you export the whole thing out as a GIF format, insert debate here. And once you've got the GIF file, that's what camp I'm on, You upload the GIF file to his site, and it will grind you out a Temple of Rom disk that has your level as the game level. And then you download it right off the site and play.
Wow.
And it works really, really well. The editing is not hard to do in either GIMP or Photoshop. If you use the right brush type and just pick the colors off of the palette in the upper corner. I think it took me 5 or 10 minutes to just flail around with it a little bit until I got it to where it would actually save and load the way that I wanted. And I had joked with Rick about, everyone's going to use this to draw their name in Temple of Rom. So that was my first levels. I just stuck my name right below the cathedral to prove that I had it working. And it does.
Neat.
And Alan, any feedback from you when you tried it, or is he away from the keyboard?
I don't know. Yeah, I'd like to play with this.
I think he was saying that when I posted my name, that he had done the same thing. So that I had posted Alan, he was basically coattailing, I think.
Okay.
I was just wondering if anybody had a chance to actually design like a full, real playable level rather than a vanity level, just to see what you can come up with.
No, but I'm inspired to at this point.
There was some levels uploaded in the Discord channel. You can see a few of those that were done to help Rick test out all the different pieces and make sure that it worked.
Alan Huffman's just said there that he can't unmute.
Okay. I'm just trying it now. All participants are unmuted. Alan, go ahead.
There we go. That's better. No, I was just joking because somebody posted something that had my name, and I'm like, oh, I did this. I did that too. That way I could use his image as proof.
Hey, I'm really looking forward to see what kind of levels people can design here. You can make a whole new Temple of Rom game. So it's and this includes all the extra things in his Temple of Rom 2, right? All the extra monsters.
Correct.
And stuff.
And another thing that he posted in the Discord channel as a tip is if you wanted to do like a multi-level maze or dungeon, you break up the screen into different regions and then use the portals to jump between them as levels. So you go through the first few rooms, clean out the monsters, then you finally get to the portal, and that would beam you somewhere else on the map. And you could use that as a virtual additional level.
Cool.
All right, because technically it's just one big map, but if you have it off screen far enough, you won't see it when you're scrolling around in the other map, right? So it does give the impression of going to different worlds or levels like Daggerath and stuff, like levels of the dungeon.
Could you make
this would be a good thing to have a
Metroid-esque?
contest on, is actually have people design levels and have a vote or something to pick the best one and they get some prize like OmniStar or something like that.
Yeah.
So
What were you asking there, Paul Thayer?
Could you make it like Metroid-esque?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with Metroid, but it's looking like it's
Where you got to
like
go to one place to get something to be able to do something else.
Oh,
But
I don't know if it has that much conditional logic as far as like keys and triggers and stuff
Gotcha.
like that. It's more just pick up the prize and kill the monsters right now.
Got it.
Yeah, I think that's something he's looking forward to implementing, like locked doors and keys and stuff like that. So,
yeah, that would be cool.
yeah, no, neat. Yeah. So one of the good problems we have is there's so many things out there going on. It's like, how, number one, how do I know about them all? And then number two, which one do I pick to do? And there's only so much time in the day. But again, getting back to how we started off earlier, Discord is a great way to do it. Somewhere under the game category, Temple of Rom 2 has its own channel, and discussions are happening there on Discord. And you can also hit up Rick Adams at rickadams.org. I think it's templeofrom.com is another website he's got, and he's on Facebook and other places too.
Yep, templeofrom.com is what I'm showing here.
Templeofrom.com. Okay, yeah. Neat. I like it.
Next up, Type In Mania. Jim Gary won his own contest because he was the only entrant. So he decided to extend it to midnight tonight, which is probably a little late.
I wonder if that's what Ben Drakes was doing his Divide by Zero for.
Well, he said he was 8th place in that contest. I think he was doing the generic 10-liner that all the platforms are in. So
okay, so Type In Mania means you take something from that was in a magazine and you just type it in?
No, I think he just meant that you typed it. But
okay, or just any homemade program.
But unfortunately, the deadline is basically tonight. So
okay,
you better get cracking if you're planning an entrance. And there's a real trophy you get. So
neat. Jim Gary is so prolific.
Okay, next up,
Fabrizio.
Yep, showing Minds Plus for the MC10, and that's another one of the basic 10-liner.
Yeah.
Now, once again, I think he entered this in the generic every platform 10-liner contest.
I'm a big fan of his air freshener products too. Great stuff.
For a breeze. Yeah.
So
I just mentioned
like
this is experimental. Please report bugs, so I don't think it's quite completed yet, but it's functional enough to play. So
it's kind of like a minefield, minesweeper type game, or find
yeah, that's
the
my
landmines?
gathering of it.
Yeah.
I've had a chance to try it. So
okay, neat.
I've been working on silly things like OSs. So
yeah. This looked really neat.
Yeah, this is actually. I remember seeing these advertised at the fest, but usually the booth that this one was at was usually putting some arcade game. I can't remember the name of it on, so I didn't get to see the graphics of the actual game, and I didn't realize it looked this good. There was a previous one, and Nick and I were taking a look at this. Nick Marentes and I were taking a look at this earlier. The previous version of this game, the part one, as it were, had a slightly simpler graphics layout. It wasn't quite as fancy as this, but still pretty good Coco 3 graphics. But this is laid out like, more modern RPGs.
This looks like this could be on like MS-DOS. This looks a lot like Bard's Tale or something like that,
Yeah, it's very well done graphics. From what we've been able to decipher from it, I mean, they're bin files that you load, but I think it's actually compiled BASIC. Because you can kind of see it drawing the box fills and stuff, like it's using BASIC routines. So, but it's very well presented, and the graphics are top notch. I mean, the drawing he did on here is quite good.
Is this out there in the archive where we can get it?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
both versions.
What is it called?
The Power Stones of Ard is the first version, and this is Power Stones of Ard 2, the 5 Towers of Trafalgar.
Oh, that's stunningly beautiful how it's all laid out with this.
And the part 2 in which we're showing here actually has more elements on the top row.
Okay.
Some extra stuff that wasn't in the first one, so it's a little bit.
And just because I think Robert Murphy and I are having this conversation, a project I'd like to work on in the future is a multi-plane split screen text adventure RPG, something or another, and something like this without the pictures, but just having stats in one part and an area where your room is and your coordinates. Because I was kind of inspired by a lot of the Dragon adventure games you've been showing us, Curtis, in the news, and I'm like, yeah, they're kind of like putting the thing, putting it on its ear or turning it sideways. So I would like to do an adventure game like on the Coco VGA or something with a bigger screen and having like status bars and stuff. And so this kind of layout is something I'd like to implement on a future project. I like it. It's cool.
Well, if you want to do it on the Coco 3, for example, I will highly recommend Basic and Nitrostein, because a lot of that stuff for controlling the windows like that is all built in. You don't have to do any coding for it. You just print.
All right.
You just send it escape sequence saying limit the screen to here and go for it.
I mean, this hell may freeze over because I'm almost ready to do DriveWire. God forbid I start doing OS 9 and Basic 09. Hell definitely would be.
Do them both same time, man. Just jump in with both feet. Then we'll watch your head explode again.
Yeah.
Okay, next one up here, Jerry Young, who does a lot of live streams with MC10 stuff, actually is doing Jim Gary's Manic Miner port to the MC10, which he did a 30-minute live stream of last week. I didn't catch it live.
Also known as Pitfall Jerry, right?
Yep.
I think
you
this
got
is
it.
the handle. Yeah. Jim
So
Gary
for those who
and
have not
Charlie
seen
Gary.
it, this is the instructions for it for the MC10 keyboard.
So this
And
is
I'll
actually
play-
running on the emulator.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so cool, though.
Simple graphics, but fun gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if this is based on another game or
There you are.
Yeah, collect the gold, dodge the monsters. Once you
Look
complete
out
a
for the
level, it
bat.
scrolls
Oh,
up
and
to the
he
next
jumps.
level.
Oh, he just jumped over a boulder. And surprisingly fast.
Okay.
And now that it's scrolling down like that. Be careful. Getting the gold.
No. Oh.
Oh, that's a snake on the ladder. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
No, I did it wrong.
Oh, like the little Cubert exclamation points that come up.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. Now,
He
how is-
does amazing work for the MC10. I
And
have
how
to
is he
say.
getting
I
the
just-
audio to play that fast? Because it doesn't have the play command. He's not getting those normal play statements, sound statements where the sound, the CPU is hijacked. For so
I
long.
think the warbliness is just the way this was captured off the emulator. I think
Okay.
it probably plays the singles tones.
But it seems like they're shorter tones than you could usually get using the sound command. So maybe he's doing something in ML.
Possible, but I think that is actually within the range of the sound command for a comma 1.
Hmm.
Yeah, it can get pretty quick in the sound command.
Nate, surprise! See, that's the thing. Semi-graphics are very charming, and it's you look at a Jim Gary game, even though it's low res, you know what you're looking at. Those are ladders. Those are snakes. You know, there's your guy.
Yep.
You know, that's a bird. You know, that's him jumping.
I'll tell you that bad.
And the speed is impressive.
Yeah. No, it's good stuff. Jim doesn't make bad.
Good job, Pitfall Jerry.
Next up, Cuthbert Dragon has been doing, of course, more of the Dragon videos recorded on real hardware on a real CRT. A lot of these are Coco ports, and a lot of them we've seen before, so I'm not going to show too many of them here today. But there are a few that we have not seen before. Dragon 32 Cecil plays 21, or Cecil, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but it's basically a card game.
Oh, neat. Cuthbert.
And they just got a 21, and then you get to see your opponent's reaction, which I thought was kind of cute.
Sound effects are not at all annoying.
That's basic for you. It's a rather interesting card game. He actually uses low-res graphics to draw the cards, and then he uses high-res to show your dealer getting
like your
fisted you for
fanfare
winning.
type stuff. Yeah, that's neat. When you think about all the games you could do in BASIC, to try to mentally go through the logic of card games, it's not as easy as it sounds, I'd imagine. You know, like just think about that. Do I have a full house or a flush, or you know, all those things you have to figure out and compare, all those comparative operations to code.
I don't know if we have anybody from England on the panel still here, but for 21, I'm not used to seeing the words twist and stick as your options. It would be like stay and or hold, or
hold and push or whatever. Yeah,
so it's completely different terminology in the UK apparently.
Neat. I
What
love
is that
seeing stuff
one?
that I haven't seen before.
Most of these, Mabungli, I think, is the other one I hadn't seen before.
Bungly. Mabungly, huh? Please wait. All right, we're waiting, Mabungly. You're welcome. Oh, houses. Oh, neat. So that's like your big map. Leave village. Oh, look at this. It's kind of RPG-ish, huh?
Yeah, it's like kind of reminds me of Erland or Viking. You know, some of
Yeah.
those strategy simulation things. Kind of like a Sim Life early type stuff.
Okay.
Not Sim Life, maybe per se, but he's got a lot more animations than I've seen in
Yeah.
most of these.
Shh, be careful. Just passing. Well, then why you have to make so much damn noise when you
Yeah,
walk?
just passing the witch doctor.
Yeah. I know when you're first making programs in BASIC, you impress yourself by how much noise you can make. But looking back, I think when it comes to sound like this, less is more. You know?
Yeah, you know, I think I've heard that exact same sentiment from a lot of our viewers too. So, you know, you guys are recording. You guys can talk on air, but you know, just maybe a bit much sometimes.
Yeah, you need to mute this thing. It's giving me a headache, dude.
Anyway, it's a pretty interesting, one of these simulation strategy games.
Oh, so James Jones says, check out my note on Facebook about porting BASIC code to BASIC 09. It has a nice representation of a poker hand as an array of sets of suits indexed by rank. Okay, that's interesting. Cool.
And then the last one here, and we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier here.
Yeah, oh,
is-
look at this. Look how nice this website looks too, huh?
Yeah.
It's our friend Erico.
Yeah, so he's actually got the official release of The Outhouse, which is based, of course, on the Tier City Model 1 and Coco game Outhouse by Jim Weaver. So he's actually got a little video trailer here showing all the
Nice.
different monsters and stuff too, and he's also got it on order. Now, it's kind of a unique way he's doing the pricing here. It's $5 or more, which means if you want to kind of tip him a bit extra as a thank you, you can spend a bit more if you want to.
Okay.
So did you want me to try to play the trailer?
Sure, please, and make it big.
Geez, if only I knew this was in your list of news.
Hasn't come up yet, Curtis. We still see the previous thing.
Okay, that's got to be the way it's doing YouTube then, because it's showing here fine, full screen.
There we go. Oh,
Let me try running it directly on YouTube. Maybe it'll work.
Better, yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, we saw Nick playing this live last week. It looks really good.
Yeah, lots of different monsters. I love the sound effects he pulled out of old Coco games. So you got a whole bunch of stuff that you can have a trivia contest.
This looks like
on.
he's got two players going simultaneously too.
I like you can shoot the outhouse.
Yeah, the outhouse like explodes and kind of falls down on itself, crumbles.
Even the firing routines look really cool. Like they go beyond Defender even.
Okay, and Erico's saying it will be discounted to $2.99 soon, and there will be an image that will go to the archive, the repo.
I would say, spend the money on it. Thank him for doing all this.
Oh, absolutely. And the Robert saying, I bought this and it's fun. Works with wine and Linux. Most people who use Linux are used to having to consume a lot of wine.
I was just going to say that, Stevie.
That's just why we're recompiling the kernel.
And for some self-promotion.
What's wrong with Kentucky Fried? I like Kentucky Fried as it was. Need to recompile the kernel.
And a reminder: the top 3 scores next week will get a free. We'll get a license for.
Top 3 scores of our game, which is Xenix. Thank you.
And that
courtesy of Erico.
Yeah, that ends the Game On News segment.
All right, and that just about ends up the show too. So.
Well, we had 2 weeks of news to catch up on again, besides the stuff that was saved
good.
for the
that
fest.
Was good.
So.
No, we have project updates and acquisitions to do next before we end the show. So we're gonna run another commercial break, and then we'll be back after these words. But thank you, everybody. Thank you. You're too kind, and thank you.
We will return after these messages.
Hey, this is Eric, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Original Gamer Stevie Stroh here with you. And in case you didn't know, I've actually got merchandise, right? So I've got now 2 DVDs. This was my first DVD I released last year for the 25th anniversary Last Chicago Coco Fest. This features 20 videos and 3 hours of color computer game videos. This is my second DVD. This is a brand new one for the 2017 Last Chicago Coco Fest. And this one features 13 brand new color computer gameplay videos that you won't see anywhere else. RoboCop. Ooh, RoboCop. Gotcha, sucker. This is not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, I did it. Oh, freaking right. Look at that. I made it past the yellow belt. Very cool. Oh, crap. I am getting the crap freaking bombed the hell out of me here. Okay, the square guy looks kind of like a puckering sphincter. All right, there we go. Game over.
Oh, that didn't last long.
That's what she said. Okay, so I've got to jump over the spikes and under the ball. So, if you like my videos and you want to help support a starving artist, you can head on over to 8bit256.com and grab yourself a copy of one or both of these DVDs because they're both awesome. And if you like color computer gameplay videos, you might like these DVDs. So check them out. Thanks for watching my videos, everybody.
From the makers of the Switcheroo. Wallaby Cable, Color Computer 3 Dual RGB Cable. Get yours today at cocoman.biz.
Boom! Scared you, didn't I? Hello there. It's me, Simone, all the way from Melbourne to you, my darling. And congratulations on your talk show, CoCoTALK. Oh my God, that's so exciting. I don't think I'd ever be good at a talk show. I just don't have anything ever to say, ever. Just can never think of things to say. It's just just no words ever come out of my mouth. It's just very embarrassing. It's just silence all the time. My darling, I hope you're having a fabulous day. From me to you, bye.
Extended Color Basic, combined with a disc controller, brings you
Disc Extended Color Basic. Direct access to your floppies. Direct access to all of your hardware resources.
Deck B on your color computer.
Deck B washes away the competition.
Hello, this is Grant Leedy with CoCoTALK. Got your Coco 3 yet?
All right, and we are back, everybody. It is everyone's favorite time of the show where we play show and tell. This is that part of the show that we call updates and acquisitions. So if you've been working on something, if you bought something, if you did something, we're going to let everybody know what we did. I know a few people had something. Why don't we start off with David O'Connor, because he was going to give us an update on what he showed us off last week, because you are starting to do a repack where you're putting a Coco 3 in a Model 4 case, as we can see in the background there. It's a beauty, mate.
Yeah, I haven't really done much on it this week at the moment, aside from just trying things out, making sure things don't overheat and whatnot. But yeah, Curtis, you mentioned that you wanted to feature it again this week, and so I sort of thought, well, I wasn't quite sure exactly what we're going to feature that I haven't featured last week, but you mentioned something about more details or something, or
you said on the Facebook post that you had posted much better quality pictures from what we saw on the show last week, like nice clean where you can actually really see up close what you've been doing, how it fits.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, there are only really screenshots I'd taken. It was just ones because I'd tried a few experiments just to. Well, the thing that got me curious was that triple X rated thing with the little Easter egg at the end of it. And I don't want to promote triple X rated material, certainly not on a show like this. But yeah, I thought the Easter egg at the end of it was the highlight for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching Xenix in the background. That is such a fast game. That is really a Coco 3, good Coco 3 game.
Yeah,
to play with speed and color and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to trying it out. The picture on the oh no, that's not related. That's Coco 1. That we were talking about before. You were wondering what this is. This is my the initial schematic of my Coco 1 composite mod.
All right, that's cool.
I think I mentioned that earlier anyway. So,
well, as we mentioned during the commercial break, I can smell my wife is cooking, so I'm getting hungry and my dinner's going to be ready. So we're going to have to put this thing out of its misery soon. So we're going to move on to the next person who's got a project update or acquisition. Who else had something they wanted to share this week?
Yeah, I've got my
Mr. Dave.
Mr.
Dave. Mr. Dave is here. All right, so let me go ahead and oh, you're not. I can't spotlight you because you're not doing video, but I'll stop sharing so you can share if you were going to share, Dave.
Okay, can I share YouTube clips?
You can. You can.
All right, we'll try. Find my share button.
And if you can't, you can just put it in the chat, and I can pull it up and share it on my end. Either way.
Photo document. Yeah, if you want to do it, it's on the. I'm looking. Can you get it from the Discord?
It's not going to be easy for me to do right now with all the stuff I've got open.
All right. That's too bad. I'll send a picture here. I'll try that.
All right.
So I lost my video chip on my Coco.
Okay.
I managed to burn it out, and I'm waiting for a replacement. So I bought a cheap composite to VGA adapter.
Okay.
And with that, I can take my black and white signal. I'll get another picture here. I can take a monochrome signal, and I can get one of 16 million colors on the screen.
Oh, wow.
So the advantage here is when I do get the composite video working again, I'll be able to adjust all the colors on any game to whatever my taste is.
Oh, wow. So now you've got your own palette hack tool that does not require anything but whatever you do there.
So what's the
it costs 25.
So do you have details of it there to share with us? So that
Yeah, well, I had a video, but I uploaded all my videos to YouTube, and I deleted it here to to make space. I'm going to see if there's anything left. I was also able to get, because I have a Raspberry Pi and a Coco sharing the same box, I was able to get a picture-in-picture mode. So you can see on the left, that's my Coco.
Okay.
With the Raspberry Pi running in the background.
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
And it's all done by software selection.
That's neat. I know you're making a lot of progress with that, and it's just really a whole out-of-the-box solution of augmenting the Coco with a whole nother computer, rather than some people are doing things like Gimme X or RAM or Coco VGAs, but you're like, screw it, hold my beer, I'm gonna stick a Raspberry Pi in this son of a bitch, call it a day, right? So it's pretty cool the things you're doing, how you're interfacing the keyboard and your LED keyboards, and it is so cool. Yeah,
I have two colors. One is black and the other is your choice of one of 16 million colors that you could use.
That is cool.
So when I get the composite working again, I'll be able to tweak any game to any color I want. And this is not something specific to my computer. Anybody could use this hack.
Yeah. Okay. We'll have to learn about that hack in more detail.
Even on a Coco 3, it would work.
Robert, were you going to ask a question? Did you have your hand up in Discord a minute ago? Or I mean, in the chat here? No? Okay. Yeah, because this looks like a Coco VGA to me right now. That's roughly the palette I'm using for my Coco VGA program.
Yes,
yeah.
And this is one where you're showing you were basically using your mouse as a emulated keyboard, so you could use your mouse to emulate the arrow keys to move around with that drawing program.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was neat.
But it's too bad I can't get the video up.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll catch up with it. All right, yeah, Marco, you're muted.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Had to find the button. I just wanted to mention that the new Rainbow's not dead. It's just I've had many other things to do. But Paul Thayer has volunteered to help out and has desktop publishing experience. So I'm going to be working with him, and hopefully we'll have something to show here shortly.
Excellent.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Paul.
So that's going back to our original, the first edition that we were.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I would imagine.
Yep, exactly.
Cool.
All right. Cool. Anyone else have a project update, acquisition, anything you want to talk about? And Brian, the Music Man Shoebring, and then Curtis Boyle. We can't see it because your virtual background is getting
I
erased.
hear that. No, in the past, I've been having issues with DriveWire not working with OS 9. I couldn't communicate between my real hardware, and DriveWire.
Okay.
And I finally fixed it.
Okay.
While everyone was talking, I figured out what was going on. There was one descriptor that wasn't in the boot file, and I just dumped it all out and redid it, and now it boots up, and I got DriveWire going.
Excellent.
There's like 12 descriptors and whatnot that need to be in the boot.
Oh, that sounds real simple.
Yeah, you have to make a video on that. How to set that up.
Yeah. And L. Curtis Boyle, your project update, sir.
Well, Nitrous 9, we're still shooting for next Thursday as the official release of Beta 5. I, did 4 this morning, sent out the test 3, which will be the final test 1 to the testers. There's still a few things I'll be adding, which is basically just software installs before then. Otherwise, I'm just going to spend time doing bug fixing. I've seen some bug reports coming in from Mikey and Terry Steggy already that I haven't had a chance to actually look at too much detail, but I'll be trying to do bug fixes and stuff here. So, but look forward to the release coming out. There's a few other games that we just added on there that have not been mentioned before, and then also all the Sierra ones I have to add on there yet. But we fixed a few games that were causing some issues coming, launching from G Shell and sticking on, their own window even after you quit the game, etc. So that's all fixed on a few of them. So looking forward to see what you guys' feedback on it. There'll be quite a few new things to play around with on there.
Okay.
And probably an official demo of it after release next week.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping to have a DriveWire update demo show and tell by next week's show, because my goal was to get it working, understand how to use it, understand how to fiddle with different discs that I can, mount and remount, I also want to get DW term working because I've never done a CoCo BBS experience, and I've certainly never done a Telnet BBS. So I'd love to get the new DW term with the ANSI colors and connect to a BBS on my CoCo, because I've just never have. And for me, I figured if I can do it, you know, I'm the below average idiot. So if I can do it, then anybody can. And then we'll
you're an above average.
Oh,
idiot.
thank you, Nick. You're too kind. Yes. So yeah. So I think I'm going to be a great test subject for getting Pi DriveWire up and running and all these Telnet modem BBS things. So if I can do it, then there's hope for smart people too. Paul's asking, can I be unmuted? I don't remember muting Paulie, but I'm going to go ahead and unmute all right now. Everybody's unmuted. Okay. Curtis, Paul Thayer, the Slayer.
Hey, I just had a quick thing to ask, and I'm working a couple of projects simultaneously, but I just wanted to see if anybody was interested in doing any kind of tile work for a CoCo 3 game that I'm working on. So if they do, they can private message me on Discord. Just wanted to get that out there.
And what is your Discord name?
Oh, geez, you would ask me that.
Is it like Polly T or something?
Yeah, it's just Polly T with an exclamation point.
Yeah, so look for Polly T.
Number 762 or something like that.
What sort of tiling are we looking for?
16 by 16 tiles for scenery for Buff Commando. So
okay.
Looking at an apartment building right now. I'm kind of working on some stuff, but I'm not real happy with what I'm doing, and I'm interested to see some other people's input on it. So
okay, Ken Reichert says I prefer laminate flooring instead of tile. So you got his too.
That was helpful. Thanks.
Big rug here. But...
All right, thanks a lot. Just want to get that out.
All right, and Mr. Dave, it looked like you had something pulled up that you were sharing there. You get something you want to show us now? Mr. Dave 6809. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. That was a screenshot from the end of my video.
Okay.
So I have the CoCo able to cycle between graphics that are generated on the Raspberry Pi or CoCo graphics.
Okay. And by the way, Paul, Erico says he would possibly have some stuff for you to help you with. So. Okay, that's neat, Mr. Dave. All right, well, we've done it again. We've managed a 4.5-hour show, but we covered a lot of news. We had a really good discussion on just questions and answers, completely impromptu. Yeah, so every day, there's a saying that we have in life, and I'm going to share my screen so you guys can understand what this saying is. But considering what you pay each week for the hours of content that we provide for you,
with rising entertainment costs, that's a real bargain.
It is a real bargain. CoCoTALK gives you your best bang for the buck. Hours and hours of content. There's lots of eye candy here, lots of pretty faces, but behind these pretty faces are hearts and souls and minds of real people as well. And there's lots of knowledge to be shared. And we do it with you each and every week, free of charge. And we're all doing it because we love what we do and we love this machine. And we love Nick Marotta, right? So really, we just get together to be around Nick Marotta.
Hope so.
So, and Grant Leedy, you're a halfway decent guy too. All right. So we're gonna play the outro, and then we'll be back for final thoughts after this outro. Of course, let me make sure I don't screw things up here. Let's try this real quick. This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its past, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Diffendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's imacoconut.com. The CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. All right, and that's a wrap, folks. We are at the end of the train wreck, and I want to thank everybody who's still here with us right now, including Mr. Mark Overholzer and Curtis Boyle and Nick Marotta and David O'Connor and Robert Allen Murphy and Mark Bosley, Brian Schubring, Grant Leedy, Patrick Euland, Dave Very, Mr. Dave 6809, David Ladd, of course, and we've just had so many people in the live chat, including Erico and Terry Steen and Torsten and Ken Reichert, and Mikey has been out there in the live chat. There's so much activity in the live chat today. It's hard to keep up with it all, but we appreciate you guys coming out here. Tim Franklin was here. Migos Retro Gaming. Aaron was here. Coco Man, Mikey, Explore VR. That's our friend Ben Drakes was out there. We had people from the Dragon community in the show. It's just it was a great turnout here as always. So we appreciate you guys who are gluttons for punishment, who come out here and watch this train wreck every single week. We appreciate it. Any parting thoughts, final words from the panel? Mark Overholzer, everything good with you?
Yeah, doing good so far. So glad to be here. It's great.
All right, Curtis Boyle, parting thoughts?
I sure hope after the next week here, when the Night 9 finally gets released, I can actually start sleeping again.
Hey, good for you. Nick Marotta, anything you want to leave the folks at home with?
Just another great show. Thank you very much for letting me be part of this.
Thank you. You're too kind. And David O'Connor?
Oh, like you, I'm getting really hungry. But thanks everybody for this fantastic show. So.
Thanks. Robert Murphy?
Keep on Coco and see you on Discord until next week.
That's right. Keep con and Coco on. And Mark Bosley, final thoughts?
Hi. No, hungry.
Brian Schubring?
Let's go some Frankenstein.
Oh, I would love to meet you at Portillo's right now, Brian, if I could. I'm not in Chicago, and we can't go outside, but there needs to be hope. We must have faith, hope, and love that we'll be able to meet again at a Portillo's in the near future. David Ladd, anything enthusiastic or encouraging you can leave the viewing audience at home with? Anything at all?
Why, yes, Stevie. Everybody, just be patient. We'll soon be able to hug each other once again after the COVID stuff is over.
I said encouraging, but sure, okay.
Yeah, you're one of the few people that actually makes me prefer the quarantine at this point.
That's kind of spooky.
Mr. Dave 6809, I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to see more of your videos, but we appreciate what you do, and please come back again, and we'll try to show that off next week. Thanks for being here. Any final words?
Yeah, sorry I didn't get my videos loaded up, but yeah, next time. So thanks. It was a good show.
And Patrick Euland, thanks for being here. Did we didn't put you to sleep at all, I take it?
Not at all. And I'm only a 720K floppy away from getting my old desktop machine back online. So
all right. Excellent.
Cool.
All right. And we saved the best for last, the internet's own Grand Lady. Anything you want to let the folks at home know about words of wisdom?
Well, since everybody's so hungry, I thought I would go ahead and read about an hour and a half speech I had prepared for you guys. No, nothing at all. You guys have a great week. We'll see you next week.
We are asparagus. All right, we're pressing the button. Thank you, everybody.
Wake up, Nick Marentes.
That's right. Take care. God bless.